knowledge. Therefore, knowledge in various domains, you would realize they are actually social artifacts. They have to be rooted into historical perspective, they have to be culturally salient, and there would be socio-political reasons behind this. Whether you talk with respect to engineering sciences, whether you talk with respect to physical sciences, biological sciences, social sciences, that's the reason why humanities and social sciences should be understood by all of us. The knowledge that is segregated, that is divided with respect to areas, specializations, all of them needs to be understood in its context. And what provides the context? It is the social reality. How do you correlate knowledge in a given domain with the cultural reality, with the social reality, with the socio-political compulsions? Okay, how do you understand the law of nature, okay, in its totality? And for doing that, you require the understanding of humanities and social sciences. Say for instance, if you are trying to understand the effect of a particular bacteria, a virus, any microbe, how it affects behavior, how it affects the organism, human being, you start looking at it from a pure biological point of view. If you are trying to look at a particular type of a wavelength, say for example, you are emphasizing on the understanding of the effect of radiation on human life, you are looking at things from a physical point of view. You are looking at the corresponding changes inside the body. You are looking at the physiological side of the understanding of the information. You are trying to understand why, despite knowing the risk that is inbuilt in the process, why still human beings engage into it. You are looking at it from a pure behavioral point of view. Why society at large admire things which has full of risk. You are trying to understand things from a pure sociological point of view. Why people use particular set of words to explain those experiences. You are trying to understand things from the linguistic point of view. So there are a whole lot of things, and then finally you try to combine all of them to say that what are the guiding principles in life. Then you say you are looking at life, you are looking at humanity from a pure philosophical point of view. And this is what social sciences courses provide you. They provide the context to you in which you would be finally positioning the understanding of the knowledge in any given domain. It could be engineering, it could be sciences, it could be medical sciences, it could be social sciences stuff, it could be humanities stuff. So contextualizing the knowledge is what humanities social science courses help you obtain.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. We usually know William Shakespeare as the most revered figure in the history of English literature. But we often tend to forget that he has also been one of the most hated figures in literature. And here I'm not talking only about those boys and girls who have to memorize long sections from Macbeth or King Lear or Julius Caesar before they can go and sit for their school or college exams. But I'm also talking about people who are themselves quite famous authors. Tolstoy, for instance, considered the writings of Shakespeare to be, and I quote, crude, immoral, vulgar, and senseless. George Bernard Shaw absolutely loathed Shakespeare, as he did Homer. But perhaps no other criticism about Shakespeare is more damaging than the one which says that Shakespeare is a marvelous storyteller, provided someone has told him the story earlier. Now, this piece of criticism is particularly damaging because it is true. None of Shakespeare's plays contain any original story whatsoever. they are all written using pre-existing materials, pre-existing stories. Now, does that diminish the stature of Shakespeare as a dramatist? Well, I'll leave that for you to decide. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippets.
When Copernicus said the earth revolves round the sun, it was considered blasphemy. When Galileo said the earth was round, we thought he was mad. When Darwin said that monkeys are the ancestors of man, we thought he had lost it. When the ecologists said this was the end of the world and the human race, we didn't believe them.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome back to the course on product engineering and design thinking. Today we will be discussing on user experience and user interface, which is lecture number 37 in module number 8. The user experience is becoming a very important thing that the product has different features, different functionalities, yet the overall experience or overall liking, or in other words which is called pleasantness or excitement with a product, doesn't always happen. So what is that and how to create that? Because see, if the user is excited or delighted with the product, then automatically this product has a great prospect. In the sense that, as we had discussed earlier also, that one quality of a good product is how through its design and its of course realization, it can go viral. If the total experience, overall experience is good about a product, people will talk about it, people would refer to other people, and that's how this product will get traction. So this has become immensely important now, this user experience and user interface. In fact, as the realization has come that it is an important feature, there are a couple of questions that who will do this? Whether there will be an exclusive professional for user experience designing, or should it be the extension or part of product designers or product engineers? We will deal with that aspect also. So we will, and also we will discuss various other things. But let us go to the concept covered part, where we would see what exactly we will be discussing. So one is that, as I just started discussing with this imperatives of user experience in product engineering, why it is essential that we will have to find out. The UX UI design prospect, because after all this is not a very old kind of a paradigm. So those who would be trying or planning to become the practitioner or researcher, whatever, in this field, they will have to see what is the prospect in this, how this particular market is growing, and what is the job opportunities and all. So that is one. Then we will talk about the UX design and UI, that is user experience called UX and user interface called UI in short. And then there's the acronym design and UI design principles. Naturally, the UX design is the integral part of the process, that also we have to see. Without this, how the product will suffer, how the business or the enterprise will suffer, that we will understand. Then we will talk about what are the software and tools available for this, because when something is to be materialized in today's context, we need certain tools, and here for as a great opportunity and scope, there are quite a few good softwares have come up which people can use, and for a learner one can download the free version or open source version and practice it. I'll tell you why. Also interestingly, perhaps you have heard, broadly I'm saying the virtual reality. Actually virtual reality is a very broad term, but under this virtual reality also comes augmented reality and also come mixed reality, etc. But for now the overall technology, as we know, is known as virtual reality. So how a product will actually be seen, moving, working, etc., that we can see in the virtual reality context, and therefore finally we would try to find out what are the expertise skill set required to become or to learn this design methodology, that is UX, user experience design methodology. Now we will quickly go into this thing, say an efficacious product engineering approach needs embedding user experience. Why? We have partly discussed. It is required for understanding the use context, the scenario, strategizing, and making pertinent decisions throughout the product design and development process. So at every stage and level, how people, the user, would perceive, it is to be kept in mind, that whether people would like it, people would not like it. So those assumptions will be either supported or accepted, or it will be rejected. So and recognize the needs and goals and expectation of the target customer or user or that group, and a crucial part of the experience design. So research is a crucial part of this experience design, UX research, and typically it is done at the front end, at the beginning of the exercise of development, where it starts with the design, which we have discussed earlier also when we discussed the front end part. It is important for the industry, since UX deals with investigate for the quality of interaction or connection the product can create with the user, which is necessary for customer acquisition, which ultimately customer acquisition means it should get converted to sale. So if we can give good experience, it will be converted to sale. When we go to a good hotel, say for example, or a good restaurant for example, we tend to go there more and more in other times also. So similarly, when someone using a product, maybe a television, maybe a mobile phone, maybe a car, if they like it, then naturally they would go and repeatedly use that and buy. So thereby you get the new business, you get retention, that happens. Now it has become a part of the technology and the design world. So people now know that it is one of the things to be done. So anyone connected to product design needs to know this, what is UX. So having said that, we would see quickly a prospect that what is happening here, that we found that there is a survey. We find that in India the growth is quite steady and steadily it is growing, the UX professional, UI professionals. Now the size of the business that you can see, which was in 2021, which was USD 465 million, is projected to be around 1350 million by 2028. If you calculate, it would be about 15% growth year on year. So there are very few branches or disciplines or work domain where this kind of growth can be seen. So here a good job prospect also lies. Therefore, if one is working in this area, would be beneficial for career and prospect. And this work domain is rather encompassing. It touches upon various other aspects in the entire design process. So it is that way quite satisfying. Now, the term UX design and UI are occasionally they are interchangeably used. That okay, instead of UI they are calling UX, etc. But that is not a very correct understanding. We need to understand these are two different aspects, and we have to understand them in such a way that when we are making a distinction, we are also aware how that distinction will be used in that product system to fetch the maximum benefit. So user interface is a salient aspect of user experience, because through that interface we get the experience. How I operate my mobile phone buttons give me the experience of that system, of that TV watching, that particularly this remote controller. So the buttons, its layout, its arrangement, etc. are those interfaces through which we get that experience. So that is what we need to understand. How do we do the interface so that experience becomes very exciting or wonderful? Now, but this user interface is still the only the upper layer, this upper surface layer, the veneer. But there are many other things inside which goes into the main design, which makes the product attractive and functioning and purposeful. Now we need to understand that, and so it is just not that interface, it is just not that superficial thing, it goes much deeper, the total functioning. Experience comes from the total functioning. Experience comes from how it is taking care of some needs, how it is taking care of that the ultimate job to be done using that particular product. So that and this user interface all put together gives the total experience about the product. Now the UX designers reckon beyond the initial interaction as they design with the function underneath the interface layer, complementing the two combined, as I just now said. Now here I would like to like you to see the quote of Steve Jobs, which you read, but in short. The concept is in the bold at the below. I mean, the on top is the complete quote. At the bottom in the bold, the summary of that quote, which you can see is the design is not just what it looks like and feels like. The design is how it works. So, although we say its form, its utilities, all are very fine, but on the whole, how it works and how it functions, how it caters to the basic need or meet or helps to solve that problem or perform the job for which it is intended is important. So the overall experience is important. We will come to that also. So here we come to the user interface designs. Now you see that many products are becoming partly digital, is a physical digital product. Be it, say, I have talked about the mobile phones, it can be air conditioners, it can be car dashboards, which have a digital screen for visual, etc. So these are some examples. So the overall user experience of a car driving is, of course, the driving itself, how good the power steering is, and how the ergonomics is, how the automotive specifications are, whether it gives less vibration or what is the power or speed, etc. All those things. But at the same time, overall experience, that how it whether it is spacious, whether it gives those comforts, etc. all are part of this whole design. So user experience design is important there. So so UI design, interface design, is an important aspect or part of the UX, as the former's effort enhances the user's interaction with the products. Through that it is actually being interactive, both physical and digital. That leads to pleasant experience. That is exactly what we are trying to do. Pleasant, overall pleasantness. Now, despite the commonality of user experience for both physical and digital, there are certain commonalities, but then there are differences also. Like, say, for example, in a physical product, one will have to consider, say the weight, durability, the volume, the actuation force, all that. For a digital, say for a website, those factors doesn't come in, but it has other factors. How the navigation happens, how the hyperlinks are done. So those are the features, but this gives a total user experience in the physical system and they are in the digital system. Be that as it may, the idea is that the overall experience has to be pleasant. It is best if the interface can be used intuitively and can be simple to use. In fact, I can tell you, instead of using a manual to operate musical system, so a synthesizer kind of a musical system, if the buttons are such or the instruction on the panel is such that looking at that one can go and learn it without the manual, then that gives a wonderful user experience. That with much simplicity one can learn. It is not that everyone has to turn to that leaflet all the time. So product and UI designers work in tandem, very close to integrate, say for example, the visual screen and the device itself to facilitate and improve better interaction with the product. So some salient features of UI design principles is that each element of the user interface design must be functional and purposeful, so as to meet the user's need and helps to perform the tasks the product is designed for. Very natural, that is rudimentary. Designers need to think through how the UIs will be usable while interacting with the product. Affecting interactions with the interface like a natural process is recommendable to UI designers to follow a good design principles. Like say, often you see that now the remotes etc. are available where it is through voice control. Similarly, somewhere it is gesture controlled. So it is natural, the natural process, if one can do, doesn't have to type much and all. So that gives a different level of user experience. The purpose of UI design is to make the user's interaction more simple and efficient. The more easily they can use it, usability, that is, usability, that is very important. If you can improve the usability, it becomes more likable in respect of accomplishing user goals, which is fundamental to user-centered design. Now, we will just quickly go through certain definitional aspect of it, that criteria for evaluating the user experience. This was, the term was used by Don Norman, the user experience first, and then where it is said that how the users think when using a product or service, comprehensively what type of experience the users have. Now, what are the criteria for evaluating that user experience, be it a physical product or digital product? First is that value for money or value in simple terms, whether this is the worthy, meets the exact needs, and that at that price or the cost that we are prepared to or we think it is just. So that's value. Performance, does it function as expected? That means how it was designed for, does it function, fulfill all the quality dimensions? That is the whether it is durable, whether it is robust, whether it is reliable, whether it is serviceable, and performance, even aesthetics. Now, as I was just mentioning about usability, which is a very important feature, and that comes in, is the product or device easy to use? That's the question. If is, then its usability is high. Then finally is, as you see under different areas, these are the things, and overall experience, all round experience. What is that all round experience? Is it delightful to use? For a website, is it easy to operate and navigate? Those are the things. I gave the example of a TV remote, that design of the remote, including the size, button layout, material and the physical appearance, may impact how they perceive about the interaction. Similarly, for a digital product, the corresponding features will be in that context, of course, as I was just mentioning about the website navigation. UX design and its integral part, as this integral part of UX design, basically it is that UX design necessitates a thorough understanding of the user needs. That's where this integration comes in. It checks the pain points of the customer, that what troubles or what problem it has to solve, behaviors, the capability, that how one is capable to use that, and the context of use. Hence, the ability to empathize, to understand the needs of users is crucial for UX. And now I hope you just recall, as I use the term empathize, you will immediately be able to connect it to our discussion on design thinking, which started with the first item or first step, which is called empathize. So the empathizing is an important thing in user experience generation. So you see how these different paradigms are coming together to deliver the objective, that is to give satisfaction to the user and customer. One has to remain viable in the business. So it should be viability, which should be supported through the viability will come also when the sales actually happens, and when the sales will happen, that when it can produce at target price and sell at target price, that is produce at target cost based consideration. To achieve this, the product designers might remove a few non-vital things. You now recall the discussion on frugal engineering, where some non-vital features, if we eliminate, then we can make it more affordable and still preserving the minimum technical requirements that it needs, which reminds us of the frugal engineering. So frugal engineering, here you see we are talking about user experience and we are talking about frugal engineering. So at some point in time we have to see when these are in sync. Not all frugal engineering activities are UX activities, not all UX activities are frugal engineering activities, but there can be certain sync, and if that sync can be created, then that's a wonderful blend. Now question is, people ask, is UX design, are you designing the user's experience? No. User experience cannot be designed. What it does is that the designer can create conditions to elicit favorability, and hence it is designed for user experience or UX. So we are creating the conditions so that the user would like it, would experience better. Now in continuation to that, we see that user experience design is a process that is adopted by the design teams that fend for intended experience. We want that, okay, they should get this kind of a pleasantness, that experience, whether we are designing to actually meet them. So what we are doing, involving the entire process of assimilating and integrating the product, utility and usability design. Two words I have used: utility, which is more like a feature, and usability that we have been discussing so long. Now where these two things match ideally, the utility and usability, then truly the usefulness comes. So the utility and usefulness together we have to see. Both are complied. Utility in simpler terms is that helps to operate for what the user needs. Basically is the design features and functionalities, as I've said, and functionalities of the product, which should have ease of use or usability. So utility should have ease of use, and that is usability. So utility of the feature should be easy to use, and then it becomes useful. Feature selection has been discussed earlier. We have discussed how the features should be detected, but it is not that issue now. So we will take care of that in a different context. We have already done that. So we would assume that whatever feature is there, we are talking based on that. However, usability needs to be addressed as in due. We will go to the next slide for that, but in the meantime, we have to remember that high quality of user experience doesn't come only from the explicit need, that is the stated needs. It also comes from the implicit needs, that the need that has not been stated, but one has to understand what the customer expects. So that so naturally we don't have to tell that in a remote what the customer expects. If we can understand, okay, customer expects that, okay, the button should be such, it should be able to hold, it should to make forward, it should be those features if we can have, and then if some features they have not mentioned but we can keep that, then give this great satisfaction. So implicit needs also to be taken care of for UX. So usability, although we have explained it already, usability can be examined in various ways. One is the user testing is an effective method that is commonly employed, comprising of 3 action steps. What? To search out some archetypical users, but those who would be using it and in real life, actual life. So that is to find out first, to suggest the user to perform customary tasks applying the design contraption, the device that is prototype or has been developed, to observe that the users are trying to accomplish, what they are trying to accomplish, where they can negotiate or operate properly, and where they experience the difficulties with the user interface, or how they are finding the way and to listen to their comments carefully. This is how we can do the usability test, whether the usability part. And for that, say, you can start with the 5 users, not a big group, but if we can start with the 5 users, that would give us a fairly good idea as to how it will work instead of a large scale study. So, as I just mentioned a little while ago, both usability and utility are important, as together they determine the usefulness of a thing or the product or design. One of them going imperfect or wrong will serve no purpose. If the utility is bad or the usability is bad, it is not going to be good. So both have to be good for usefulness and give satisfaction. Now, what are the skill sets? Because we know what is to be done, now how it is to be done. So what is the preparation, how one can use it in this profession? So actually for that there are several software that can be used, such as InVision, such as Figma, such as Zeppelin, and there are several other tools. Good news is that they have also certain versions which are free downloadable, and student versions they are called. Now also for UX designer, one will have to have the experience of conducting user research, usability testing, alpha beta testing, and rapid prototyping, which we already have discussed. So you are already prepared for this. So you have learned many things already, and possibly you would be picking up 1 or 2 things to become a user experience designer. Communication on the design process, problem statement, ideas and solutions to the development teams, product management teams, and the concerned stakeholders. That one has to have reasonably good communication. Communication means understanding and clarity of the exchanges thought. That is what is called communication. How you express in writing or verbally what exactly is the technical requirement and all. So the softwares, this as I have named, have free versions that you can check. I have given the names of the softwares. You can go to the website and check. UX researchers may not be able to picture how a design created in lab setting would work in the actual environment, often hazardous or different in application condition due to geographic dissimilarity. So actual condition, this worked in the lab condition. So to verify that, people can use VR. The designer can interpose the factors into the lab setting using virtual reality. So how in real condition it will work? So give the settings of the work and put the product in, so that in that how it will work. I already said the VR is a general terminology. It has augmented reality and mixed reality is a part of it. Broad terminology is this. Now question is, why the product designer will become UX designer? What is the benefit? The thing is that there are few reasons. One is that organizations may not find value that an exclusive user experience designer should be there, but they want that the person who is already in design, they pick up the necessary component and do that work. So product designer, if you are also gaining some experience or expertise in this, is very useful. Some people also view that UX designer is not very close part of the design team, so they are a bit isolated. So if the design group itself can absorb that, the core design group that is useful. And due to the subjective nature of UX design, evaluating the effectiveness and return on investment of UX design using quantitative measures remains a challenge. So that is another question. I mean, whether this gain is through UX design or not, that remains a question. So it is always good that if the product designer also can have a good grasp on user experience. That is both way good. from the product design aspect also, and that getting that job done also. Particularly, see, the small units and startups cannot usually afford to engage dedicated employees for UX design, where there is a great scope. That as a product designer, you are already a product engineer, product designer, and now if you can do that, your value will increase. Training existing product design staff in corporate organization in such situation in the principle and processes of UX would be purposeful. So by training them up would be beneficial, by training the product engineers and product designers in UX design. So that is why we have brought in, so that you have the exposure here, so that you can take it up as course of your future action. So that is what we wanted to come to, that once we know what is to be done, and then in the course of action what is to be done. So in conclusion, we know that what we have discussed, the discourse begins with the imperatives of user designing, user experience in product engineering, and the practice of it not being very old. As I said, we started with the prospecting. So what will happen if we learn this kind of a thing, and we discussed the principles of this UX and UI, and finally we have talked about the softwares and the tools and methodologies of different softwares, VR, AR, MR, etc. And we have discussed also the skill set that is required to achieve the objective of the UX, so that the overall product improves, overall business improves, and the opportunity of that engineer or designer improves. So this is the reference, and I'm sure that as you'd be using some of the softwares that I have given, downloading and using that, the free version, you'd get more interest in this, and you will become more knowledgeable and will be able to use it. I hope this discussion helped. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Chitwan Lalji, a PhD student of Health Economics under the supervision of Dr. Debayan Pakrashi from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur. In one of my essays, I'm interested in understanding the relationship between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. Health indicators, both subjective and objective health indicators like mental health, self-assessed health, various measures of blood pressure, and various measures of cholesterol. Measures of blood pressure like systolic and diastolic BP. You have your incidence of high BP, MAP, and incidence of high MAP. And as far as cholesterol is concerned, I have tried to concentrate more on total cholesterol, good cholesterol, and incidence of high cholesterol. Now, before I go on to what have been my major contributions and various policy implications, I would like to briefly tell you about the policy initiatives of WHO and various countries. The WHO, that is the World Health Organization, it started with a campaign of 5 a day. That is, you should have 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. That would be approximately, you could say, 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Now, a portion, before we go further, I'll just tell you what exactly is a portion. One portion is equivalent to a medium-sized apple, or one small glass of fruit juice, which is approximately 150 milliliters, and maybe 3 teaspoons of vegetables. So the WHO went with a 5 a day campaign, which was further taken up by various countries. Countries like UK, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, they adopted the 5 a day policy, while some went for expansionary dietary policies like France, Australia, Canada, Denmark. So, for example, Australia, it went for 2+5 policy, in which it said that you should consume 2 portions of fruits and 5 portions of vegetables per day. And USA went for a policy of fruits and vegetables, more matters. That is, you must consume more and more fruits and vegetables. Now, irrespective of these expansionary dietary policies and dietary propagations, it has been found that only 28% of women and 25% of men, they actually meet the recommended dietary norms of 5 a day portion. So the major contribution of my work is firstly to find an association between fruits and vegetables, whether there exists a relationship between fruits and vegetables and health indicators, and if they exist, whether due to heterogeneity in the data, so I will be doing it according to age, by gender, and by your weight. So apart from that, I will go for policy recommendations, in which I am basically studying how much fruits and vegetables matter. Apart from that, which type matters more. So for that, I have taken data from the Health Survey of England. Health Survey of England is an annual survey which takes data, which conducts information regularly on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. You have your lifestyle behaviors, like an individual smokes or doesn't smoke, alcohol consumption, you have your sedentary and physical activities, and you have various health indicators also which have been collected. Before I go on to what exactly is my research, I would like to concentrate more on fruits and vegetables, like what kind of questions were asked in the survey. Questions like, what kind of fresh fruit do you eat? Did you eat any dried fruit yesterday? Don't count dried fruits in cereals, cakes. Apart from that, for vegetables, they asked how many tablespoons of vegetables did you eat yesterday? So approximately after this whole survey was conducted, data was converted into portions of fruits, and like for example, 3 tablespoons of vegetables is equivalent to 1 portion. So data was converted and provided to the users, that is us, from the UK Data Health Survey. So the major contributions of my paper is that I found a strong negative association between intake of fruits and self-assessed health, then various measures of blood pressure like mean arterial pressure, high mean arterial pressure, high blood pressure, systolic and diastolic BP, and your total cholesterol. Apart from that, I have found a strong positive association between consumption of vegetables and good cholesterol. So it is recommended in a way that if you want to control your blood pressure, you must consume more and more fruits. And as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact your good cholesterol. Apart from that, I went in for a falsification test. A falsification test is basically conducted to know whether the model that you have adopted and the conclusions that you are drawing are not spurious. So if a falsification test is done to know, in a way it is tested by seeing an indicator, a health indicator, which is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and then we see whether there is significant result or not. If there is no significant result, that means your model is good and your results are non-spurious. So what we did is, for falsification test, we took ear complaints and infectious diseases. Now ear complaints, like if you are deaf since birth or you have some kind of imbalance, body imbalance, that is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and we did find insignificant results. Apart from that, infectious diseases like HIV, AIDS, etc., we found similar insignificant results, indicating that our results are non-spurious. Apart from that, we went, since there was a lot of heterogeneity in the data, like by gender, by age, and by weight. We did the regression analysis. We found results which stated that as far as fruits are concerned, it impacts a male's health more than a female's health. So it is basically said a man should consume more fruits to impact his health, whereas as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact a woman's health more. But this has been only seen as far as cholesterol is concerned, the various measures of cholesterol like total cholesterol, good cholesterol, and your incidence of getting high cholesterol. Now after this, we went in for a policy implication, and in the policy implication we tried to find 2 policy implications: what matters and exactly how much portion matters. So as far as how much portion matters, we have found that on an average, 5 or more portions of fruits impact your overall health, that is your self-assessed health, your MAP, your incidence of high MAP, and incidence of high BP. But if you want to have a good mental health, so you can optimize your mental health by consuming 3 or 4 portions of fruits as well. And similarly, as far as self-assessed health and total cholesterol is concerned, an individual must consume 4 to 5 portions to optimally have the impact of consumption of fruits. Apart from that, vegetables have had a very little impact on your health. It only impacts your incidence of getting high MAP and high BP, and it's seen that only it impacts when you consume 5 or more portions of fruits. So an optimum consumption of 5 or more portions of fruits and vegetables are recommended, but fruits have a more impact on your overall health, on various measures like self-assessed health, mental health, your various measures of blood pressure and various cholesterol levels. Another thing that we find is which type of fruit matters. It has been seen that all size fruits, they impact your self-assessed health, your systolic and diastolic blood pressure, your mean arterial pressure, your high BP and incidence of getting high MAP and high cholesterol. But we find that as far as frozen fruits or canned fruits are concerned, they help in regulating your incidence of getting high MAP or high BP, but it has a trade-off. That means there is something negative happening. It reduces the good cholesterol in your body. Apart from this, if you have an incidence of getting high cholesterol, it is recommended that you must consume fruit juices because it has a impact in reducing your probability of getting high cholesterol. And dried fruits, they impact your self-assessed health. As far as vegetables are concerned, very little impact has been seen. It has only been seen in case of portion of salads and its association with self-assessed health. Another thing that they have seen is vegetables in composite, they have an association with good cholesterol. So overall, my research basically says that there is an association between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators, and it is highly recommended that an individual, in order to be healthy, must consume 5 or more portions of fruits and 5 or more portions of vegetables per day. But fruits have a more impact on your overall health. Apart from that, all size fruits, they have a better impact on your overall health, your mental health, various measures of blood pressure and cholesterol. So, thank you.
Hello, I am A.K. Sharma and I teach sociology in IIT Kanpur. I am attempting to answer a simple question, what is sociology? Now friends, one simple answer would be that sociology is a study of human behavior. And this study of human behavior has a history. Actually, due to growth of science, technology, and due to industrialization and economic development in the West, initially there was a hope that by application of science and technology, the face of this world can be changed to the advantage of mankind. But what was found or what was observed, that this did not happen. And despite economic development, urbanization, industrialization, surveys showed that poverty had increased, unemployment had increased, even health conditions became worse. And today you will be surprised to know that there was a time when death rate of urban areas was higher than the death rate of rural areas. Cities or the places of development, industrialization and education and enlightenment became consumers of rural population. So people started asking, why is it so? And some philosophers, engineers, mathematicians who contributed to emergence of a discipline like sociology started thinking that perhaps we need a new subject in which we will apply the same tools and techniques which are being used by scientists, mathematicians, physicists, chemists, but we will study human behavior. In other words, we will try to discover if there are laws of human behavior, and by applying those laws, perhaps in the future, the condition of mankind can be improved. This is how sociology developed. Initially, Auguste Comte called this social physics. He also used terms like social statics and social dynamics, the usual division of mathematics. And he believed that social statics will study relationship between different parts of society, and social dynamics will study relationship between parts of society and total society, change in total society. Now, you may ask that if sociology is the study of human behavior, there are many other branches of social sciences which study human behavior, economics, anthropology, psychology, etc., etc. The difference between sociology and these disciplines is that while in these disciplines we study one specific aspect of human behavior, like economics will study production and distribution of wealth, psychology will study cognitive processes or mental models or personality, social psychology will study personality, anthropology will study culture. Now, somebody has to relate one aspect of human behavior with the other aspects, or one social fact with the other. These are all social facts for us. And if somebody tries to link cognitive processes with economic conditions or urbanization or caste system or religion, or somebody tries to relate urbanization with human psyche, or somebody tries to correlate cultural context with economic behavior, then it becomes sociology. So, sociology combines different areas which are individually studied by different disciplines. And sociology also studies new questions which are not studied by any existing subject so far. So, like these days issues of waste disposal, entropy, environment, safety, urban places as new geomorphological systems come up, and we want to correlate one aspect of urbanization, say percentage of population living in urban areas, and risk, environmental risk, carbon dioxide, this emission, that emission. Now, which will be the first discipline to take interest in these things? Because sociology. So, sociology not only combines facts from different aspects of society, sociology also addresses new questions. And I can also say that one central feature of sociology is to explain individual behavior or individual psyche in terms of properties of larger society. In simple terms, if you imagine that there are two aspects of human behavior, individual and society, then while other disciplines like psychology are focusing more on individual, we study characteristics of individuals in terms of certain characteristics of larger society. This is what sociology does. Sociology is very useful for planners. Sociology is useful for answering new questions, as I said, which have not been answered by any existing discipline. And I would say that sociology is especially helpful for self enlightenment or for developing empathy, because sociology only tells you that there are no right or wrong answers of social issues. It is not physics, it is not mathematics, it does not have fixed answers to issues, because questions can be looked at from variety of perspectives. So, role of perspectives, thinking, interest, power, etc., also come up in answering social questions. And it is this aspect that something can be looked at from variety of perspective, that something can be looked at from the perspective of government, the same thing can be looked at entirely differently from the perspective of people, or from the perspective of NGOs, or from the perspective of experts. So, this realization, this takes us to self enlightenment and empathy. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. Today we are going to read a section from Virginia Woolf's novel Orlando. And the section that we are going to listen to today is perhaps one of the finest descriptions of the winter season in English literature. It is also a very fine piece of what we call fantasy writing. I have made a few changes to the original to adapt it for the purpose of reading. The Great Frost was, historians tell us, the most severe that has ever visited these islands. Birds froze in mid-air and fell like stones to the ground. At Norwich, a young countrywoman started to cross the road in her usual robust health and was seen by the onlookers to turn visibly to powder and be blown in a puff of dust over the roofs. The mortality among sheep and cattle was enormous. Corpses froze and could not be drawn from the sheets. It was no uncommon sight to come upon a whole herd of swine frozen immovable upon the road. The fields were full of shepherds, ploughmen, teams of horses, and little bird-scaring boys, all struck stark in the act of the moment. One with his hand to his nose, another with a bottle to his lips, a third with a stone raised to throw at the ravens, who sat upon the hedge within a yard of him as if they were stuffed birds. The severity of the frost was so extraordinary that a kind of petrification sometimes ensued. It was commonly supposed that the great increase of rocks in some parts of Derbyshire was due to no eruption, for there was no eruptions. Rather, it was supposed that they were due to the solidification of unfortunate wayfarers who had been turned literally to stones where they stood. The church could give little help in the matter, and though some landowners had these relics blessed, the most part preferred to use them either as landmarks, scratching posts for sheep, or when the form of the stone allowed, drinking troughs for cattle, which purpose they serve admirably for the most part to this day. But while the country people suffered the extremity of want, and the trade of the country was at a standstill, London enjoyed a carnival of utmost brilliance. The new king directed that the river, which was frozen to a depth of 20 feet, should be swept, decorated, and given all the semblance of a park or pleasure ground, with arbors, mazes, alleys, drinking booths, all at his expense, of course. Frozen roses fell in showers when the Queen and her ladies walked abroad. Colored balloons hovered motionless in the air. Here and there burnt vast bonfires of cedar and oak wood, lavishly salted so that the flame were of green, orange, and purple fire. But however fiercely they burnt, the heat was not enough to melt the ice, which, though of singular transparency, was yet of the hardness of steel. So clear, indeed, was the ice that there could be seen, congealed at a depth of several feet, here a porpoise, there a flounder. Shoals of eels lay motionless in a trance, but whether their state was one of death or merely of suspended animation which the warmth would revive, puzzled the philosophers. In short, nothing could exceed the brilliancy and gaiety of the scene by day. But it was at night that the carnival was at its merriest. The nights were of perfect stillness. The moon and stars blazed with the hard fixity of diamonds, and to the fine music of flute and trumpet the courtiers danced. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippet.
When Copernicus said the earth revolves round the sun, it was considered blasphemy. When Galileo said the earth was round, we thought he was mad. When Darwin said that monkeys are the ancestors of man, we thought he had lost it. When the ecologists said this was the end of the world and the human race, we didn't believe them.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Welcome to lecture 17. In this lecture we will cover demographic models, and this is the first part. So the different concepts that will be covered in this lecture are demographic models, demographic projection techniques, parametric and semi-parametric models, demographic projection techniques, mathematical methods. So we will go into detail of mathematical methods in these concepts, and the other methods will be covered in part 2 of this lecture. So demographic models basically refer to models where we actually try to predict the different values of demographic indicators in a future time period. For that we need to build models, and these models not only help planners or researchers to detect and correct wrong data, impute missing data, and predict from existing or partial data using mathematical or statistical formulas. So these models, what we can do is, when we have a model, we can predict, and when we can predict for future years, and if we do that, then even if we have some wrong data or if there is a missing data, we can fill up those gaps by using these models. And we can predict from existing or partial data also. That means if we have only a partial data of a population of some population subgroups, then we can also, using these models, we can predict for the entire population. So in these models, several indicators are studied, such as mortality rate, fertility rate, population growth rate, total population, and so on. So that means when we are talking about demographic models, it not only covers the total population, it covers all the different components as well, like the mortality rate of the population, the fertility rate, how it increases over time, and so on. Demographic models not only focus on time to determine trends, but can also predict trends across societies, regions, or subpopulations. So that means demographic models can also predict that, okay, over a time period there is certain change in fertility of a particular population age group, or a particular, or for the female population for a particular area, but it may also have a certain trend over across several geographic areas. So that also could be predicted. Urban and regional planners use population forecasting for effective policy design and for determining planning interventions. So, predicting population is the most important task of demographic modeling, and population projections are the starting point also for land use and transportation planning, which is the focus of this course, and also for economic and infrastructure development. So, if we can project the population, and not only the population, the different demographic indicators as well as the population components like the as per age and sex groups, if we can project this data, then only we can start planning for a future time period. That means when we are doing a land use transportation plan for an urban area, we need to first ascertain what is going to be the future population, and then again this future population has to be determined not only for the total population but also for each individual population subgroup, and then the population subgroup based on its, as discussed in the previous lecture, it could be a 2-dimensional one, 3-dimensional one, or so on. That means we need to have subcategories, like for example a population group of a certain income category belonging to a particular gender and a particular age group can be a small population subgroup. So, population growth is also presented in form of a range with high and a low estimate. That means whenever we are, because since we are projecting the population and there are so many unknowns, so it is better to have a range of estimate with a high and a low value instead of having a single value. So, population forecast is not necessarily the most probable future. That means when we are talking about population forecast, we are in most cases we are assuming the current fertility and the mortality rates of the population along with fixed number of immigrants who are coming into the particular urban area, which is exogenously determined or based on certain estimates or based on previous historical data and so on. And using this we can predict population for a future time period. But as you can understand that because we are using older or existing current fertility rates and mortality rates, there maybe we are not forecasting it perfectly, but still it is a population forecast which could be used for future determination of policies, and it could be used for determining the future policies and the future activities of that particular area, but it may not be the most probable future. So, we are not determining the probability of a likely population figure for a particular time period. So, population growth can also be predicted by estimating actual probability of future mortality, fertility and migration rate to test the effects of various policies. So, sometimes we can also do detailed studies where we can determine what should be the future mortality rates, future fertility rates based on other indicators or other relationships that these particular indicators have with like for example age or with the income levels and so on, and then we can predict future values for these particular indicators, and from that we can also estimate the final population. So, that would be a more better estimate, but it is again very difficult. Many people also formulate laws of population growth to predict future changes. That means they find those relationships that okay, mortality is related with age. That means the more there is the age increases, there is higher chance of mortality. So, they may form a certain law or a certain rule, and usually it matches to some extent with the population of certain country, but we may find that when we try to fit that same equation in another country, it may not fit, or we may want to fit that data for all age groups, that particular relationship for all age groups, it may also not fit. So, in many cases actual events does not match this theoretical expectations. So, once we know that these are the different kind of demographic models that we have to form, we can understand we have to develop these projection techniques for different demographic indicators. So, URDPFI has listed two simple techniques, two ways of projecting particularly population. So, these are simple techniques where we just project through extrapolation, and then there are analytical techniques where projection values is the dependent variable and is based on some independent variables, that is based on certain relationship. And in other literature we have found that different projection techniques, particularly population projection techniques, are listed as mathematical methods, economic methods and component based projection methods. So, these are the three primary ways we can project population. But before we go into projecting population, there are so many other parameters like mortality, fertility, which needs to be also projected, and for that we can develop parametric models or semi-parametric models. And as we know that demographic indicators vary across different age groups. So, this could be actually determined using these parametric models, like how this particular demographic indicator like mortality, fertility varies between the different age groups. And here we can say that we can form a relationship using certain parameters that this particular fertility or mortality is related with few parameters like age, gender, or it could be based on certain income group and so on. So, these are the parameters. We would like to keep this number of parameters as less as possible, and there must be a function which relates this with the actual demographic indicator, and which is called a shape component. And then which this captures the age effect. That means higher the age, this function actually predicts it as per that. This function shows how the different age groups are related with this demographic indicator. And then there is a modification component in this equation, which is basically that which reflects the group's membership. What it means is there are several age groups. Because this population is in this particular age group, there has to be certain changes in the equation or certain considerations in the equation. So, the form of the equation has got the functional form shows or relates to the shape component, how this growth happens, and the parameter values is related with the modification component. Now, this could be done with a curve fitting exercise with existing data. So, we have existing data. We try to fit a particular curve. It may be an exponential curve, or it may be a linear relationship, or any kind of pattern we can try to fit in that, and whichever shows the best relationship, we can adopt that particular function. So, Gompers in 1825, he said that mortality rates in humans increase exponentially with age. So, this is a particular law that is being framed. And this function is, we can call it in form, when we make a parametric model out of this, we can say mortality or hazard is a log linear function of age. So, as you can see over here. So, we have got mu x, which is mortality at age x, we are taking the log value, is equal to a plus bx, where x a is the parameter for level of mortality at young age, and b is the parameter for rate of increase in mortality with age. So, that is how our particular relationship is being defined, and a and b are the parameter values which is modified as per the age group. That means, for young people their mortality is less. So, that is why a value could be a fixed value, and then b value will change with that particular age group. Similarly, for determining the age pattern of first marriage, Cole made or suggested a double exponential curve function, and as given over here, two exponentials are taken. So, here Rx denotes the hazard rate or risk of first marriage at age x. So, that means at what is the likely chance of a girl marrying at a particular age, or the risk of a girl marrying at a particular age. So, this is again a parametric function trying to find that at what age a girl is likely to marry, because that will lead to maybe childbirth and so on. So, these are the different, this is how we can estimate the different indicators and how it is related with age groups, and even as we can say that when a population transitions from one age group, or a group of persons transitions from age group to another, how the fertility rates or how the nuptial rates will change. So, that could be determined using this equation. But both of these equations, as we can see, that they may fit to a particular population, they may not to fit to a particular population, or for it may not fit with different age groups. So, to ensure better fit, we can restrict the use of these equations to certain limited number of ages, or we can add some other parameters in the equation to make it more flexible. So these are the problems with this kind of equation, and these models also lack behavioral and theoretical interpretations for different parameters, because we are finding the best curve fit and then we are saying that this is how the population fertility rate will change, or this likelihood of a person marrying at a certain age will change, but actually there are no theoretical interpretations for that. And parameter models are also difficult when we compare two populations, because the parameter values A and B values will change, as we are seeing in the previous equation, and that will make it difficult to compare between the two populations. So in semi-parametric models, this is taken care of to a certain extent, where semi-parametric models are mostly similar to parametric models, but this allows age dependency to be unconstrained. So that means that age pattern is empirically estimated. That means changes in the values of those parameters is estimated from some empirical data. So usually we like, for example, Brass in 1968 he created some relational life tables, where for example we have for different age groups he has given certain mortality values. For age group 15 to 25 there is a certain value, for age group 25 to 35 there is a certain value, and 35 to 45 the rate probably increases, but he has given some fixed value. So mortality rate of maybe 2, maybe then 3, maybe 4, it may keep on increasing. But next what we do is, when we use an equation, of course, so mortality schedule is modified by two parameters through a logit equation as given by Brass. So here we can see the equation where we have two parameters, alpha and beta. These are the parameters characterizing this particular population group or subgroup, like whichever age group they are in, and Pxj is the probability of survival to age x in population group J, and P star Jx is the probability of survival of age x in a selected standard table. So this is where, that means this rate is being considered. Now what it means is, if we survey a particular population, or we cannot survey the entire population, maybe we have got the mortality values of two age groups, like maybe 15 to 25 we can get from survey values. We find it is around 3, or we can also have around 45 to 60 we have another value which is of a certain maybe around 5. Now we can say that we will compare this with this value and also this with the value from the table, that standard table that is already there, and then we will adjust this alpha and beta values by based on this empirical data, and then we can compute it for all the other age groups which are missing from the data. So surveys provide mortality data of some age group, and we can fill the rest by comparing this data with a suitable standard life table to determine alpha and beta values, which is already given. So we can compare that, and we can based on the relationship that we can generate, we can fill up the values for the age groups which are not provided in the data set. So this is a semi-parametric model. So that is more or less adjustable compared to the previous models. Now coming to population projection, as we discussed, there are different methods. So in this lecture we will discuss only the mathematical methods, and the other two methods, the economic methods and the component methods, this will be taken up in the next lecture. So in mathematical methods, here we predict population for a future time period using population growth rate from a past period or from another population showing similar characteristics. That means we can either consider the growth rate of in previous time periods, and we can say the same growth rate is going to continue, or from population of similar characteristics in a different urban area, and we can say that, well, that area is almost similar and they are having this kind of growth rate, so we can adopt that as well. So either predicting net rate of population growth So we can predict either net rate of population growth could be predicted, or birth rates, death rates, and rates of immigration and emigration we can also determine to predict the growth of each future period. So we can individually predict this and then estimate the future growth for a future population growth for a particular period, or we can directly predict the future population growth. So these are called mathematical models, since equations use rates as functions of time instead of specific factors or attributes which may influence the growth rate in a time period. So unlike the parametric models, this actually considers only the previous population growth rates, which is a function of time, and it doesn't consider relationship with other components. Calculations are also for the total population, and we don't consider different population age groups. So we don't say that for different population age group the growth rate is different. Subsequently, projected values of total, once the total projection is determined or the total population is determined after projection, then we divide it as per sex, age, or other characteristics to get the values for each population component. Growth rate may not be constant and may follow a curve. So instead of saying the same growth rate would be adopted, we can say the growth rate can also follow a particular relationship or a particular curve. And usually the logistic growth rate represents a trend of growth or a growth curve, which is very, very popular. And this actually, this particular logistic curve actually is something like that, where initially the growth rate is low, then it picks up, and then again it stabilizes. So, and stabilizes and almost becomes zero. There is no further growth rate. So it's almost zero. So this follows the universal biological law of growth. So most of the, many things in nature actually show this kind of growth pattern, and that's why logistic growth curve in cases in many cities or many urban areas where there is normal growth, there is no special event, we can follow a logistic growth curve, and it gives very accurate results. So this method is applied if population growth is regular and there is no major societal and economic changes, and age structure, that is for logistical curve, and age structure should also be consistent. That means the age structure also doesn't go through very, very radical changes. In case there are a lot of changes in the above population characteristics, future arithmetic or geometric rate of growth can be modified by a certain ratio from present rates. That means if we feel that there is a lot of change in the population characteristics in the coming years, we can, instead of using direct future arithmetic or geometric rates, that will be shown in the next in the coming slides, explained in the coming slides. So instead of logistic curve, we can use a linear increase rate or a geometric increase rate like this, and we can say that in future years the geometric rate that we are estimating for previous years, we can also increase it by a certain ratio. But the problem is the logistic curve method, we cannot modify the particular rate. So we have, in mathematical methods, we have got several sub methods: arithmetic increase method, geometric increase method, incremental increase method, logistic curve method, and graphical methods are not arithmetic methods, but it almost could be because it is done manually, it's using graph paper. We can say that it is similar to almost this kind of methods, where we just extend the previous growth. And there is also, we can say that we can also take the population from other urban areas, and following that we can also model that growth in a particular urban area. So that means this kind of models actually assume that this current urban area is following the similar economic and social or growth pattern as the urban area A is following same as B. So that's why we are taking the growth rates of B and putting it for A. If we don't have data for A, whereas we have got data for B. But similarly, we can say that if we have one urban area and we have a larger urban area, we can adopt the growth. If we have data for the larger area, we can adopt the rate for this particular overall area for the smaller area as well. So this could be called a mathematical method, but it could be also called an economical method, because we assume that the same economic growth pattern of the larger area is being adopted for the smaller area. So, this will be covered in the next lecture. So, in arithmetic increase method, which is pretty straightforward, the rate of change of population with time is constant. So, dp by dt is the rate of population change, and m is the population growth rate, pt is the population at time t, p0 is the initial population, and t is time in decades, or it could be even every year, does not matter. So, we see that pt is equal to p0 plus mt. So, p0 is the initial population, and mt is just multiplying the the population growth rate with the time period. So, in example you can see over here, this is pretty again straightforward. We have got data for 1991, 2001 and 2011. This is the population data for Mendipur district, and what we can see is we can estimate, using this data we can estimate the population for year 2021 or 2031 using this method, where we see here that we are first estimating the increase in the population from 1991 to 2001. So, the first decade, and we see there is a huge rise over here from 8,20,000, it becomes 8 crore 38,000, 8 crore 38 lakhs or 83 lakhs, sorry, and then it again increases further over here, and then we can also compute this value. And now that we have got two increases, we take average of those two increases as shown over here, and this is the increase per year, average increase per year. And then if we want to find the population for year 2021, which is roughly 3 decades, we divide by 10, we get 3 decades, and we just multiply the base year data, that is 1991 data, with 3 times the increased data, and we get a value of around 161 lakhs over here, or 1 crore 61 lakhs. Similarly, for 2031 we get around 2 crore 11 lakhs 97,669. So, this is a very simple way of extending or projecting the population, and but some problems may occur. As you can see, there is huge increase during this period from 1991 to 2001, but then the increase has slowed. But when we are estimating the population for a future year, we are not considering this change in rate, change in the growth rate. Then coming to geometric increase method, in geometric increase method it is assumed that percentage increase in population is constant with time. So, here the formula is Pt equal to P0 into 1 plus m to the power t, where t is the time in decades again, P0 is the initial population, Pt is population at time t, and m is the average geometric rate of change. So, we are taking the geometric rate of change and the average value for that. So, as in example we can see the same, we are using the same population figures. So, here we can see this is the increase value as estimated earlier. We see there is an increase of around 10 times. That means the population here has increased by 10 times. Then in 2011 we can see that the population has increased by only like 0.19 times. So, which is a much less. So, average increase is estimated through geometric mean, which is both of them multiplied, and then we take a root of them. If it was 3 times, then we have taken we would have taken to the power, this would have been 1/3, 0.33, and then we, using this method, we can estimate that Pt equal to P0 plus 1 plus m to the power t. So, for 2021 we take the base year value plus 1 plus the rate to the power 3, and then for this one to the power 4, and we get a population of 115 lakhs and 277 lakhs during these 2 time periods. So, if I had got 2021 data, then we would have 3 values, and then this would have been the geometric mean of these 3 values. So, in incremental increase method, this method is an improvement upon the previous 2 methods, but again there are some issues with this method as well. So, here we divide the increase of population into 2 parts. One is the average, the first is the average of the increase in the population is estimated by arithmetic method. So, that means we determine the straightforward increase in the population over here, and we take the average, this is the total increase, and we take the average increase per year, which is 15800, and then we estimate the net incremental increase is also estimated. So, here we increase that, okay, how much is this change happening, that means every year how much amount of change is happening between the 2 years. So, here we can see that there is change of 2000 in the amount of increase that has happened, and then for the next year there is 5000, then there is a negative change, then we take average of this and we get a average increase of 2067. Now, what we do is we estimate the total population at time t by taking the initial population, and then we have got two components. The first is t into m, where we multiply the time in decades into the rate of increase for each decade. This is similar to arithmetic, and then we add another component where we multiply k, which is the rate of change in increase for each decade, which is this one, into t plus 1 divided by 2. So, this is based on the number of time periods we are estimating for. So, if there are 3 time periods, so 3 into 4 divided by 2, so that is into 6. So, here we can see if we using this method, if I estimate the population for year 2021 and year 2031, we have the base year population 52,000 plus 5 into 15,800, which is the arithmetic part, and then this is the incremental increase part that we are estimating, and we get a population figure like this, and same we get another population figure like this. So, if I draw this increases, you draw these projections, how it looks in a graph, we can see that the linear projection is pretty straightforward. That means it increases in the same rate. So, this is arithmetic projection. In geometric projection, the rate of increase is low during the first years, and then suddenly it picks up. So, this could be applied in cases when there is transformation in the society, like lot of industrialization is happening. So, there is over here, and so there is lot of change. And suddenly the population starts growing. So, here geometric projection may be useful, but in most cases it is very difficult to use this kind of projection because it will it overestimates. And then we have the incremental increase method, where we have seen it's a little bit in between both arithmetic progression and geometric progression, but the progress is but the rate of increase is more appropriate. And then if we compare these three, we can see these are the two variants. So, this is linear, this is the arithmetic projection, this is the incremental increase, and this is the geometric increase. So, finally, we come to the logistic curve method, and this is used when the city is growing normally and not experiencing any extraordinary events. So, when the population of the area is plotted against time, and the resulting curve will be S-shaped as discussed earlier, that means it would show something like this. And the mathematical solution to this logistic curve, which was given by Warrels, is given below. So, this is the mathematical solution for this, where k is a constant value over here, and Ps is the population at saturation. So, this is saturation value of population. So, Ps, P is the population at time t from origin j. We are trying to estimate the population at a certain time period, and P0 is the population of an area at point j, that is the starting point population, and T is the number of years. So, we can say that based on this particular equation, where we are taking where we are estimating the taking the saturation value into k and into time period t on this side, and we have the log values of both, where we are taking both Ps minus p divided by p and minus log e and to the again with Ps minus p0 by divided by p0, and we finally come to the point where p could be estimated as the saturation value divided by 1 plus m into log e to the power minus 1 nt, where m is Ps minus P0 by P0, which is population as saturation minus population of that initial population that we are talking about, and n equal to minus k into p to the power Ps. So, Ps is the saturation value of population. So, this particular equation, this was further worked on, and MacLean suggested 3 observations suggested that based on 3 observations we can predict the population at a certain time period using the logistic curve method. That is, if P0, P1 and P2 at time T0, T1 and T2 are available from historical records, and we take that T0 is the 0th year, the first time period, and T1 and T2 is related so that T2 is equal to 2 times T1. So, we have equal gaps between the 2 time period. Then mathematical expression for calculating Ps, m and n can be written as Ps equal to 2 P0 into P1 into P2 minus P1 square within brackets P0 plus P2 n bracket and divided by P0 into P2 minus P1 whole square. And m remains same, and a Ps minus P0 by P0 and n equal to minus 2.3 by T1 into log to the base 10 P0, and as you can see over here in the equation. So, using this formula for the year for this particular example, we can see that we have population in 3 time periods, and P0 is 78,000, that is time period 0. Then P1 is 97,000, which is time period 10, and P2 is for 1,15,000, which is for time period T2, which is 20. So, this is the first decade and the second decade, and we can estimate Ps using this particular formula, which comes to around 17622, and m value is, this is the saturation population beyond which the population will not grow further, and we can estimate this is the m value, and n value could be estimated over here, and putting it in previous equations from the last page over here, this equation, we can find that P for the year 2021 could be estimated as 17622, which is the Ps value, and divided by this particular based on that previous equation, and we get a value of 1,18,270. So, this is the projected population for year 2021. So, this is how we can get this using logistic curve method. So, finally, we come to graphical method, and as you can understand that all the other methods that we discussed till now, they are to some extent making assumptions such as the growth rate will remain same. Then in the next one, we are following a geometric growth rate, that is, there is increasingly the population growth will accelerate, and then we have the incremental method and the logistic curve method. We are assuming that there is going to be a saturation value. So, in addition, we can also follow a graphical method, where based on we can first plot the existing data that we have got for different population data for different time periods. In here, what we can do is population is plotted in the y-axis, and year or the time is plotted in x-axis, and it could be plotted in a suitable scale to. So, this will actually help us to understand the past trend in a visual way. So, we can see it is not exactly straight, it is a curve to some extent. So, this growth curve can be extended smoothly to estimate the future population by comparing the curve with the curve of other cities with similar growth pattern. So, that means we can understand that population with this kind of cities with this kind of curve, how they have grown over time, and we can also adopt the kind of curve those cities have taken, and we can extend this curve. And usually this could be done for short term population projection and not for very long term projection, because there is a lot of without any particular methodology, we can end up with a lot of assumptions on the on the part of the person who is actually doing this extension, who is doing the extension. And then this could be done for projection periods maximum of 10 years, and if it is the different demographic trends are stable, that means population is stable, then we can do a maximum for 10 years, where for volatile trends, that means the population is going through a lot of changes and all, then this kind of method could be adopted only for 5 years. So these are the references you can follow. So to conclude, demographic projections are undertaken for both population and other demographic indicators. The projection method adopted is as per the geographical area, demographic characteristics, their rate of change and the projection time period. An incremental increase method and logistic method are the most popular mathematical methods for population projection. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chitwan Lalji, a PhD student of Health Economics under the supervision of Dr. Debayan Pakrashi from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur. In one of my essays, I'm interested in understanding the relationship between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. Health indicators, both subjective and objective health indicators like mental health, self-assessed health, various measures of blood pressure and various measures of cholesterol. Measures of blood pressure like systolic and diastolic BP. You have your incidence of high BP, MAP and incidence of high MAP. And as far as cholesterol is concerned, I have tried to concentrate more on total cholesterol, good cholesterol and incidence of high cholesterol. Now before I go on to what have been my major contributions and various policy implications, I would like to briefly tell you about the policy initiatives of WHO and various countries. The WHO, that is the World Health Organization, it started with a campaign of 5 a day. That is, you should have 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. That would be approximately, you could say, 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Now, a portion, before we go further, I'll just tell you what exactly is a portion. One portion is equivalent to a medium-sized apple, or one small glass of fruit juice, which is approximately 150 milliliters, and maybe 3 teaspoons of vegetables. So the WHO went with the 5 a day campaign, which was further taken up by various countries. Countries like UK, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, they adopted the 5 a day policy, while some went for expansionary dietary policies like France, Australia, Canada, Denmark. So for example, Australia, it went for 2+5 policy, in which it said that you should consume 2 portions of fruits and 5 portions of vegetables per day. And USA went for a policy of fruits and vegetables more matters. That is, you must consume more and more fruits and vegetables. Now, irrespective of these expansionary dietary policies and dietary propagations, it has been found that only 28% of women and 25% of men, they actually meet the recommended dietary norms of 5 a day portion. So the major contribution of my work is firstly to find an association between fruits and vegetables, whether there exists a relationship between fruits and vegetables and health indicators, and if there exist, whether due to heterogeneity in the data, so I will be doing it according to age, by gender and by your weight. So apart from that, I will go for policy recommendations, in which I am basically studying how much fruits and vegetables matter. Apart from that, which type matters more. So for that, I have taken data from the Health Survey of England. Health Survey of England is an annual survey which takes data, which conducts information regularly on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. You have your lifestyle behaviors like an individual smokes or doesn't smoke, alcohol consumption, you have your sedentary and physical activities, and you have various health indicators also which have been collected. Before I go on to what exactly is my research, I would like to concentrate more on fruits and vegetables, like what kind of questions were asked in the survey. Questions like, what kind of fresh fruit do you eat? Did you eat any dried fruit yesterday? Don't count dried fruits in cereals, cakes. Apart from that, for vegetables, they asked how many tablespoons of vegetables did you eat yesterday? So approximately after this whole survey was conducted, data was converted into portions of fruits, and like for example, 3 tablespoons of vegetables is equivalent to 1 portion. So data was converted and provided to the users, that is us, from the UK Data Health Survey. So the major contributions of my paper is that I found a strong negative association between intake of fruits and self-assessed health, then various measures of blood pressure like mean arterial pressure, high mean arterial pressure, high blood pressure, systolic and diastolic BP, and your total cholesterol. Apart from that, I have found a strong positive association between consumption of vegetables and good cholesterol. So it is recommended in a way that if you want to control your blood pressure, you must consume more and more fruits. And as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact your good cholesterol. Apart from that, I went in for a falsification test. A falsification test is basically conducted to know whether the model that you have adopted and the conclusions that you are drawing are not spurious. So, if a falsification test is done to know, in a way it is tested by seeing an indicator, a health indicator which is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and then we see whether there is significant result or not. If there is no significant result, that means your model is good and your results are non-spurious. So what we did is, for falsification test, we took ear complaints and infectious diseases. Now ear complaints, like if you are deaf since birth or you have some kind of imbalance, body imbalance, that is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and we did find insignificant results. Apart from that, infectious diseases like HIV, AIDS, etc., we found similar insignificant results, indicating that our results are non-spurious. Apart from that, we went, since there was a lot of heterogeneity in the data, like by gender, by age and by weight, we did the regression analysis. We found results which stated that as far as fruits are concerned, it impacts a male's health more than a female's health. So it is basically said a man should consume more fruits to impact his health, whereas as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact a women's health more. But this has been only seen as far as cholesterol is concerned. The various measures of cholesterol, like total cholesterol, good cholesterol, and your incidence of getting high cholesterol. Now, after this, we went in for a policy implication, and in the policy implication, we tried to find two policy implications: what matters and exactly how much portion matters. So as far as how much portion matters, we have found that on an average, 5 or more portions of fruits impact your overall health, that is your self-assessed health, your MAP, your incidence of high MAP and incidence of high BP. But if you want to have a good mental health, so you can optimize your mental health by consuming 3 or 4 portions of fruits as well. And similarly, as far as self-assessed health and total cholesterol is concerned, an individual must consume 4 to 5 portions to optimally have the impact of consumption of fruits. Apart from that, vegetables have had a very little impact on your health. It only impacts your incidence of getting high MAP and high BP, and it's seen that only it impacts when you consume 5 or more portions of fruits. So an optimum consumption of 5 or more portions of fruits and vegetables are recommended, but fruits have a more impact on your overall health, on various measures like self-assessed health, mental health, your various measures of blood pressure and various cholesterol levels. Another thing that we find is which type of fruit matters. It has been seen that all size fruits, they impact your self-assessed health, your systolic and diastolic blood pressure, your mean arterial pressure, your high BP and incidence of getting high MAP and high cholesterol. But we find that as far as frozen fruits or canned fruits are concerned, they help in regulating your incidence of getting high MAP or high BP, but it has a trade-off. That means there is something negative happening. It reduces the good cholesterol in your body. Apart from this, if you have an incidence of getting high cholesterol, it is recommended that you must consume fruit juices, because it has an impact in reducing your probability of getting high cholesterol. And dried fruits, they impact your self-assessed health. As far as vegetables are concerned, very little impact has been seen. It has only been seen in case of portion of salads and its association with self-assessed health. Another thing that they have seen is vegetables in composite, they have an association with good cholesterol. So overall, my research basically says that there is an association between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. And it is highly recommended that an individual, in order to be healthy, must consume 5 or more portions of fruits and 5 or more portions of vegetables per day. But fruits have a more impact on your overall health. Apart from that, all size fruits, they have a better impact on your overall health, your mental health, various measures of blood pressure and cholesterol. So, thank you.
Hello, I am A.K. Sharma and I teach sociology in IIT Kanpur. I am attempting to answer a simple question, what is sociology? Now friends, one simple answer would be that sociology is a study of human behavior. And this study of human behavior has a history. Actually, due to growth of science, technology, and due to industrialization and economic development in the West, initially there was a hope that by application of science and technology, the face of this world can be changed to the advantage of mankind. But what was found or what was observed, that this did not happen. And despite economic development, urbanization, industrialization, surveys showed that poverty had increased, unemployment had increased, even health conditions became worse. And today you will be surprised to know that there was a time when death rate of urban areas was higher than the death rate of rural areas. Cities or the places of development, industrialization and education and enlightenment became consumers of rural population. So people started asking, why is it so? And some philosophers, engineers, mathematicians who contributed to emergence of a discipline like sociology started thinking that perhaps we need a new subject in which we will apply the same tools and techniques which are being used by scientists, mathematicians, physicists, chemists, but we will study human behavior. In other words, we will try to discover if there are laws of human behavior, and by applying those laws, perhaps in the future the condition of mankind can be improved. This is how sociology developed. Initially, Auguste Comte called this social physics. He also used terms like social statics and social dynamics, the usual division of mathematics, and he believed that social statics will study relationship between different parts of society and social dynamics will study relationship between parts of society and total society, change in total society. Now you may ask that if sociology is the study of human behavior, there are many other branches of social sciences which study human behavior, economics, anthropology, psychology, etc., etc. The difference between sociology and these disciplines is that while in these disciplines we study one specific aspect of human behavior, like economics will study production and distribution of wealth, psychology will study cognitive processes or mental models or personality, social psychology will study personality, anthropology will study culture. Now somebody has to relate one aspect of human behavior with the other aspects, or one social fact with the other. These are all social facts for us. And if somebody tries to link cognitive processes with economic conditions or urbanization or caste system or religion, or somebody tries to relate urbanization with human psyche, or somebody tries to correlate cultural context with economic behavior, then it becomes sociology. So, sociology combines different areas which are individually studied by different disciplines. And sociology also studies new questions which are not studied by any existing subject so far. So, like these days issues of waste disposal, entropy, environment, safety, urban places as new geomorphological systems come up, and we want to correlate one aspect of urbanization, say percentage of population living in urban areas, and risk, environmental risk, carbon dioxide, this emission, that emission. Now, which will be the first discipline to take interest in these things? Because sociology. So, sociology not only combines facts from different aspects of society, sociology also addresses new questions. And I can also say that one central feature of sociology is to explain individual behavior or individual psyche in terms of properties of larger society. In simple terms, if you imagine that there are two aspects of human behavior, individual and society, then while other disciplines like psychology are focusing more on individual, we study characteristics of individuals in terms of certain characteristics of larger society. This is what sociology does. Sociology is very useful for planners. Sociology is useful for answering new questions, as I said, which have not been answered by any existing discipline. And I would say that sociology is especially helpful for self enlightenment or for developing empathy, because sociology only tells you that there are no right or wrong answers of social issues. It is not physics, it is not mathematics, it does not have fixed answers to issues, because questions can be looked at from variety of perspectives. So, role of perspectives, thinking, interest, power, etc., also come up in answering social questions. And it is this aspect that something can be looked at from variety of perspective, that something can be looked at from the perspective of government, the same thing can be looked at entirely differently from the perspective of people, or from the perspective of NGOs, or from the perspective of experts. This realization, this takes us to self enlightenment and empathy. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Raghunandan Sengupta. So, I will just give you a very brief excitement area of finance, which is quantitative finance, and that has a huge market starting around about 10 years back, and it is exploding exponentially. So, what do we mean by quantitative finance? Quantitative finance is actually the application of different mathematical and statistical techniques in the area of financial markets, be it say for example derivative pricing, be it in the area of say for example portfolio management, be it in the area of asset liability management, be it in the area of portfolio management. We see that the application has exploded in such a way that there is a huge opportunity for people who have a quantitative background in mathematics and statistics. They can utilize those in the area of finance, but obviously with some prior knowledge of finance as a subject. Now, when we say about quantitative finance, as I said, it is an area of applied mathematics and statistics applied in financial markets. Use of different areas, if somebody is interested to know, we have stochastic calculus, we have derivative pricing, we have operation research, we have quantitative techniques like differential equations, stochastic calculus, time series, and they are heavily used in the area of quantitative finance, as I mentioned. Now, we all know that in 1997 the Nobel Prize in Economics, so it is basically the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics was given to the work of Merton and Scholz in the area of derivative pricing. And after that, there has been an exponential increase in the area of quantitative techniques in quantitative finance and in the area of different type of derivative pricing. With the advent, moreover with the advent of high-ended and sophisticated computing data, big data has come in a very big way, where application areas starting from computing, from different type of algorithm design have been taken up in such a big way that nowadays at least we are able to understand that how high frequency data algorithm trading can be utilized using the concept of quantitative finance in the area of finance as such. But there is a flip side also. Obviously, when there is a huge amount of development, so obviously due to some regulation errors or something, there has been some pitfalls, which I think should be a bullet point for people who are really interested to take up quantitative finance. They should be aware. So consider the financial crisis in 2008 and later on, and we are seeing different banks are failing, different financial institutions are facing a problem. Countries are facing a problem like in Europe, in USA. So what should be done? So the main thing is that even if you know the technique, is best for people who are investors, who are private players, organizations like banks, governments should use these techniques in a very somber manner, such that the application areas of quantitative finance using the techniques which we learned can be utilized in the best possible way to garner the overall the in-depth knowledge a person has in trying to utilize these quantitative techniques in finance. And I am sure that people who have the background, who have the knowledge, who have the sophistication, who have the knowledge of the society can definitely use quantitative finance in a very big way in trying to make their mark in this exciting field, which you are going to see in years to come. And I am sure it will be a very exciting learning tool for all the participants who will take quantitative finance as a subject in years to come. Thank you, and I wish all the participants all the best and best of luck for the programs they will take. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
So we'll discuss about environmental sustainability. So as we saw, like there are three major aspects to sustainability studies. Those are environmental, social, and economic. So what is environmental sustainability? Well, we have this general idea, like the things in and around, like ecological balance, the environmental balance, they fall under majorly into environmental sustainability of the overall sustainability studies. So it has like a as per like this organization, it has like a five major like points, like how to go about assessing like environmental studies and what are like environmental actually aspects of sustainability. So intergenerational decisions, the first one. So actually, as we have seen in the overall like a broader definition of sustainability, it talks about preserving resources, preserving like a natural like a balance for the generations to come also. That means for the future. So the intergenerational decisions become very important part about taking decisions on the environmental, social, or economic factors, so that the long term consequences and repercussions can be actually avoided, because as the world is like a into entering into a very different kind of like a scenario in the times to come, where it may become very difficult to come back to the normal which was there in the pre industrialized world. The second part, target welfare, not the GDP. Well, it is very important, as we were discussing, like how the humanity should be like taken care of, how the society should function, how the equity, cohesion, and the value system actually works. So always like a development cannot be measured in terms of like GDP only, gross domestic product. So economic parameters wise, countries actually have this actually system in place today to measure the development of that country in GDP terms. But GDP is not enough to assess one person's actually well-being and happiness and how well he is able to live his life. So GDP is not actually overall cannot be the overall indicator of the success of any country. So the value measures of like economic and social welfare, I have actually they carry more value than the GDP only. The third one, avoid excess population. Well, population can cause to the damage to the like a human body, and the environment and the overall ecosystem. The overall it has the potential to actually disturb the ecological balance. So the pollution actually should be taken care of by each and every means, because whenever we are doing any like industrial procedures or manufacturing, or even we are trying to provide some services, for example like aviation. So in turn of like doing so, there is a lot of like a pollution happening in all of the sectors like air, water, earth, soil, light, noises. There are several actually types of pollution, even radiation, like a nuclear reactor are like one of the most considered to be one of the very environmentally disastrous ones, because in case of any such eventuality or accident, the catastrophic actually resultants will be very big. We are all aware of the world's first like a nuclear disaster took place in the Chernobyl, Russia, and the Chernobyl is a place where it is like I said that it cannot be habitable for next like thousands of years. So that place is so contaminated with the high level of radiation that it is not safe for the like a humans. So, and the second actually accident happened in the Fukushima, Japan, where the nuclear reactor got actually burst for some regions, and then in the coming like a months there was this tsunami and a lot of like rain, and that actually took away some of the parts of that some of the radioactive material with it in the ocean and in the nearby areas, and it was observed that radioactive material was found till like a very farther distances from the place of like a Fukushima. So nuclear actually reactors have this very hazardous, like a very high hazardous quotient. Though they are the source of the like a very high volume of energy by putting a very little of like a material, but the toxicity and the radioactive material and the radioactive quotient and this overall like a pollution factor is very high with them. So we must take care of each and every types of like a material pollutions which are possible with the manufacturing on any of these like allied industries. And the next one says about protect health of the ecosystem. Well, the health of the ecosystem is very important, because if the balance is gone, then there will be a lot of like repercussions, and that will become like a irreversible actually position from the point where the balance of the earth cannot actually come back to its like normal position. And the last one, shift to renewable resources. Well, we have been discussing resources are like a finitely available. They are not infinite. So the supply and this supply of these materials for like our consumption is very very limited. So we must consume them in such a way so that nature gets time to heal itself, gets time to restore itself, gets time to bring itself to the balanced position. So these are the actually major principles around environmental sustainability. We will move ahead from this and we will see some discussions. So a study in Nigeria assessed that evergreen and broad-leaf trees can reduce temperature to as much as like 12 degrees Celsius. Well, I think it is very evident. We may have noticed whenever we enter to like a foresty area or maybe even cantonment areas of our like a major cities in India, okay, or even like a bigger institutions who have like a big green campuses, okay, for example like some universities and some institutions. So we observe actually a significant drop in the like a temperature the moment we enter into those areas. So why is it so? So it is because of the dense vegetation, the dense plantation which is there in those areas. So because of actually that, the temperature, the ambient temperature of that area actually remains little lower than the main actually the business parts of the like a business district part of the city. So this actually observation is based after like A recent observation based out of like a Nigeria. The next one, the green alleys or streets, rain barrels and tree planting are estimated to be 3 to 6 times more effective in managing stormwater per US dollar 1000 invested than conventional methods. Well, we have been knowing the traditional like a watersheds and these like a rainwater like a management. It happens through the roots of the trees. So why forests are important? Not just for the like vegetation and oxygen. They actually we play a very important part in managing water. So whenever the forest or the green areas they actually receive like a rainwater, they hold actually a large amount of their own that rainwater in their roots in the top soil. Okay, and that water remains and gets filtered over the time, and it starts like a coming down through like a smaller like streams and in the form of the rivulets. And that is how actually rivers also get born, because from the mountainous regions, from the like a greenery areas, this water actually starts seeping slowly. If there is a, like a barren flat surface, all of that rainwater is going to run off in like a one stream, and then the next time there won't be any water left behind. So that is not good for the actually ecological balance. So this trees actually play a very important role. If we try absorbing or retaining this water through like a conventional means, like a other conventional means like dams and all that, so that can retain the water but not in that actually quantity. And plus the creating dams and like such structures have their own ecological actually impacts on the like a place. So we should avoid as much as possible, and so we should always like increase the number of plantation, the density of plantation vegetation in the like a greener areas. And the next example says Portland invested $8 million in green infrastructure to save $200 million in hard infrastructure costs. Well, that's an example where these softer investments in the like a nature always pay like a much yield in terms of like the solid like a hardcore like infrastructure like activities. For example, like if we want to establish like a greener areas, if we want to have like a fresh air to the supply, if we want to have like a continuous and perennial like a water supply for the like cities and urban like settlements, so we must actually go for the like a natural means of managing the resources in place of managing them actually through like a constructed means or a hardcore like a infrastructure generation, because they can do that job but they will take a lot of like a money plus their repercussions. So but natural means they do not have any like a such repercussions. Natural means actually help the nature to regenerate and grow it back. So it helps actually even other species and other living beings to come back to their like normalcy. The next example actually says view of nature have led to 23% fewer sick days among workers and overall improved well-being. Well, this has a lot to do with the psychological actually feelings of the like a humans. We as a like a social being, we as a human being, we always feel elated and we feel free. We feel like a good in an like a natural surrounding where at least we can see, we can observe like some scenic things. We can see other like a human beings like a doing their activities and normal chores, and compared to like someone sitting inside a closed actually environment, closed atmosphere where he or she cannot even see outside. So there are always like a such psychological actually impacts of like a such like a workplaces. So it is always like suggested to have to deliver, to give actually as much view as possible for the workers from their offices or from workplaces, so that they can keep themselves like psychologically connected to the outside world. The next example says New York City has reported annual energy savings of about 81% across a period of 10 years by replacing all its streetlights with LEDs. Well, of course, it's a proven fact, I think, from everywhere. Recently, I think in the last few, like last one decade, there has been a significant push from the government of India and the state governments also to replace those incandescent bulbs with the LCD or LED based bulbs. So these actually electrical gadgets have been highly subsidized also, and they have been given to like each and every household on the through the like a medium of this rationing on a like a subsidized rate, so that they can replace those power hungry actually lamps with these power saving actually. So it's not just New York. I think it is true for like every place. So and such actually efforts are commendable for the society. The next observation says cars and trucks account for about 40% of all CO2 emissions across the globe. Energy consumption by transportation is expected to double by 2050. So here we can see these traffic based these transportation based actually these exhaustion and the emissions, they have caused actually a significant actually contribution to the GHG emission, majorly the CO2. And well, so and if you compare the number of occupants who can travel in a car and number of occupants who can travel in a bus, so obviously there is a stark difference. So why not to save on these individual personal vehicles and go for mass vehicles or the public vehicles. According to 2002 study, public transportation produces 95% less carbon monoxide than cars. Well, obviously, the fact I was stating just right now, the public actually transportation medium, of course, will save on the numbers. Okay, for a set of around 40 people, one bus would be enough. For a set of 40 people, we at least need 10 cars. So if we go by that ratio, the amount of emission which will be exhausted from the a public transportation will considerably be lower. And the last one says trees and vegetation have been found to reduce urban noise by 3 to 5 decibel. Well, it is true for the temperature drop as well as for the noise reduction also, because vegetation is one very good source of actually noise absorption. So it works for absorbing the noise, whether it is for a traffic from any some manufacturing or some machining plant, or any such a noise producing actually entity. So a dense vegetation helps always for the sound as well as noise reduction. What are the actually major features of this environmental sustainability? So the capacity to have this resilience. What is resilience? Resilience is a capacity to come back to the normal position without much of external intervention. So it is an inherent quality, it is the inherent actually property between in the system which tries to uplift that system once it has gone through once it has experienced some catastrophic event or some kind of damage. So that capacity is known as resilience. So resilience is there in the nature by default, for example rivers. So rivers have their own a capacity to heal themselves. If there is some a kind of pollution or some toxic material which is thrown in the river or that water body, whether it is a lake or something, it takes some time and rejuvenates from that. So that is a resilient actually capacity of that thing. Well, the overall a planet itself, if we see from the environmental perspective, has some resilience to come back to a normalcy, to restore its normalcy. But of course it has some threshold, it has a critical actually value after which it will become very difficult, and there is some value after which it will become kind of irreversible to go back to the normal one. So we must actually take care of this the biocapacity, or that resilient actually capacity of the ecosystem, so that it enables itself to restore. And then there is the eco management system. So we can manage an ecosystem in such a way that it sustains for a longer time. Then there are electronic stewardship, energy, sustainable acquisition, sustainable buildings, vehicle and fuel use, waste minimization, pollution prevention, and water conservation. These are the one actually few of the major actually activities around environmental sustainability, which play actually a vital role, and they form actually the major component within the environmental sustainability. Like energy we have been discussing, buildings are the majorly responsible for the consumption of around up to a 40% of the total world energy produced. That's a huge amount. It's even more than the industry sector. So if we see buildings are the single largest consumer of the total energy produced in this world. Okay, so even if there is a improvement of in the fractions, okay, in the scale of this whole world, that the overall volume will be extremely high. So even if there is a saving of a very small a fraction or small percentage, the overall saving will be very high. So we must put our efforts to improve actually this situation. And sustainable acquisition actually talks about sourcing materials in a responsible way, sourcing for example trees. So why can't there be a crop cycle for harvesting of trees. Well, some countries like Canada and New Zealand, they have already have such systems in place. So they actually have some managed forest from where actually they do like a annual cycles of afforestation, and they cut those trees for like a usage and consumption at the like a cycle of the those trees specifically. And every year if we plant like x area of like a land with the trees, so after that n number of years we will start getting those x like a area will start producing those number of trees. And there is still no practically completely replaceable alternative material available for like a natural wood or timber. So why not to have to start having actually such procedure to have forest as a like a cycle of crop. And well, of course there is a like a point of vehicle use and fuel use. So as we saw, like vehicles and such things are the single largest emitters of the like a pollution. So we must actually work to prevent these things. Waste minimization and pollution prevention. So of course waste with the like as a byproduct of most of these industrial like processes these days, there is a huge amount of waste produced. So how this can be minimized, because nowadays landfills and these things are becoming very common, and it is almost like a practical situation, a practical compulsion that all of the waste which is being generated is not able to get recycled or treated properly, and it is landing into the landfills. Okay, and most of the like Indian cities, most of the world cities are actually plagued by this situation. Though there are some countries who are doing fairly well, like Sweden and some countries, they have actually developed some mechanisms to go for like a power generation from the waste, and they are actually running out of waste. So this is really strange, and I think is worth emulating in the elsewhere. So let's move on to like the next slide. Here I have taken it from like a Mitsubishi Electric company, which has actually taken up this cause as a like a inspiration to drive their like a manufacturing and other like things from their factory. And they have given actually declaration where they have actually set up some guidelines. For example, the first guideline says like apply diverse technologies in wide ranging business areas to solve environmental issues. So that means they are looking for some alternative technologies to deal with this situation. The second actually guideline says challenge to develop business innovations for future generations, so that these innovative like ideas, innovative like business models can help to sustain themselves still for the like a new future generations also. The third one, publicize and share the values and lifestyles. So like the new value systems, well the and these lifestyles should be like propagated in such a way which can become a role model for the other like other members of the society, other members of the community. Okay, those are like which are like a worth mentioning, worth actually emulating. So the key initiatives what this company has taken is the like a climate change measures, resource circulation, live in harmony with the nature, long-term activities, innovation, nurturing human resources, understanding needs, co-create and disseminate new values, live in harmony with the region. So these are the actually key initiatives taken by this company. Let's look at the CO2 emission benchmarks of like a different like a familiar things which we generally like come across. So you can see on the x-axis there are some examples given like air travel, like a 1 year of like a normal human life, and 1 year of like an American's like a human life, and the fourth one says about the car emissions caused from like one car in the US, and the last one says about like an AI model. So let's see on this y-axis you can see CO2 emission footprint. So here, like a travel from New York City to San Francisco for per passenger, it takes around like it emits around like 2 units, for example, of the CO2 emission. Okay, so CO2 emission of 2 units. If you compare well, like a one person's the 1 year of like a CO2 emissions, so that is around 11 units. Okay, and compared to one like a general human being from like an average like a world citizen. Okay, so the one single like American citizen himself or herself emits around 36.2 units, which is more than three times high than a normal like a human being, which is a world citizen. So that means the per capita actually CO2 emission of an American, okay, is 3 times the world average. Okay, let's see like a one lifetime like emission of a one US car is around 126 units, which is very high. And the strange actually entry into this table is this last one, training on an AI model. So training an AI model actually consumes 626.2 units of like this CO2. Compared to all other, this is very high, extremely high. So how this even this kind of like a new technologies and these systems are like a power hungry are going to have some kind of impact is actually eye opener actually. So we must actually go for analysis based observations only, where we can conclude with the help of the numbers. Otherwise sometimes most of our assumptions they sometimes actually prove wrong. So we must actually rely on the calculations and the data. In the next part of this slide, so the data suggests over here the cumulative CO2 emissions between the year of 1751 to 2017. So from fossil fuels and cement, billions of metric tons of CO2, that is actually unit what they have taken over here. So if you see the rest of the world, okay, it emits around like 140 150 like a metric tons of CO2, and the USA emits alone over 400 metric tons of UA2 has actually kind of excreted during this period, during this timeline. And the second comes like the European Union with the 28 countries, and the third one is the China. So China in the recent times has developed very fast and is developing very fast, and is the one of the largest producers of the largest emitters of the CO2 also in the world. If you see the next country, Russia, then Japan, and then comes the India. Those are the one amazing thing about India over here is even if India is one of the big emitters, okay, it emits roughly around like a 50 like a metric tons of like a CO2 it has emitted between this year 1751 to 2017. But CO2 capture which is needed to compensate actually this emission which has happened in these many years, okay, to bring it back to the normal where we can at least go like under the 2 degrees like a global warming like temperature rise. So India for that it doesn't requires any like a, CO2 capturing in this thing. That means we are not in a very deficit kind of situations, we are in a positive side. So India as a like a single like a country is not doing that bad. I think it's doing fairly, but of course in terms of like emissions we also need to control. And here on this slide you can see like what if the current trend of like a rise in the CO2, rise in the emission of the CO2 actually is persists. So the first line, the top line in the red, it suggests the current trend. If the with the rate of this present actually emission, if it continues, so it's going to go like a way above. But there are some corrective measures which have been proposed by like several agencies. Okay, if we take them, so there are chances that this emission may come down. And there is one actually desired like a sustainable development scenario also, which can be called if this emission can be controlled, can be brought back to its like a normal levels where it can where the nature finds itself able to restore. Okay, and here in this like a slide you can understand like what are the like the threshold from where if there is like a way through which we can bring back that CO2 emission levels to the normal, so it can still be considered as safe zone and where nature can restore and restore itself. The second one is like the uncertain zone where if the emission continues with the same pace, so it can have some like a catastrophic effect. And the third one is the very high risk zone. In if it the CO2 emissions enter into that zone, then the resultant catastrophes could be like a very high, very extremely bad, and that's a very difficult actually to predict what could go wrong. So this phenomena can occur at the global level, and there may be repercussions like to be felt like in most of the countries, most of the places. Okay, so what to do to like minimize the energy consumption, minimize the consumption of resources, minimize this overall carbon footprint, is to understand what are our consumption habits are. So our consumption habits in the recent times have changed, and per person actually consumption of resources has increased manifold. So as you can see in this pyramid, so the vegetables and vegetation based, actually plant based, fruit and trees based, actually these produce actually gives us 100 calories if, and then at the next level, once the animals actually eat and once the cattle actually consume, so there it reaches only 10% of that, and the 90% of that actually gets lost midway. And then the top level, if you see, it reaches by just 1 calorie. That means the further 90% from the level 2 to 3 actually decreases. So we see there is a actually trend of the loss of energy at the rate of 90% from one level to the next one. Okay, so in order to actually save actually this overall energy, okay, we need to bring our habits down to the lower actually base of the pyramid, so that we can minimize the actually losses. So with this actually figure, I would like to highlight over here, it is more efficient, environment friendly to eat food and consume actually resources from the a lower trophic, the lower strata of this pyramid. It is quite evident over here with this slide. You can see the common food items are actually listed down over here, and they are arranged in two different orders. The first the pyramid on the left side suggests the suggested consumption from low to high in terms of in this pyramid. So the vegetables, fruit, legumes, they come at the bottom of this, and the sweets, red meat, cheese, eggs, white meat, etc., they come at the top of this actually pyramid. Okay, and in terms of environmental impact of them, so the first one talks about the energy, the second one talks about the impact. Okay, so this actually, we can see this actually pyramid gets inverted. The impact of the topmost item which is there in the food chain has the most of the impact. So red meat and cheese, fish, oil based actually foods have the highest impact on the global actually level. So this suggests directly that we should actually go for a diet which is a vegetable based and a fruit based, and this kind of a nature directly, which is produced from the nature. And it is I think very clear from this slide over here, what are the food items which are considered very bad on the environmental impact actually scenario, and which are the food items which are considered good on the environmental impact scenario. Okay, so you can see on the left side, all these fruit based vegetables and vegetable based actually fruit diet are good for this actually consumption. So overall, if we see how this consumption and how this sourcing of material, okay, happens from the a nature. So we take actually raw materials from the nature, we process them, we design, okay, we then go for production or manufacturing or remanufacturing, we go for the distribution, then consumption, then collection, okay, again recycling. So if this cycle actually continues, then the cycle is closed, but we discussed in the earlier actually lecture. So if the cycle actually closed, then there won't be, or the very minimal impact on the environment. But if there is a residual waste coming out of this cycle, then there is a big problem. So how to actually take care of that waste? So this is one of the challenges, and there are several ways actually. You may have read about 3 hours, 4, 5 hours, 7 hours. So there are several actually reuse, recycle, and replenish such efforts, such strategies, which we employ to deal with residual waste which comes out of any cycle. So we will study more about these R's in the coming lectures. With this, I would like to close this session. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chitwan Lalji, a PhD student of Health Economics under the supervision of Dr. Debayan Pakrashi from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur. In one of my essays, I am interested in understanding the relationship between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. Health indicators, both subjective and objective health indicators like mental health, self-assessed health, various measures of blood pressure and various measures of cholesterol. Measures of blood pressure like systolic and diastolic BP. You have your incidence of high BP, MAP, and incidence of high MAP. And as far as cholesterol is concerned, I have tried to concentrate more on total cholesterol, good cholesterol, and incidence of high cholesterol. Now, before I go on to what have been my major contributions and various policy implications, I would like to briefly tell you about the policy initiatives of WHO and various countries. The WHO, that is the World Health Organization, it started with a campaign of 5 a day. That is, you should have 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. That would be approximately, you could say, 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Now, a portion, before we go further, I'll just tell you what exactly is a portion. One portion is equivalent to a medium-sized apple, or one small glass of fruit juice, which is approximately 150 milliliters, and maybe 3 teaspoons of vegetables. So, the WHO went with the 5 a day campaign, which was further taken up by various countries. Countries like UK, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, they adopted the 5 a day policy, while some went for expansionary dietary policies like France, Australia, Canada, Denmark. So, for example, Australia, it went for 2+5 policy, in which it said that you should consume 2 portions of fruits and 5 portions of vegetables per day. And USA went for a policy of fruits and vegetables more matters. That is, you must consume more and more fruits and vegetables. Now, irrespective of these expansionary dietary policies and dietary propagations, it has been found that only 28% of women and 25% of men, they actually meet the recommended dietary norms of 5 a day portion. So, the major contribution of my work is firstly to find an association between fruits and vegetables, whether there exists a relationship between fruits and vegetables and health indicators, and if there exist, whether due to heterogeneity in the data, so I will be doing it according to age, by gender, and by your weight. So, apart from that, I will go for policy recommendations, in which I am basically studying how much fruits and vegetables matter. Apart from that, which type matters more. So, for that, I have taken data from the Health Survey of England. Health Survey of England is an annual survey which takes data, which conducts information regularly on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. You have your lifestyle behaviors like an individual smokes or doesn't smoke, alcohol consumption, you have your sedentary and physical activities, and you have various health indicators also which have been collected. Before I go on to what exactly is my research, I would like to concentrate more on fruits and vegetables, like what kind of questions were asked in the survey. Questions like, what kind of fresh fruit do you eat? Did you eat any dried fruit yesterday? Don't count dried fruits in cereals, cakes. Apart from that, for vegetables, they asked how many tablespoons of vegetables did you eat yesterday? So, approximately after this whole survey was conducted, data was converted into portions of fruits, and like for example, 3 tablespoons of vegetables is equivalent to 1 portion. So, data was converted and provided to the users, that is us, from the UK Data Health Survey. So, the major contributions of my paper is that I found a strong negative association between intake of fruits and self-assessed health, then various measures of blood pressure like mean arterial pressure, high mean arterial pressure, high blood pressure, systolic and diastolic BP, and your total cholesterol. Apart from that, I have found a strong positive association between consumption of vegetables and good cholesterol. So, it is recommended in a way that if you want to control your blood pressure, you must consume more and more fruits. And as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact your good cholesterol. Apart from that, I went in for a falsification test. A falsification test is basically conducted to know whether the model that you have adopted and the conclusions that you are drawing are not spurious. So, if a falsification test is done to know, in a way it is tested by seeing an indicator, a health indicator which is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and then we see whether there is significant result or not. If there is no significant result, that means your model is good and your results are non-spurious. So what we did is, for falsification test, we took ear complaints and infectious diseases. Now ear complaints, like if you are deaf since birth or you have some kind of imbalance, body imbalance, that is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and we did find insignificant results. Apart from that, infectious diseases like HIV, AIDS, etc., we found similar insignificant results, indicating that our results are not non-spurious. Apart from that, we went, since there was a lot of heterogeneity in the data, like by gender, by age and by weight, we did the regression analysis. We found results which stated that as far as fruits are concerned, it impacts a male's health more than a female's health. So it is basically said a man should consume more fruits to impact his health, whereas as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact a woman's health more. But this has been only seen as far as cholesterol is concerned, the various measures of cholesterol like total cholesterol, good cholesterol and your incidence of getting high cholesterol. Now after this, we went in for a policy implication, and in the policy implication we tried to find two policy implications: what matters and exactly how much portion matters. So as far as how much portion matters, we have found that on an average 5 or more portions of fruits impact your overall health, that is your self-assessed health, your MAP, your incidence of high MAP and incidence of high BP. But if you want to have a good mental health, so you can optimize your mental health by consuming 3 or 4 portions of fruits as well. And similarly, as far as self-assessed health and total cholesterol is concerned, an individual must consume 4 to 5 portions to optimally have the impact of consumption of fruits. Apart from that, vegetables have had a very little impact on your health. It only impacts your incidence of getting high MAP and high BP, and it's seen that only it impacts when you consume 5 or more portions of fruits. So an optimum consumption of 5 or more portions of fruits and vegetables are recommended, but fruits have a more impact on your overall health on various measures like self-assessed health, mental health, your various measures of blood pressure and various cholesterol levels. Another thing that we find is which type of fruit matters. It has been seen that all size fruits, they impact your self-assessed health, your systolic and diastolic blood pressure, your mean arterial pressure, your high BP and incidence of getting high MAP and high cholesterol. But we find that as far as frozen fruits or canned fruits are concerned, they help in regulating your incidence of getting high MAP or high BP, but it has a trade-off. That means there is something negative happening. It reduces the good cholesterol in your body. Apart from this, if you have an incidence of getting high cholesterol, it is recommended that you must consume fruit juices because it has an impact in reducing your probability of getting high cholesterol. And dried fruits, they impact your self-assessed health. As far as vegetables are concerned, very little impact has been seen. It has only been seen in case of portion of salads and its association with self-assessed health. Another thing that they have seen is vegetables in composite, they have an association with good cholesterol. So overall, my research basically says that there is an association between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. And it is highly recommended that an individual, in order to be healthy, must consume 5 or more portions of fruits and 5 or more portions of vegetables per day. But fruits have a more impact on your overall health. Apart from that, all size fruits, they have a better impact on your overall health, your mental health, various measures of blood pressure and cholesterol. So, thank you.
Hello, I am A.K. Sharma and I teach sociology in IIT Kanpur. I am attempting to answer a simple question, what is sociology? Now friends, one simple answer would be that sociology is a study of human behavior. And this study of human behavior has a history. Actually, due to growth of science, technology, and due to industrialization and economic development in the West, initially there was a hope that by application of science and technology, the face of this world can be changed to the advantage of mankind. But what was found or what was observed, that this did not happen. And despite economic development, urbanization, industrialization, surveys showed that poverty had increased, unemployment had increased, even health conditions became worse. And today you will be surprised to know that there was a time when death rate of urban areas was higher than the death rate of rural areas. Cities or the places of development, industrialization and education and enlightenment became consumers of rural population. So people started asking, why is it so? And some philosophers, engineers, mathematicians who contributed to emergence of a discipline like sociology started thinking that perhaps we need a new subject in which we will apply the same tools and techniques which are being used by scientists, mathematicians, physicists, chemists, but we will study human behavior. In other words, we will try to discover if there are laws of human behavior, and by applying those laws perhaps in the future the condition of mankind can be improved. This is how sociology developed. Initially Auguste Comte called this social physics. He also used terms like social statics and social dynamics, the usual division of mathematics, and he believed that social statics will study relationship between different parts of society and social dynamics will study relationship between parts of society and total society, change in total society. Now you may ask that if sociology is the study of human behavior, there are many other branches of social sciences which study human behavior, economics, anthropology, psychology, etc., etc. The difference between sociology and these disciplines is that while in these disciplines we study one specific aspect of human behavior, like economics will study production and distribution of wealth, psychology will study cognitive processes or mental models or personality, social psychology will study personality, anthropology will study culture. Now somebody has to relate one aspect of human behavior with the other aspects, or one social fact with the other. These are all social facts for us. And if somebody tries to link cognitive processes with economic conditions or urbanization or caste system or religion, or somebody tries to relate urbanization with human psyche, or somebody tries to correlate cultural context with economic behavior, then it becomes sociology. So sociology combines different areas which are individually studied by different disciplines. And sociology also studies new questions which are not studied by any existing subject so far. So like these days issues of waste disposal, entropy, environment, safety, urban places as new geomorphological systems come up, and we want to correlate one aspect of urbanization, say percentage of population living in urban areas, and risk, environmental risk, carbon dioxide, this emission, that emission. Now which will be the first discipline to take interest in these things? Because sociology. So sociology not only combines facts from different aspects of society, sociology also addresses new questions. And I can also say that one central feature of sociology is to explain individual behavior or individual psyche in terms of properties of larger society. In simple terms, if you imagine that there are two aspects of human behavior, individual and society, then while other disciplines like psychology are focusing more on individual, we study characteristics of individuals in terms of certain characteristics of larger society. This is what sociology does. Sociology is very useful for planners. Sociology is useful for answering new questions, as I said, which have not been answered by any existing discipline. And I would say that sociology is especially helpful for self enlightenment or for developing empathy, because sociology only tells you that there are no right or wrong answers of social issues. It is not physics, it is not mathematics, it does not have fixed answers to issues, because questions can be looked at from variety of perspectives. So, role of perspectives, thinking, interest, power, etc., also come up in answering social questions. And it is this aspect that something can be looked at from variety of perspective, that something can be looked at from the perspective of government, the same thing can be looked at entirely differently from the perspective of people, or from the perspective of NGOs, or from the perspective of experts. This realization, this takes us to self enlightenment and empathy. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. British humour doesn't have a very high standing in the world. When people talk about it, they usually do so with a certain degree of disparagement. Yet all this is, I think, rather unfortunate, because if I read out to you a certain section from Jerome K. Jerome's famous novel Three Men in a Boat, you will realize that not only is British humour genuinely funny, it is probably even better than some of the other samples of humorous writings that you might have read in the recent past. The story that I am going to read out is told by Jerome, who thinks he is suffering from some kind of a malady. I remember going to the British Museum one day to read up the treatment for some slight ailment of which I had a touch. Hay fever, I fancy it was. I got down the book and read all I came to read. And then, in an unthinking moment, I idly turned the leaves and began to indolently study diseases generally. I forgot which was the first distemper I plunged into, some fearful, devastating scourge, I know. And before I had glanced half down the list of premonitory symptoms, it was borne in upon me that I had fairly got it. I sat for a while, frozen with horror, and then in the listlessness of despair, I again turned over the pages. I came to typhoid fever, read the symptoms, discovered that I had typhoid fever. Must have had it for months without knowing it. Wondered what else I had got. Turned up St. Vitus's dance. Found, as I expected, that I had that too. Began to get interested in my case and determined to sift it to the bottom, and so started alphabetically. Read up ague and learned that I was sickening from it, and that the acute stage would commence in about another fortnight. Bright's disease, I was relieved to find, I had only in a modified form. And so far as that was concerned, I might live for years. Cholera I had with severe complications, and diphtheria I seem to have been born with. I plodded conscientiously through the 26 letters, and the only malady I could conclude I had not got was housemaid's knee. I felt rather hurt about this at first. It seemed somehow to be a sort of slight. Why hadn't I got housemaid's knee? Why this invidious reservation? After a while, however, less grasping feelings prevailed. I reflected that I had every other known malady in the pharmacology, and I grew less selfish and determined to do without housemaid's knee. Gout, in its most malignant stage, it would appear, had seized me without my being aware of it. And zymosis. I had zymosis evidently from boyhood. There were no more diseases after zymosis, so I concluded there was nothing else the matter with me. I sat and pondered. I thought, what an interesting case I must be from a medical point of view. What an acquisition I should be to a class. Students would have no need to walk the hospitals. If they had me, I was a hospital in myself. All they need to do would be to walk round me and after that take the diploma. Then I wondered how long I had to live. I tried to examine myself. I felt my pulse. I could not at first feel any pulse at all. Then all of a sudden it seemed to start off. I pulled out my watch and timed it. I made it 147 to a minute. I tried to feel my heart. I could not feel my heart. It had been beating, but now it had stopped beating. I have since been induced to come to the opinion that it must have been there all the time and must have been beating, but I cannot account for it. I patted myself all over my front, from what I call my waist up to my head, and I went a bit round each side and a little way up the back. But I could not feel or hear anything. I tried to look at my tongue. I stuck it out as far as ever it would go, and I shut one eye and tried to examine it with the other. I could only see the tip, and the only thing that I could gain from that was to feel more certain than before that I had scarlet fever. I had walked into the reading room a happy, healthy man. I crawled out a decrepit wreck. Our friend next visited a doctor, and there he got a prescription which said to eat well, to go for long walks, and not to worry his heads over things he didn't understand. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippets.
When Copernicus said the earth revolves round the sun, it was considered blasphemy. When Galileo said the earth was round, we thought he was mad. When Darwin said that monkeys are the ancestors of man, we thought he had lost it. When the ecologists said this was the end of the world and the human race, we didn't believe them.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Namaste, hello everyone. Welcome to the NPTEL course Role of Craft and Technology in Interior Architecture. Today we are going to discuss module 14th, which is an extension to the module 13th, and it focuses on building crafts and the role of craft and technology in creating and enhancing interior architecture. And we will discuss some examples from Uttarakhand, Rajasthan and Gujarat. And we already saw elaborate examples from Uttarakhand in the previous module, but we'll have some more in this one, and then we'll see the references towards the end. So just to briefly sum up, when we were talking about building crafts and we were trying to understand what are the space making elements and space making crafts, so we just came up with this consolidated diagram and which explains us all the details. So we tried to understand what are the space making elements and then what are the space making crafts. So we understood that the elements which create space, we just categorize them as these space making elements. I am very briefly telling this because we already discussed it few times, and the crafts related to the building and space making, that we put as space making crafts. Now these elements that we were talking about could be architectural, they could be interior elements, or they could be ornamental. We discussed that as well. And we could also define the crafts, the building crafts, through materials, wood craft, stone crafts, glass craft and so on. So we had this discussion. We also tried to understand the varied attributes of craft. So we tried to understand craft as space making, as surface finishes, as structure, craft as ornamentation, and craft as objects, or the craft for utilitarian purposes. So we saw that, and then we could also understand certain categories or classification of crafts, and relying heavily on the framework that is suggested by the ICRC. So we could understand craft as space making craft, the SMC, and the surface or non-structural craft, the SNC, and then we also put craft as an artifact or an object. Within the space making craft here, we could see the structure based, structure integrated, structure clad, structure finish, and a combination of all of these, permutation and combination. And the surface or non-structural one, again we further subcategorize that as surface integrated, surface clad, surface finish, and again combination of either or all of these. So taking this discussion forward, we saw a lot of visual inventories from Uttarakhand in the last module where we were trying to understand, and apply these classifications of craft on the case studies. So we could see several examples and we could identify what are the structural crafts, what are the non-structural crafts, and where are the crafts seen as objects of daily use, and we just as per the framework suggested already, which is in reference, we tried to analyze the case studies which were taken up in Uttarakhand. Now here we see this consolidated plate which tries to put, you know, all together in one frame the different kinds of crafts that we had identified and classified last time. So here space making crafts in the residences of Uttarakhand, and I am talking about the wooden residences here, and we could see all of these identified categories, and then we have just put them here in the case studies that have been, you know, analyzed. So here we see this granary in village Purola, and here we see this structure based craft, and here the carving that we see over here, the example of surface integrated craft we could see. Going further ahead, here in the door jambs, again this is the wood carving, the timber door, and we can see the structure integrated, as well as here we see the apron art, so we see the surface finish also. Then further ahead here in the corbelling, we see the structure integrated. This is from village Genchwan in Uttarakhand again. Here we see the structure clad craft here in the case of the flooring, and we also see the objects of use when we talk about this furniture. Here further, you know, in the frame there is again wood carving, and this is on the door, so we see another classification of craft here. Here we see the surface finish, apron art, and this is on wall, and this is again in Almora, Uttarakhand. Further ahead we see example of surface cladding here, so surface clad craft, this is the cladding of ringal that we see over here on the wall. And then we see again objects of use, so we see here these ringal baskets which are used for the daily purposes, and we also see a locally made woolen blanket over here. So this is a sort of a visual inventory, and exercises like these could really help understand, you know, different kinds of crafts, what are their attributes, and how could one classify them, understand them, how do they contribute in creating or enhancing interior architecture. Also, you know, the visual inventory, it is more like an infographic, and it helps understand things in a better way, not just going by, you know, pages of text. Plus it is also a repository, and this is going to create a sort of a research base, and as and when one understands the regional variations, further details, all the data could just keep on adding to the repository that is created. So I request all of you to take this forward and, you know, contribute in this repository, and whatever data that you generate or further work upon, it could be shared, and it could be you know, really built upon in the form of a data collection. Now taking this discussion forward, we will see some examples from the craft of Rajasthan, and I am just specifically talking about one project in Udaipur, and it's very significant when we talk about building crafts, generating livelihood for the craft persons and letting them work on their own, utilizing their wisdom and skills, and not necessarily providing them with working drawings or just telling them what to do on site. So this is Heritage Hotel Huday Vilas in Udaipur, and again one of my favorite architects. It has been designed and created by Abhikram Architects, and they involve a lot of craft persons. So it recognizes ingenious craft persons and values their skills, knowledge and material sensibilities that have contributed in creation of piquant and quality spaces. So there is not just an idea of proportion and scale and aesthetic, but, you know, also material sensibilities, the knowledge about how to make or how to create that experience within space. So, you know, right from the entrance to all the different spaces that, you know, one would navigate through in this project, there is so much to learn about building crafts, craft and technology, and how they are interrelated with interior architecture. So this contemporary architectural marvel, it proudly flaunts Mewari architectural elements, traditional lime plaster that requires up to 18 months of preparation and is known to last centuries without any maintenance. It has domes with floral paintings on gold leaves, applied decoration like mirror inlay and mosaics, deco style furniture and other period pieces, vivid accent colors in the interior spaces that resonate with the textiles of Rajasthan, all impeccably crafted by several craftspersons who worked hand in hand with interior architects and designers. So this is a sort of an ecosystem that I keep talking about, where there are different stakeholders from the construction industry and craftspersons also forming an important part of this value chain and contributing through their skills of making and knowledge of materials. So we see so many examples here. See, traditional lime plaster is used over there. There's a mention of space making elements which have a distinct identity. We talk about this painstaking process where the lime plaster takes so many months for preparation, but of course it is known for its maintenance and quality and longevity. Then we are also talking about some surface finishes, the floral paintings, and we are talking about surfaces. So there is a golden surface. We are talking about another craft which is the mirror inlay. We are talking about mosaics. There is a deco style furniture over there, so again furniture elements. And then we are talking about color theory as well. So there are vivid accent colors in the interior spaces and they resonate with the textiles of Rajasthan. So again there is a connect between the way of life, the fabric one wears, the nice color it embraces, and how it also enhances the space making. And they are all impeccably crafted by several craftspersons who also work hand in hand with designers, and it's not just, you know, working single-handedly. So it's an ecosystem again. So these are some pictures, and throughout this lecture we'll be just browsing through a lot of visual inventories and we'll be just seeing and observing. So here again we see this elaborate stone craft, we see different elements, we see jharokas, we see these chhatris over here, we see the arches, and we see the structural crafts over here. We also see the surface integrated craft over here, and even here in this swimming pool we see this, you know, beautifully chiseled out marble design. So all of this is again, you know, stone craft contributing to creating an experience for the user and creating space which is so piquant. Some more views here, even in the flooring we see here, we see the mirror inlay. Here we see, you know, the rich fabric, we see lot of furniture elements over here, even the carpets over here. So all of these small little elements, the lighting, the kind of, you know, door frame, and the entire setting that we see over here, all of these, you know, small details, they contribute to the cohesive space making and how to create a quality within that which is enjoyable, also aesthetic. Again, a view from the interiors, the kind of elements, the inlay work on the floors, and here we'll see in another picture, the elaborate one, we see some painting on the gold leaves, so the kind of surface finishes that have been created. Also again the entire scheme, the vivid accent colors, the use of colors and how it has, you know, this warmth and the kind of lighting that also accentuates them. This is what I was talking about. So we have these gold leaves, and maybe it's not clear in this picture, but there are some details over here. Let's see if we have another picture. So yeah, probably some details over here. So some floral paintings on the gold leaves, and we see this on the surface of the dome which is centrally located. And here again the kind of space frames which are created, the architectural elements, the furniture, the entire, you know, setting with the flooring and all the kinds of fabrics that have been used. Again here we see the surface finish, we see all these nice colors, we see some surface finishes here as well, the distinct furniture style, and again the entire setting, how it is done, you know, where is a thing placed and what is the total ambience which is created. Again some, I think we have already seen this, we were discussing the gold leaves and the paintings on that. Another view again which talks about this volume that is created in the space, and how when one approaches what is the kind of cone of vision and what all could be seen if the subject is somewhere here, and the entire plethora of details that it opens a user to, which catches his or her attention and creates that indulgence in the space. Again here this lovely detail we see, and this is the same dome with the gold leaf, and this is right now very dimly lit, and this chandelier is quite prominent in this picture. So all kinds of elements that could contribute to space making and create a sort of an experience for the user, they really need to be understood by a designer, and there has to be an eye for detail, and these small details, they really create a big impact, like what we see in this project. Now I would like to also briefly discuss one research which was done at the SID research cell, CEPT University. I was the part of the research team there, and now it's converted into the book called Stone Buildings of Gujarat. I have put that in the references, and here maybe some pictures and plates are slightly blurred because they have been taken scanned, but of course one could refer to that book. It's very informative, and it's a very easily comprehensible book because there are a lot of visuals and very nicely explained drawings in that. So what this book or the research talks about is defining and describing elements of a built form, which have been further categorized as these three. So structural elements, building elements, and interior elements. For structure elements, discussion on foundation, plinth, wall, arch, buttress, dasa, column, beam, bracket, roof, ceiling, whatever are structural parts. Building elements, step, staircase, parapet, railing, chhajja, jharokha, screen, chhatri, spout, minaret or a pillar. And interior elements, specifically the furniture, the threshold, the finishes that we have been talking about, and of course the decorative elements. So I'll be just now browsing through and showing some visual information, visual inventories that describe all of these. So here what we can see is the foundation, plinth and dasa. So here, like if we go to the previous slide, we saw the mention here, and we are talking about the structural elements. So here we see the details, and starting from the foundation level to the plinth and then coming further ahead for dasa, they are very important structural elements of a building, for making a building, and they are sort of also elements which could highlight the building crafts, the kind of detail that goes on them, if there is carving on them. So like here this bend is like highlighted and it stands out, besides the structural purpose of course which it is solving. We see some more plates about foundation and plinth, and this book it gives an elaborate explanation. There is an introduction to the element that has been chosen, and then there are different pictures and examples, like this is from Dholka, the few examples which we are going to see in the subsequent modules, and there are drawings which explain the elements and the making of it, how it is done, the section over here. So all these details are there. It's very difficult to cover in one module, but of course we are just visually trying to understand the elements, and there is this book that can be referred to. So also going ahead, there is a discussion on types and varieties. So if we are talking about the foundation and plinth, there are different types within that, and then there are also construction details. So there is an elaborate discussion on these elements, and one could understand easily this classification. Also how building craft is integrated within each of these elements, and in totality how the attribute of space making is assigned to these building crafts by the virtue of creating the space, and how the making is involved in them. So here we see different kinds of types, different drawings over here, and construction details. So how a foundation or a plinth is constructed, these kinds of details that we see over here. Then dasa, again going by all these discussions that we just saw, there is an elaborate explanation what it is, where all it is used, the examples, and there is also some integration of water spouts over here, so some examples with that, and of course the entire construction details. What are the construction details? What goes in the making? What is the step-by-step procedure? These examples are specifically in stone, and I find them very relevant talking about the building crafts, trying to understand the different kinds of space making elements, also the kinds of different space making crafts, the structure, integrated, structural, non-structural, surface finish. So that's why I've just put them over here, and I'm sure even just by looking at these inventories, it is going to give us some idea about what the course is about. And of course we have more discussions in the further modules, and we saw it in the previous ones as well. So continuing further, walls, columns, beams and brackets, again different kinds of examples, different kinds of pictures and case studies, and we see here different types and varieties. Here the corner detail, there are construction details, what kind of joinery, what is the placement like and how they are constructed. Talking about the columns, beams and brackets, again the variety, the striated construction and how the column and beam is joined, what is the detail. Here this elaborate bracket that we see, again, so this bracket over here, the column over here and the beam over here. So construction details, it has a lot of ornamentation as well, so again we are seeing it as a building craft which is solving the structural purpose as well as it's very ornamental, so it adds to the aesthetic of it. So lot of drawings and explanation how the structure comes together, so they are very interesting and informative plates that we are seeing here. Again continuing with columns, beams and brackets, we see the different kinds, that's itself a repository. Different kinds of columns, their capitals are different, shafts are different, the form is different. Here if we see the form vis-a-vis this one, we see so many different kinds of columns over here. Here, so again a sort of a visual repository. More, so here we see this twin column. Here this column shaft is very simple, but the capital is quite ornate. So we see all these kinds of examples, we see the brackets over here. So all of these we have just tried to put as part of this research as different elements, space making elements, and what kind of stone craft goes with them, And now arches, we have seen arches in so many buildings, specifically the historical monuments, and we see different kinds of arches and openings over here. This one. So describing the arches, the elaborate introduction, different types of arches. This one is different, this is different, of course this one is different. Here what we see, there are different kinds of arches, their methods of making are different. In how many parts is one arch made? Are they 2 parts, 3 parts? How many centers does it have? 2 centers, 1 center, more. And what kind of volume are they creating? What is the kind of proportion system that is being followed, and how stonecraft as a medium has been able to carry forward that construction and the meanings behind it. So that's all the intention of this course and this lecture, to trying to understand space making through the medium of building, through the medium of this building material and the craft associated with it. Again, since we are talking about the types and variety, so many types over here, we see so many details of the keystone. All the arches are different, their centers are different, their forms are different, the volume embraced by them are different, the aesthetic that comes after the making is different, the different kinds of beautiful arches we see here. Then the varied roof forms again. These have been documented as part of this research. So there is a dome, there is a shikhar, there is a flat roof, there could be more kinds of roof forms that could be documented. So here we see these different kinds, we see this shikhara, we see the dome over here, and again, you know, different kinds of drawings that help us understand this space making element. Then the construction details, how are they made? And you know, when we look from inside, standing within the, you know, built space, and the kind of details that we see on the ceiling here, they are also very interesting and very elaborately done. This is done in stone and mostly by hands in case of the traditional historical monuments. Then steps and staircase are another examples, another elements, and we see them over here. This is in the mosque, the step well over here, the staircase. So all of them assigning a different purpose to the space. Different types. What are the different varieties that one come across? Again, different elements, trying to understand them in different contexts, for different functions, for different kinds of projects. Construction details, you know, how they have been made. So it is a very informative and elaborate book, and I highly recommend everybody to go through it. Openings and jharokas are another elements, and we see here different kinds of, you know, examples, openings. So, and within that there has been a classification in terms of monumental entrances that we see here. There are arched entrances like this one. There are domestic entrances, because of course the typology is different, the scale is different. So the domestic entrances over here. And then there are different types and varieties that have been documented. So all the building elements, space making elements. Jharoka, again we see so many different kinds of jharokas. I mean, this is such a rich repository. Visually itself it gives so much information, and we see the different types over here which have been documented. So many varieties. And they also reflect upon the different kinds of influences that, you know, might exist at that time. Craft persons coming from different places and then adding to their knowledge. So distinct style which is from that region. Other than that, what are the deviations or different kinds of new styles that have been added upon. So that kind of information is also generated through repositories like that. So again, continuing the previous one, some more types and varieties. Of course, the construction details which have been very elaborately given over here. We see some chhatris. Again the details, different types over here we see. Talking about the screens, I have always been very fascinated by the jalis, and here we see all these different kinds of jalis, this play of light and shadow and the different kinds of motifs and different kinds of modules that we see over here. So these are all stone jalis, and again different types and varieties that we see over here. Some more types and varieties. Some have some geometrical motifs, some have floral motifs. This is the very famous Siddhi Sayyed Jali. We will see this example when we talk about more case studies from Gujarat, and it's very beautiful and very renowned design. Ceiling panels, decorative elements and finishes. This elaborate ceiling, ornamentation. Here again the details that we see. So again the drawings that explain, you know, how many parts to it, what is the fractal geometry followed, what are the different types and varieties, this kind of documentation. Then also talking about thresholds and more decorative elements here. They have a lot of significance and meanings. The different motives here, they have different stories, and they also reflect on the ethos of the society. Why this particular threshold, what is the story behind it, and of course there is such elaborate craft that we see here in the making of it. Then also finishes, what kind of stone, which kind of finish, this we are going to see in one of the modules. And there are some contemporary examples also, because we were seeing only the historical ones, the traditional buildings. So there are a few residences that have been documented as part of this research, and now this is a contemporary residence and we see arches over here. So the context is different, the expression is different, but still the stone craft, the element and the making, they have a lot of wisdom and skills involved in it. Then we are talking about the columns here, openings, the furniture we see over here, which is so much a part of the landscape, and the entire vocabulary that we see here in the architecture, it has some cohesiveness just by the virtue of the kinds of elements that have been chosen and the way they have been treated and designed. Walls, arches, and again different kinds of columns, some more openings that we see here. Some more. Here we see these steps, different kinds of steps, this one and this one. Some more pictures, again from a contemporary residence. And now this is furniture, some more contemporary furniture, stone furniture. So furniture elements. So these are some marvelous examples, of building craft and timeless architecture. We are going to discuss the summary of all these last 4 modules that we covered, and let us have a look at the references. So please see this book, it's highly recommended, and of course there are more references on the building crafts. So space making, surface finishes, then here we have seen this reference a few times, some more references, some more consolidated references for you. We are stone craft, we have been talking a lot about it, so we see that. More. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Namaste, hello everyone. Welcome again to the NPTEL course, Role of Craft and Technology in Interior Architecture. Today we will discuss module 15th. So module 15th is a summary of week 3 and we are going to have a discourse and discussion on that. Plus the assignments that you all are going to do will be a further step in our discourse. So let's just try to summarize what all we saw throughout this week. So the broad contents, what we are going to just summarize and have a look at is Creative and cultural industries, understanding definition, significance and scope. Discussion and examples, case of creative city Jaipur and European creative cultural industries. Building crafts, definitions, perspectives and frameworks. Building crafts, craft and technology and its role in creating, enhancing interior architecture and references. So we try to understand what are creative and cultural industries and what this term means, and we discuss the UNESCO definition. So UNESCO defines cultural and creative industries as sectors of organized activity whose principal purpose is the production or reproduction, promotion, distribution, commercialization of goods, services and activities of a cultural, artistic or heritage related nature. So UNESCO defines cultural and creative industries as these activities and also the commercialization of goods and services which are cultural, artistic or heritage related in nature. So we try to understand this. We also saw what United Nations describes creative industries as. So the term creative industries is of relatively recent origin and it has connections with cultural industries such as performing arts and handicrafts. The designation marks a historical shift in approach to potential commercial activities that until recently were regarded purely or predominantly in non-economic terms. So all the art, craft, creative, cultural activities which have been so far regarded in non-economic terms and more as ritualistic and utilitarian. So this is a historical shift to look at them also from an economic perspective as commercial activities. So that's what this entire movement about announcing cultural and creative industries is all about. This is what we discussed. We also tried to understand what is UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Now this network currently has 116 cities and all these cities work together towards a common objective, placing creativity and cultural industries at the heart of their development plans at local levels as well as international levels. From India, we are very proud and fortunate. We have two cities, Jaipur and Varanasi, which are a part of this Creative Cities Network. Jaipur is known for its crafts and folk art, and Varanasi is in this list because of its music. So we further try to understand that this network encourages cultural exchanges in specific categories of cultural and creative industries, and to list a few are crafts and folk arts, design, gastronomy, that is food, films, design, literature, media arts, music. There is also architecture, and we are talking about building crafts and architecture throughout this course, so it is important to highlight. And this network also provides international opportunities for a city's economic growth in the specific sector of creative cultural industries. So the activities which did not have an economic value associated to them, they are also looked upon in terms of commercialized activities and also in terms of trade and economy. So that's how this network encourages these activities. We saw in our previous modules the specific case of Jaipur and how it got designated as a creative city, and we saw how Jaipur is known for its varied creative and cultural industries. It is seen as a city of crafts and folk art, and we see different kinds of crafts over here. It's also seen as a city of living heritage, and it is known for its havelis, it is known for its varied kinds of artistic expressions. So that is another category. Then Jaipur is also seen as a city of design, and it has a very unique, distinct urban form, and we can see different palaces and forts and its different cultural landmarks. We also see the topography where they are situated. So there is a uniqueness to them, and Jaipur is seen as the city of design. Then Jaipur again as a city of design, then after going one step further from urban form, we talk about architecture, and we see all these examples of here this is Hawa Mahal, and another one over here we see the forts and palaces, city palace Udaipur, and other different examples. In one of the upcoming modules we are going to discuss them in detail. So it's known for its architecture, it's known for its food, the street food, very distinct Rajasthani food, the Rajasthani thali, dal bati, and other different examples. It's also seen as city of performing arts. So Jaipur is very culturally vibrant city and it's multifaceted, and we see these different creative and cultural industries which are the heart of Jaipur city and which form one of the major activities as part of culture and way of life. And now we are looking forward to also see them as economic activities which generate money which can contribute to the GDP of a country. So in those terms we are looking forward. Also, when we are talking about different art craft forms, including the building crafts, we see this plethora of different creative and cultural industries in Jaipur. We see jewelry, pottery, textiles, stone crafts. We discussed all of this in detail. We also see certain paintings and very unique building crafts over here in Jaipur. We tried to also see the overall umbrella. We tried to see some international scenarios, and we also understood how European creative industries also contribute in the generation of GDP and economy, and what is so particular to Finland, and we also saw some examples from Japan. So this was the overview, the different kinds of creative and cultural industries that could be seen in Finland. Over here we saw this example from Japan, and we see the mention of architecture over here. We see origami, which is very famous, and the very famous Japanese paintings. So all of these are again creative and cultural industries. Then we saw the overall case of European creative industries and how they contribute to making a cultural identity there. And we see all these different kinds of creative industries and how they contribute to the creation of employment, jobs, and also wider economy, tourism, food, design, cultural experience. So we saw all this detailed scenario of how European creative economy works. We saw some very interesting statistics and how these data analysis help in bringing forth the importance of all these creative and cultural industries. So here, very importantly, we tried to understand that how in US 4% of GDP comes from all these creative and cultural industries that we see over here, and how this data analytics is very important, which shows that arts and culture contribute to GDP, and what is driving a significant portion of economy today in US is the production of creative and cultural content, and that these industries are a vital part of US economic well-being, and this is the model that we are trying to also follow and adapt to for our nation, because we have also very rich creative and cultural industries. So these data sets, they sometimes substantiate already going on discourse, and they substantiate it and they reinforce the need of why such terms are coming up and why this discourse is happening. We saw some more interesting infographics, and we saw these data, and here we see the creative and cultural industries. They are at the number 3, in the top 3, which contribute to the employment. So more than 7 million Europeans are directly employed by these creative and cultural industries. We saw all these data sets. We saw this data where we saw that how architecture and visual arts, they form an important part of the Europe's creative economy, and we see 5 of the 10 most attended international festivals are in Europe. A lot of museums are visited in Europe, and it's known for its museums and art and craft and creative industries all over the world. We saw different subsectors of creative and cultural industries where we can see again architecture, visual arts and performing arts. Here in the visual arts category, Europe has put arts and crafts. We see it over here, it also has design. So these subsectors are also there. In terms of employment, it has contributed a lot, especially for the youth in the European scenario. And again, so it is benchmarked as one of the top 3. Also, what another important thing that we discussed in one of the modules was that the government is also willing, and it also allocates funds on its cultural services. So that vision is very important, and that kind of expenditure is very crucial for these industries to grow up and for the creation of culturally sustainable livelihoods. Then we tried to understand what are building crafts, and we could sum up that the crafts that are associated with the making of space are known as building crafts, and there is this DICRC model that we discussed in detail. So we see building crafts, and we talk about its varied associations, and for us the prime importance is building crafts, interior architecture, creative industries and these associations, and how the building crafts contribute to creating and enhancing interior architecture, and how all the creative and cultural industries could plug into this larger sector of building crafts, which can result in the creation of interesting interior architecture through different space making elements. So according to DICRC, specialist building skills using traditional materials and techniques required to conserve, preserve, restore and revive the nation's historic buildings and structures. These are the building skills and building crafts, and the practices which employ manual dexterity and skill. So it's handmade, and it recognizes the importance of human skill and manual dexterity, values human skills, and understanding of traditional materials, designs and techniques. So that is how they try to explain what are the indigenous skills and building crafts, and we had a discussion on that. Then we also tried to understand crafts and its varied attributes. So if we are talking about crafts with space making attributes and not just as utilitarian crafts, then we can look at it, consider it in all these 4 different ways, which are obviously not so exhaustive, and the list and the research can go on. So craft as surface finishes, craft as structure, craft as ornamentation, craft as object. We discussed all of these in quite detail. So right now I'm just summarizing and giving an overview. Then we try to understand the larger context of crafts. So crafts is a huge umbrella term, and if we see the larger context, there are different kinds of all these art and craft forms, say handicraft, applied art, traditional craft. All these over here that we see, you contribute to the larger context of craft, this sector of craft, and building craft is just another one like the other contributory sectors, and this building craft is what contributes to the interior architecture. And what we see in interior architecture, that we relate to as space making craft or building craft, and that is what we have been discussing in this course, and specifically in few modules. Also these building crafts, how they are defined by different materials. There are different kinds of materials, and these can be defined by them, and we also discussed the need for research and documentation and dissemination and promotion of these skills and building crafts. Also we tried to understand that building crafts contribute to the making of space, and that happens largely at 2 levels, which is the structural application and the surface application. And we saw the different elements, right from hardware and accessories to furniture and the entire building in overall gamut of these techniques and activities and materials. We saw at all these different levels in different capacities, these building crafts can contribute to the making of space or enhancing of space, whether it is structurally done or it is done at a surface. We discussed this at length, what is the DICRC framework, and their center of activities and research is craft, and which is seen in traditional and vernacular buildings. So we are talking about building crafts over here, and these 5 important nodes we discussed and what all activities they do under each of these nodes and how they are contributing to, discussing these creative and cultural industries, establishing their importance, their value, and what are the challenges in the building craft sector and how we can bring it back to the mainstream, and how as academicians and architects and designers through different kinds of research activities and collaborative projects and studios and workshops we can do our little bit and prevent all these art and craft forms from languishing, from dying. So that is the larger intention. We also discussed again in detail, what are the different categories of space making craft that happen at the level of structure and which are structurally integrated and which are important for the structural aspect of a building or interior architecture, and also the surface, the ones that are majorly two-dimensional and that are narrative and which go on the surface. So we discussed these two broad categories and the subcategories in detail. We saw the categorization. So what are the major categorizations, and we also see that we can see craft as just artifacts and objects other than structural and the surface domain. So this is what we tried to summarize. We saw some examples, so because we already had this module in detail, I am just going to show the summary and some images. So we saw some examples of each category of craft and from different regions. This is Uttarakhand. Again we saw some examples. Here again, majorly the examples of Uttarakhand, and there is this analysis where we are trying to see different space making elements and different building crafts and how they create or enhance these spaces. Again some examples. This is the discussion that we had out of all the different categories, which one could we see in these furniture elements or interior architecture elements. We saw another few examples like these, and we tried to understand how we can discuss and analyze these craft forms not just in terms of aesthetics or expressions, but also like how they contribute in creation of space at different levels and different capacities, how it contributes structurally, where it is just a surface embellishment, and all these discussions we had. So after seeing all these interesting examples and the overview of the entire week, let me just try to sum up with some nice quotes. Architecture is 1 part science, 1 part craft, and 2 parts art. So what we are trying to say also throughout this module is that architecture is not just building science, it's also about craft of making it, different skills that come together in the creation of it, and also an expression, also an art. So the entire plethora and the entire gamut of all these activities creates beautiful, timeless interior architecture. Then another interesting one, the level of detail and craft is something that's inscribed within the original design concept. And so when I begin to draw, I know what kind of detailing I want the building to have, and this is Tadao Ando, and we all love his buildings, his interior architecture, and it's so close to nature and so crafted and so much detailed out, and that's what he's trying to sum up. So next module will focus on best studies related to this subject. We are going to see some of the best studies when we talk about building crafts and interior architecture. And now some references. Now references are a summation of the entire week's discussion, and they are just put together. So I am going to browse through them. This focuses on creative and cultural industries largely. Then we have space making crafts, and we have different kinds of interior architecture styles, especially Uttarakhand, because we saw a lot of examples. Few other sources that talk about craft traditions and paradigms of Indian architecture, and different kinds of space making crafts. Again, continued concepts of space making, elements of space making, different kinds of buildings and the craft that goes in them. This is a Bible, Crafts of India, Handmade in India. This is a very good book, and this is really a Bible for all of us who are interested in studying crafts of India. Few others. Again, material, craft, architecture, anthropology, narration, storytelling. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Raghunandan Sengupta. So, I will just give you a very brief excitement area of finance, which is quantitative finance, and that has a huge market starting around about 10 years back, and it is exploding exponentially. So, what do we mean by quantitative finance? Quantitative finance is actually the application of different mathematical and statistical techniques in the area of financial markets, be it say for example derivative pricing, be it in the area of say for example portfolio management, be it in the area of asset liability management, be it in the area of portfolio management. We see that the application has exploded in such a way that there is a huge opportunity for people who have a quantitative background in mathematics and statistics. They can utilize those in the area of finance, but obviously with some prior knowledge of finance as a subject. Now, when we say about quantitative finance, as I said, it is an area of applied mathematics and statistics applied in financial markets. Use of different areas, if somebody is interested to know, we have stochastic calculus, we have derivative pricing, we have operation research, we have quantitative techniques like differential equations, stochastic calculus, time series, and they are heavily used in the area of quantitative finance, as I mentioned. Now, we all know that in 1997 the Nobel Prize in Economics, so it is basically the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics, was given to the work of Merton and Scholz in the area of derivative pricing, and after that there has been exponential increase in the area of quantitative techniques in quantitative finance and in the area of different type of derivative pricing. With the advent, moreover with the advent of high-ended and sophisticated computing data, big data has come in a very big way, where application areas starting from computing, from different type of algorithm design have been taken up in such a big way that nowadays at least we are able to understand that how high frequency data algorithm trading can be utilized using the concept of quantitative finance in the area of finance as such. But there is a flip side also, obviously when there is a huge amount of development, so obviously due to some regulation errors or something, there has been some pitfalls, which I think should be a bullet point for people who are really interested to take up quantitative finance. They should be aware. So, consider the financial crisis in 2008 and later on, and we are seeing different banks are failing, different financial institutions are facing a problem, countries are facing a problem like in Europe, in USA. So, what should be done? So, the main thing is that even if you know the technique, is best for people who are investors, who are private players, organizations like banks, governments should use these techniques in a very somber manner, such that the application areas of quantitative finance using the techniques which we learned can be utilized in the best possible way to garner the overall the in-depth knowledge a person has in trying to utilize these quantitative techniques in finance. And I am sure that people who have the background, who have the knowledge, who have the sophistication, who have the knowledge of the society can definitely use quantitative finance in a very big way in trying to make their mark in this exciting field, which you are going to see in years to come. And I am sure it will be a very exciting learning tool for all the participants who will take quantitative finance as a subject in years to come. Thank you, and I wish all the participants all the best and best of luck for the programs they will take. Thank you.
When Copernicus said the earth revolves round the sun, it was considered blasphemy. When Galileo said the earth was round, we thought he was mad. When Darwin said that monkeys are the ancestors of man, we thought he had lost it. When the ecologists said this was the end of the world and the human race, we didn't believe them.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Welcome to the NPTEL course on building energy systems and auditing. In the module number 6, we are discussing the life cycle analysis and the energy audit. In that, in the lecture number 28, we will now discuss the building life cycle analysis. So, in this particular lecture, we will see the other two type of the energy, that is the operating energy and the demolition energy, and we will see the distribution of the life cycle energy and its analysis. So, if you see the stages of the material life cycle, so we can actually see that a material has to be manufactured, and before the manufactured it has to, we should get some raw material. In any case, maybe it is for the brick, it is for the steel, it is for the cement, glass, every material you require raw material extortion, and then this also required some energy. You require energy for the manufacturing process, and probably that is why the metals are more having more energy density, embedded energy density per meter cube, or the per kg of the metals will definitely has more energy. Then after the manufacturing is being done, so we transport that material to various places, and then from the various places to various sites depending upon our demand or so. We use it, we retail it, we use it for the total lifespan, and then we go for the disposal after a certain time. Maybe you have to demolish the building, or even may not be demolished, but some the material has to be changed. So, these 5 points, or you may say those are kind of the prominent the locations or the prominent points of a building life cycle or the material life cycle. So, in that, if I say it is a if it is cyclic kind of a thing. So, I can say it is the raw material, manufacturing, then the transport, then the use and the waste. So, in this if I now linearly if I see, so it is a production from the raw, then it is the industrial processing and the manufacturing process, then we transport it and then we can use it, and there is the end of life. So, if I say this, the raw is first box, the manufacturing is the second box, the transportation may be the major transportation will be happening after the manufacturing and the use. The third box is your use, and the waste and recycle may be the fourth one, the end of life. Now, there are some boundary conditions. So, the system boundary we can say that from where to where we can see this particular energy. So, sometimes we can see that it is cradle to grave. What is cradle to grave? Cradle is the start point or the first one, that is 1 to 5, stage number 1 to 5, because stage number 1 to 5 we have discussed over here. So, it is raw material to the waste. So, it is waste means it is grave. So, it is end of the life, and cradle is the newborn baby in a cradle. So, it is the raw material. So, it is a full lifespan of the material. So, from how much energy you are induced or incorporated in a particular material from the cradle to grave is the total life cycle energy. But sometimes we may go little bit of other way, see the cradle to gate. So, what we have discussed in the last discussion, last lecture, that we discussed the embodied energy of a building, a multi-storied the apartment building. We actually considered the cradle to gate kind of a scenario. The assessment is produced from the stage 1 to stage 2. So, mostly the raw material and manufacturing, and this is gate. Which is the gate? That is the suppose the gate of the industry, just it is leaving from the gate of the industry. So, the maximum energy that was actually embedded into a material is the raw material excursion and the process production and all. And then there is a definitive transportation, there are some construction, maybe welding and this and that is there, and then finally, the end of the life or so, but those are not that much with compared to the first two stage. Sometimes people say it is the cradle to gate, that will be enough to assess my energy. So, the cradle to grave, or this is the cradle to gate. The last one is little bit sustainable. So, it is cradle to cradle. So, what is cradle to cradle? That we will not the fifth one, the waste and the recycling, that will be going to be no more. I mean, there is no end or no death of the particular material, the end of life. We will recycle it, the waste recycle we will do. So, what we will do? We will skip the 5, or maybe we may say the 5 and A1, the second one, not the first one. The first one is the manufacturing raw material, raw material excursion, and the second after first loop, the 5 goes in the first. So, in the horizontal flow diagram, it starts from the cradle, the material. At the end of its life, again I try to manufacture it from that material as a raw material. So, nowadays you all know that in the sustainable development we need to do that, and we need to do, even we are thinking of using the demolition material from the building, and we used to do that for the new material, sorry, not new material, for the recycled material we use for the construction. So, how much we can do, that is really challenge, because people are working in that area. So, but some of the metal items, maybe after the end of the life we can actually reuse it, plastic things we can reuse it. Only thing is that we may say that the whole 100% of the material which is actually came to the grave, we may not use as 100% as a second cradle stage, because there will be some kind of the change of the property of the material, or maybe there is some kind of the damage which cannot actually take care of that or so. So, anyway, even if we cannot use the whole 100% of the material, we can actually think of using a the maximize the amount of the use of or recycling the material, which actually going to beneficial. So, the world is thinking in this way, and then we have to also think, the civil engineers, architects, building consultant has to think that, and we need little bit of research in that area, we need little bit of our the application testing, some demo house or something like that, so that it can be fulfill the some of the technical demand, technical requirement in the future. Technical requirement, I mean to say, is that anything you do, you need to have a kind of justification from the building code. So, if you design a building, if you design a structural elements of the building like beam, column, whatever, you have to actually follow some code, the IS code, IS 456 or something like that we have to follow. So, similarly, if you use the recycled the aggregate or recycled steel or maybe anything with a new part, of course, I mean cement may be the new or whatever, then you need to have some justification from the technical point of view. So, you need a code. So, to develop a code, new code for the recycling of concrete or so, you need research. So, it will require some time to that kind of thing, but before we actually design for the large stock of housings or so or the buildings, we can actually think of doing some kind of the demo housing or some kind of that. So, the awareness, people awareness and all these things are there. So, that is why I have introduced these things. So, there are three things: the cradle to grave, cradle to gate, and the cradle to cradle. So, last two lectures we have mostly focused upon the embodied energy. If you remember, there are two types of embodied energy we discussed, one is the initial and one is the recurring. So, now next is the operating energy. As you understand that a building will take maybe 2 years to construct, and it will stay for 50, 60, 70, 80 years for its life, operating life, and then maybe again it required maybe 2 months or 3 months for demolition if the life is over. So, the maximum part of the building life cycle is actually in the operating stage, and we need to find out the operating energy of the building, and it is a very simple conceptual equation. I must say, it is look very simple, but it is not so simple. We are already started discussing on that from the very first chapter, building physics and all the heat gains and all those kind of a thing. We will also discuss in the next week, that is in the week number 7, how to calculate the operating energy or estimate the operating energy. After this particular slide or this particular lecture, the next lecture on the 29th and 30th lecture, we will see that what is the way to find out this operating energy of a building which is running conditions or so. So, in this particular paper, which is by Ramesh et al., it has given that the operation energy is the annual operating energy, which is EOA, and multiplied by the life of the building. But this EOA, that is the annual operating energy of the building, is not very static, it fluctuates. If I say that only one day I will calculate and then I multiply with the running number of days or so, it probably not going to be the same. So, you need some kind of investigations or so, it is not going to be the same whatever the energy I am going to, annual energy coming in the year 2024 is whatever year 2030 will be little bit more or less. So, it has a little bit hazy area, but still we have to find out that particular the footprint of the yearly footprint of the energy. So, that is why I say that this equation looks very easy or very slick, but it is not so easy to do that. And then finally, it is again conceptual that the demolition energy is the summation of the energy required for the demolition, energy required for the destruction of the building, and the transportation of those material, waste material from the site. So, now let us go to the overall life cycle understanding, the proportion of the life cycle also. So, as I told that the initial 2-3 years I will be spending for construction of the building. So, if I spend 2 to 3 years or maybe little less than that for the construction, I require some kind of embodied emissions or so. So, the y axis is amount, if I say this y axis is the total amount of energy. So, initial embodied energy is not so high, but the intensity of the initial embodied energy is high. The intensity means within 2 to 3 years, the per year the amount of energy I am going to spend for the building is high. So, this rectangle is not the greatest rectangle out of the 4, but this rectangle is the inverted rectangle. So, the footprint of the rectangle per year is very high. Is it clear? It has been very well given this in this particular the paper, Ibn Muhammada. In that paper, this has been wonderfully clarified and suggested this particular diagram to be incorporated in the process of the estimating the life cycle energy. If you see the next smaller this one, the rectangle, the lower rectangle, which is a recurring embodied energy. Recurring will occur after the construction. That is why it is after the yellow rectangle. So, it starts from after 3 years and continue till 40 to 60 years, the total life period of the building. So, this is the recurring embodied energy. Total footprint is also not so high, but it is elongated till the end or so. And then this green part, the maximum part is the operating energy, and the operating the emissions also. So, in that if you see what is written here, it is because of the energy uses, it is accumulated over time, it is due to the mainly due to the operation and the occupant, it is written, but embodied energy does not depend upon the occupant. It is the building primary energy for the material used, and this is for the occupant, the operational energy green one, that pattern of the energy use, how I am using the energy, what is the building, what is the type of the building, based on that what is the function of the building. So, this green rectangle is the total impact of the operating energy over the span of the building life of 40 to 60 years. So, that is the another. The last one is the demolition energy. It is shown the demolition footprint is also quite high, maybe high or low depending upon the how much is your building height and building total the footprint areas or so. So, from that point of view, but this particular diagram is a very wonderful diagram that depict the proportion, the intensity and the variation and the length of the different type of energy. Next is the another, and this particular also, I mean this particular paper, the Ibn Muhammada's paper also suggested lot of other things. The first one, let us discuss the right hand side graph, where it has suggested that the operational energy is quite high and almost about 80%. If you see the y axis gives 0 to 100 total the life cycle, out of that this triangle, the area of the triangle or whatever may be the total amount is the 80%. Yes, and this the embodied includes the both the embodied the recurring and the initial, which is about 20% or so. So, this is the most of the nature of the embodied versus the operational, but if you contribute little bit more in the embodied, your operational may sometimes come down. We will discuss in it will be the change of the variation of the embodied versus the operational in the when we go to the next week for the retrofitting chapters. In the left hand side graph, which again has been proposed by this paper, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. If you see the first, the lower one is the total, sorry, the first lower one is the initial embodied energy, which is a constant kind of a scenario, and then the recurring embodied energy is a green one. This is the initial, this is the recurring, and this is some of the data that they have used in that particular paper. The second one, the orange one is your total embodied energy. That means this, if you add this one, this the dark blue and the green, if you add these two, you will get this. Now, we are left with one more. They have not definitely taken the demolition energy or so. They have taken the operating energy, which is the red color line, the operating energy, which is this. This is OE. So, if you see the total energy is again this is, I may say that the total embodied TEE, total embodied energy plus the operating energy gives you the total the energy whatever total energy, which is a black line again. And now, if you see the total embodied energy, which is the addition of the recurring and the initial, and if you see the operating energy, these two are the sloping line, but the TEE, the total embodied energy, slopes a little less because it is not so intensified, it is less 20% of it. So, it is less, but the operating energy stiffness is higher than the inclination is higher than the total embodied energy inclination. So, at certain after certain years it will going to cross the imprint or the amount of the total energy embodied energy, the operational energy will going to cross, and that is called the overtaking time. So, based on this particular fundamental concept, let us discuss this problem. So, this problem is already explained in the lecture number 26. I have mentioned, you can go back and you see, if you remember, we have discussed two parts in that lecture. One, we have with this data we have found out the EEI, that is the embodied energy, initial embodied energy, which is something like 5,83,000 something, and also in that particular problem we also discussed or calculated the recurring energy, which is 55,000 something. But if you remember, if you see that it has the 50 years of life period and 5 years of the material life. So, there is a 9 times I have to repeat the repair or the renovation, because it is 50 minus 5 minus 1. So, 1 minus because it is already taken into the time of the construction or so. So, this 9 time total amount of energy is 55,462.5. So, I can divide that, but by 9, this 55,462, and that will be the division, that whatever comes after the divisions, the quotient of the division will be the each time how much after 5 years or so, each time how much recurring energy I am requiring. So, the first, let us draw a graph on the time versus energy scale. So, the first one is the static, which is your 5,83,250. Which one is this? This, which is a flat, right, and then the ER is 55,462, and that if I divide by 9, because 9 times I have to do, I have to do recurring is 9 times, and 9 times after 5 years of each. So, each time I have to actually pay 6162.5 the megajoule energy for 5 times. So, each one of this is your 6162.5, each one, each steps, those small steps. And finally, after 50 years you have total of this much, 55,462. So, what we can do? We can do that instead of going these steps or whatever, we can it is the EI plus ER is this much if you add up. So, what we can do? We can draw a sloping line instead of the step line or whatever. We can draw a sloping line. Sloping line will give almost the same character of the energy footprint of the recurring, and the slope will be, I will divide the whatever 55,462.5 by 50, the amount, the number of years or so. So, I may say that per year, this is per year out of this 50 year per year ER. So, it is maybe say that this is small ER, the per year this much amount of the recurring energy is requiring megajoule per year. Okay, so that is that is defining by this dotted line. So, what we do is that, so if I again little bit go back, so I can say that this one is actually your, it starts from and this goes like this, something like this, and this is like this. Okay. So, finally, it looked like this. I have removed the steps. So, this is the recurring. Now, suppose in a certain case, this is the sloping line which shows the recurring, and the next line is your total EI line or so. So, finally, this is your EI plus ER line, because I am adding each time. So, this is your EI, the initial and the recurring together. So, I can see it is the total, this is the total EE line or so, and this is my operating, the slope of operating I have taken OE. So, the OE, the smaller letters is your maybe some kilowatt hour per year or megajoule per year, some unit, and similarly this is also can be written as the kilowatt hour per year or megajoule per year or so. So, that means this is the point. Okay. Before that, so if I say that see the building is running after some time, maybe after 30 years, 30 is too much, 20 years. If you do not do any kind of maintenance or so, due to the lack of maintenance, the operating energy will be very high. It will not going to increase the way it was there in the first 20 years or so. There may be some damage in the roof, there may be some kind of damage in the some insulation part, there may be some damage in the roof chhajjas or so. So, it will, or maybe the window panes are not giving you, it's maybe it has some kind of the insulations or maybe some kind of the black films or these are not maybe working. There will be some gaps in the window frames or so that leaks the or it is going to infiltrate the outside air or so. So, without that kind of the proper maintenance, regular maintenance, if you do not do, your operating energy line will go up. But if you do maintenance, it can brought down or at least maintain the same slope, initial slope, but if you do some kind of a energy retrofit. So, if I do the energy retrofitting, after some 20 years you feel that no, you have to do something that I can reduce the energy footprint or energy operating energy. So, yes, you can do that. We will discuss that one in the next week. The 2 lectures will be there on the energy retrofitting. So, we can do that also. So, next one, let us see that again, let us. So, here what we understand is that you need to do some kind of maintenance, minimum maintenance, just to lower down that energy and going with the green line also. We may not want to reduce it, but if I do some kind of retrofitting, because new materials may be coming after 20 years or so, which I have not thought of today's design, I can introduce that one in the after 20 years, and then the operating energy will be go down. So, in this we can actually say that after certain time this green line is going to overtake this dotted line. Okay, that is called the overtaking time, and the overtaking time can be calculated by this formula. I have taken that this OE into OT, OT is overtaking time, OE is the operating energy intensity in kilowatt hour per year, and the EER is the the recurring embodied energy intensity in kilowatt per year, overtaking time in year, and EEI is the embodied energy. So, if you see that actually its overtaking means what? At this particular point, the total amount of green is equal to the total amount of red dotted portions of the triangle and the below portion. The below portion is my EEI, capital EEI, and this portion is my EER into this x or y. I have written as y. That means this is my y, or sorry, not y, OT, sorry, it is OT, overtaking time. This is the one part, and the green one is the OT, OE. So, that part is the OE into the OT. So, this must be equal to this plus this plus this. So, finally, I got. So, if I reduce the OE, if you reduce the OE, definitely the OT will be higher. So, you will cross it afterwards. Now, that is good. I mean, that is good, because otherwise you cross it afterwards means your green slope is little less, and that is definitely good. So, I have taken some problem, a building having 650 meter square of the built up area, lifespan of the building is 80 years, the life cycle related data are given. Embodied energy initially is almost 1700 kilowatt per hour per meter square, recurring embodied energy is 5500 kilowatt per year. So, this is your EER, this is your EEI. Of course, you have to calculate, which will multiply with the building built up area, and this is OE. So, based on that you can calculate the what is your EEI, this is your recurring embodied energy for 80 years, and this is your operating energy. So, it is a total operating energy for the building for this 650 I am multiplying because it is per year, sorry not per year, per meter square, not per year, meter square, and this is this 80 I am multiplying is for the per year. So, this total embodied is the per meter square, and this is per year. So, if you do that, the total life cycle energy I can calculate, and also I can say that the 80% is the total operating energy, 6% is the total recurring energy, and the 14% is the total embodied initial embodied energy, and by this formula the OE intensity I know how much kilowatt hour per year from the last slide. If you go back, if you see, this is that, this OE, then this is the initial embodied 11,000, this is the EEI, this 3 data I required, this data I required, and also this one is the 5500 per year, this is the ER data. So, based on that, if I calculate, I can get the 15.4. So, 15.24 is, so 15.24 years the overtaking time, and finally, I can say this is the last slide. So, there can be many ways of cutting through. This is the, if the operating energy cutting almost 45° inclination or so, or maybe this middle funnel. So, it is a normal efficiency. If it is cutting like the above that, it is a low efficiency, it is very stiff, and if it is below the part, so it's, you can say it is a high efficiency. So, we discussed about the embodied energy, which is about 15 to 20% of the total life cycle energy, and we conclude this particular embodied energy part with this lecture. And operating energy has a major share we see, and we see how to reduce the footprint by controlling the operation energy. Thank you very much.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome to the NPTEL course on building energy systems and auditing. In the 6th module, we are discussing about the life cycle analysis and the energy audit. In the lecture 29, we will start the energy audit. In the energy audit, we will see what are the types of audit, and there are some kind of measurement criteria for the audit. So, we will see that. So, in very first, the definition of the energy audit. See, it is very much required at present world to the audit the building from the energy point of view, because it will going to give us a kind of idea that how much energy is going to use in this particular building, and if there is a benchmark, if there is some kind of benchmark, we can actually see if the building is consuming more energy or it is at par with the benchmark or so. So, from that point of view, we can take some kind of a decision that if some energy management is required or not for the particular building. In the second stage, we can see that if I take some kind of the energy management or some kind of a retrofitting of the building from the energy utilization point of view, then what should be my capital cost and how quickly I will recover that particular cost or so. So, if I see from the, if I see the stages of the energy audit and in the assessment, it has particularly 3 stages: a pre-assessment stage, the assessment stage, and the post-assessment stage. In the pre-assessment stage, we actually look into the building in a very very overall way. So, we can see what are the different functions of the building, what are the different period of the building which it's actually required some kind of the energy, what is the energy bill per month, what is the age of the building, what are the some we can actually set some kind of the performance, the benchmark or the target, and we can also do some kind of the assessment and through some kind of the committees where we can create a small group or maybe a 2-layer subgroup of the committees or so. So, those are the initial process of that audit which includes the as a pre-assessment stage or so. But as a whole, it is look like a very easy stage or the easy step, very early stage or so, but it has a long term impact. If I do not take the target appropriately with the age of the building and the amount of cost I can involve or invest in the retrofitting or so. So, there is no use of the next stage, assessment stage or the pre or post assessment stage or so. So, initially this germination stage of the we can say it is a very first stage of the germination. So, we have to very much cautious about our in the what is our target, what is our actual, what is I am going to look into. Should I look into only the HVAC systems, or should I look into the only a particular area where I may feel that that particular laboratory or that particular some kind of the operation theater for a hospital, or maybe some kind of the IT office, some segment of the IT office is taking care of much higher energies or so. So, target oriented the target oriented strategies has to be taken in this pre-assessment stage. Let us go forward to the assessment stage. This is the main the part of the assessment stage, where we will going to assess the whole building from the energy conservation and the energy utilization point of view. That is the straightforward the definition of the assessment stage or so. But again, it is not so straightforward. We may have 3 levels of assessment. First level is called the primary energy use through the walkthrough analysis or so. We have a detailed on that. The second is the energy analysis part, and third is the detail of the capital investment measurement or so. So, let us go to the next slide and discuss the post assessment, and then again come back to this assessment stage and go one by one in those three levels. In the post assessment stage, suppose we did the assessment stage, any one of the layer, any one of the levels, and that levels is defined by the pre assessment, that I am going to have a look into only the walkthrough and normal the kind of the audit, or I have to investigate very thoroughly in that. So, I have to go for the third level of assessment also. Whatever may be the level of assessment, we need to have a post assessment also. I have written down the 4 points over here. How this particular strategies are implemented. So, you have to come back after maybe 6 months or maybe after 1 year to see that what is the change, is noticeable change, or what we thought that is not coming up, maybe only 30-40% is coming up, not the full 100% is coming up. So, where is the gap? We have to see the operation and the management guidelines also. So, suppose we retrofit with some kind of a system, but the workers and the staffs are not very much aware of the maintenance of the systems also. So, definitely that will not going to give any benefit, or may not be give the effective benefit out, we cannot get the effective benefit out of it. So, whatever be our stages of the level of the assessment, based on that we need to have a post assessment criterias, and then again we have to look back, and then again have to maybe sometimes we have to rectify that one. Now, let us go to those levels of energy audit. So, we have just now discussed the level 1 is called the walkthrough audit. Let us go to the 3 levels of the energy audit. The first level is called the walkthrough audit. The second level is called energy survey analysis. So, definitely we need to do some kind of a survey and also analysis. Walkthrough is the very the preliminary stage of the analysis also, but we sometimes do that. We have a small briefing of that in the next lecture, the walkthrough audit in this particular module itself. We will see that. The level 3 is the detailed survey analysis. So, you can say that what is the difference between the energy survey analysis and the detailed survey analysis. So, we will come to that. So, in between walkthrough audit and the energy level energy service survey analysis, we can sometimes may say that target energy audit. So, target energy audit is that it is maybe walkthrough, but some of the strategical areas or the target I may have, I may only look into the HVAC systems, nothing else, or sometimes I may only look into the heat gain from the outside by changing the windows and the glasses and all those kind of a thing. So, a particular target oriented kind of analysis sometimes we go, or audit we can go. In that case, it is a walkthrough plus a particular type of the energy survey analysis. Now, again the point we are discussing, that why the level 2 is energy survey and second one is the detailed survey. What is the difference between them? Yeah, detailed survey analysis actually going to produce the investment grade audit. So, that means in the energy survey analysis we will just stop that, yes, this is the your performance of the building and you can perform well if you do this, if you do that, or if you do this 3-4 points or whatever. This choice is up to you, but if I now go for the detailed one, then I have to go with some kind of simulations and then I have to represent that work with some kind of a scenario generations and all, and I can say if you take these options it will be your benefit, if you take the second options it will be further benefit or whatever, that we have to detail out. So, definitely the level 3 analysis is much more tedious, much more elaborate, and of course, required much more manpower and the money to execute that one. In the walkthrough analysis, there are certain points we have, let us discuss. The level 1 analysis we will have to actually go for the energy efficiency measure EEM. So, it is a roughly it is rough order of magnitude, because we do not want to invest that much amount of time and the manpower in it. So, we can actually include the summary of utility data. That what does it mean? That the utility services, the electrical services or the illuminations and the machines or the HVAC systems data. So, we can generate that how much power consumptions and how much daily running operation time, those utility data for each and everything we can collect. We can maybe collect like the most the preferable way to collect those data is the monthly electricity bill of a company or maybe a building or so. That is all, and that will give you some kind of idea that yes, this particular building is generating requiring this much of energy. We also can sometimes estimate the saving associated with this rate of change, the some of the energy calculation index, benchmarking and targeting. So, that may be come under some kind of the secondary kind of the analysis in connections with the level 1 walkthrough analysis also. So, we can say for a small building, suppose a small guest house, maybe a small office building, maybe a very small institute, school buildings, a residential tower or something like that small. That tower may be again we can define the tower is a big building category or the small building category. I am talking about the walkable kind of a the tower or the mid-rise kind of a building or so. So, those can become under that, and I must say that those small buildings should be actually they should go for the level 1. Because very detailed analysis, because the consumption of the energy in the small buildings are less. So, why should they go for the detailed analysis or the level 2 analysis or so. Next, in that particular audit, we can actually give some kind of the solutions, that some repair of the broken glass in the window, the lowering the preset temperature of the HVAC system. HVAC systems may have some kind of issues. So, running issues, they can take some default kind of a values or the set point temperature or so. So, we can actually see and prescribe that you can change or so. So, we are not going to say that we change the whole HVAC systems or so, but we can say some of the conditional time changes or maybe some kind of a set point temperature changes, those can be the outcome of the walkthrough. The adjusting the boiler and airfoil unit or those kind of a things we can actually say. The level 2 survey, that is the energy survey and analysis, will take some kind of the detailed and the proficiency in creating the quality of the audit. So, it will little bit up. So, we can now one on each point has to be detailed way we have to investigate, we may have to survey for couple of days or maybe 1 or 2 weeks, and also we have to interact with the people, we have to take some of the opinion of the people, we have to discuss with them, we may have a survey format, and from that we can actually go some of the selected people, and then we can actually talk to them and take and fill the survey form. So, in that particular survey on this particular analysis, we have to look into the inventory, the inventory, equipment inventory, the energy balance criteria. Energy balance is that how much actually the input energy is coming from the plug load and what is the output. So, what is the total efficiency of the building, the equipment or so. So, those has to be checked a proper way. I may not say that you have to check the whole lot of the instruments or so, but at least some sample of the instruments and the systems instrument can be actually checked. So, this will actually lead to a little bit of the detailed understanding of the how the energy is being used in that particular scenario. So, we also need some kind of, we have to give some kind of solutions after this particular survey. So, you have to give some kind of a financial analysis also at the end of the survey and a rough estimate of the how the project capital cost or so. So, maybe a auditor or group of auditor who has vast experience on this particular area, they can actually give some kind of a genuine suggestions, options and also, and then from that the client can take any one of them, and they may also give some kind of the hint that what should be the capital cost involvement of it and what will be the at the end what will be the savings from this particular the investment. So, level 2 audit is most likely to be used for the large building. So, large building I may say that it is a large building, maybe it is a building which is higher floor areas or in the complexity higher floor area, but it may not should not have the complexity of the functionality. Okay. So, it may be a office building of a large area, it may be IT building of a large area, it may be a hospital of a large area, but it should not have that operational and the functional complexity. That means, it should not have some kind of the advanced equipment in it, or maybe some kind of the suppose I may mean to say if it is a kind of the industrial unit or so, or maybe some kind of airport or that kind of a building which actually have different kind of complexity. So, from that point of view, because other buildings, suppose it is a large office building or a large hospital, a large the IT building, it has a similar kind of the work culture or maybe the footprint and also the footfall and also the occupancy, it will be more or less same throughout the year or so. But the industry has different type of equipment or so, the airport has different type of footfall, different type of systems, and that may create some kind of the if you say it is the railway stations or maybe a kind of the traffic interchange stations or so, it is difficult. It may not be that the second level of survey will serve you. You have to go for the third level, because there is a very well interaction between the outdoor and the indoor the conditions or so. So, from that point of view, the complexity may arise in the large or small building, then we have to shift it to the level 3. So, in the level 3 we have to see the checking of utility services, the analysis of the peak demand, when is the peak demand measure. So, whatever we are actually going to checking and all, probably it will be remains constant in a particular season. Suppose in the winter season is some peak demand and whatever, and the summer seasons the demand may increase, the peak may increase, but there is a systematic way of the changes also. Where in the complex building it may not be the same, it may in the same period of the time, maybe the weekend there is a different scenario, in the the weekdays there may be a different scenario, or maybe it is because of the some kind of interaction with the outside inside, there may be some kind of scenario changes or so. So, in the level 3 of the detailed analysis is more expensive capital projects. So, where my capital investment or the project is very large on the capital investment point of view, if I can actually using this detailed method and saving a very small amount of 10% of the energy also, that is a great saving for me, because it is a huge capital investment. So, in that we tend to put into logs, that are data loggers and all. So, a constant monitoring is required. Sometimes it happened to be, it is a year-long auditing. It is a year-long auditing for the buildings also. So, it is a constant monitoring is required. You will actually go for some kind of a sensors and all. So, that data will be actually generated, and at the other end the some kind of the transmissions has to be taken place, transmission in the sense of some kind of action has to be taken place. So, this is a one of the very extensive type of the survey. So, perhaps now you understand what is the difference between the normal level 2 and the level 3 survey. In the level 3 survey, we need the hourly simulations. In fact, we need to know the peak demand. If there is any kind of a peak in some hours, we need to know the what is happening half an hour before and half an hour after that, what is the set point temperature, how the steady state temperature is coming or maintaining in a particular building, how long it is required, whereas the personalized ventilation will going to help it or not. So, those are the some of the decisions we have to take. And finally, this audit will lead to the investment criteria, the investment grade audits. It is called IGA, and it is typically done for the buildings which high capital investment and also building with the high complexity. So, in detailed survey also we should look into the life cycle cost, LCC, what is the total life cycle cost, energy life cycle cost of the building. If I invest some more, so there is any benefit, so what will be my payback period, and all these things has to be taken care of. We have to actually see lot of the economical parameters in it, in the interest rate, inflations and tax rates also. So, mostly the auditors have a huge team, where some of the accounts, the people will be there, there are some kind of the engineers will be there, and maybe some kind of the auditors who have this kind of the experience and all will be there to do this kind of a detailed survey. The other one, the level 2 one, it can be done by some trained people, for maybe you can take them for 1 week training or 1.5 week training, and then they can actually do that. But here you need a very expert people to actually do the detailed survey and analysis. So, next let us go to the energy audit measurement. So, sometimes we measure something in the walkthrough, may not be the walkthrough, but the next level or so, if I want to have a target oriented kind of a audit. So, we can go for some kind of the energy audit measurement. So, in that measurement the SP 41 code talks about the Umax, the maximum U value, thermal performance index, thermal time constant, thermal damping or so. So, those are the typical values that they have prescribed for the hot and humid climate and the warm and humid climate. So, if the thermal damping has to be taken into account, so we have to actually find out the TO and the TI. So, that is the outside and the inside temperature of a wall or of a ceiling. So, you just go and in the top of the roof and see what is the top temperature outside top, and also the ceiling soffit temperature or so, then I can measure how much damping is possible is happening. So, similarly, we can actually see the thermal performance index, the TPI. We have actually talked about that in the earlier lecture probably. In the TPI has two types. One is for the non-air conditioned building, which is defined as the TIS minus 30 into 100 by 8, where TIS is the peak inside surface temperature. So, inside surface. So, in a particular space in a room there may be 6 surfaces. Okay. In the 6 surfaces we take the temperature, and the peak temperature we can take out of those 6 temperature and deduct that, from that we can deduct 30 and then these equations. But for the air conditioned room we have to actually find out the QIS, that is the peak inside heat gain watt per meter square. So, that can be easily done if I know the U value of the material, and if I know the outside and the inside temperature, I can find out that. So, I have taken an example of a building where we have found out the temperature for outside temperature, wall temperature and the roof temperature for 24 hours. So, we have taken a building where we have taken the outside temperature and the inside temperature. In the inside temperature we have taken the wall temperature and the roof temperature, and for 24 hours, and we see that 38 degree at around 14 hours is the highest in the outdoor, but the indoor surface temperature are 28 and 32 for wall and roof respectively. From that we can actually generate some graph that we know that is a kind of a time lag or so, but we can find out the thermal damping of the wall and the roof, because outside temperature is 38 for both, but the inside temperature is 28 and 32 of wall and roof. So, finally, it come down to 26% damping for the wall and 15% damping for the roof. But we have to actually match with this particular SP 41 table, where it has told that D minimum, D is the damping. Sorry. So, D minimum for suppose it is a hot and dry, it should be 75 and 60% or so. So, definitely if this is the your data, it is not going to be the very good data, I must say. Similarly, we can find out the thermal performance index. So, here the thermal performance index is 32 minus 30, because the top the inside surface temperature, highest inside surface temperature is 32 degree at roof. So, it is 25. Let us see with the code 25 thermal performance index, but TPI is should be something like that 100, 125 or something like that. Also, from the if I know the U values of the wall and the roof, and then if I know the what is the indoor temperature, and so I can find out the QIS, the wall and roof, what is the total QIS, and then from there I can find out the TPI for the room for air conditioned case. So, here it is going to come to be 73, which is not also very promising. So, we have done an energy audit of a case study of a small house, which is it is a ground floor. So, this was a residential building, ground floor, 2 rooms. It is a naturally ventilated building, it is not having any air conditioned. South and east walls are exposed to outside, roof is not exposed, wall thickness is traditional brickwork and with 15 mm plaster. It was Kharagpur in our the institute, near to our, not inside our campus, outside our campus. There are 2 occupancies, and we have taken the data in 2023, 25th and 27th of May. The target measurement was to make target measurement was the thermal damping and the TPI for non air conditioned kind of a scenario. So, we have taken hourly data from morning 9 to night 11, not the whole day of course, and the first rows gives the outdoor temperature, and then the indoor ambient temperature. TSI is the indoor the surface temperature, highest surface temperature of course. The relative humidity is also measured. Then with that formula the damping, thermal damping and the TPI is measured. So, the red boxes are shown as it is not functioning very well. So, the amount of damping of the wall or roof, whichever may be the highest, is not well, and also of course, roof is not taken care of because roof is not exposed here. So, only the 2 walls has been taken care of. So, even though the thermal damping is around the 14% or so, which is not good enough to say, the TPI is also kind of better in that sense. It is sometime the maximum TPI is going to be touching almost 110, 120, 150 sometimes. So, it may say it is performing better in the thermal performance index point of view, but not from the damping point of view. So, in this particular lecture we have come across the 3 levels of the audit, which is very important to understand, and the assessment process, and also we have discussed some of the measurement techniques of the in particularly in the very first stage level of the energy audit. Thank you very much.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome to our next lecture. We are continuing with the heritage, World Heritage Sites, part 4. If you remember, last time we have discussed the outstanding universal value, and we also had discussed the 10 criteria that are considered by UNESCO for approving or accepting a site as a World Heritage Site. Now, let us just take a quick look at whatever the 10 criteria. You must remember the very key essence of each criteria. So, let us say first example was masterpiece, then the interchange of values, testimony of cultures and typology of the built heritage, land use, association with ideas, tradition and etc., natural phenomena, because 1 to 6 were the cultural heritage and 7 to 10 were the natural heritage. So, 7th was the natural phenomena, 8th was the ecological and biological process, 9th natural habitats, and 10 is the biological diversity. We also has discussed the various examples to explain what are the how this criteria, and as we discussed that one particular site can be more than one criteria. Now, we also must remember that while discussing the outstanding universal value, there are 3 pillars of that. One is that which is meets the criteria, and the second is the integrity and authenticity, and third is the protection and the management. So, today we will talk about we also have already discussed the criteria thing. We will talk about the integrity and authenticity part, and then we will discuss about the management in our next lecture. So, the topics mainly I will cover in this lecture is what is authenticity and what is integrity, authenticity and outstanding universal value, what is the relationship between that, and authenticity and significance, assessing authenticity, compromise authenticity, authenticity and its attributes, and also integrity and its components. So, it's a little it's not so easy, but we will see that how with the various examples we can sort of try to explain the concept of authenticity, integrity, because it's not only important for the World Heritage Site to talk about authenticity, integrity and the values, it's also important for any heritage resource we talk about. So, let us talk about first authenticity and integrity. Authenticity is generally the measure of genuineness or credibility, and integrity is the measurement of the totality or completeness. So, that means how much of the original remains and how much remains. And when we are talking about the original, we also have discussed it does not mean only one period of time, it can be several periods of history. But how much of that original remains and how much remains? These are the basic essence of when we are talking about authenticity and integrity. So, these are important to explain the heritage value of the site satisfactorily as per the original. Now, let us see understanding the origin, authenticity. For example, we see here Disneyland, California. What here we see? It is a replica or a fantasy castle which has been made there. So, definitely it is not a castle. So, one can say that it is not authentic. Yes, it is not authentic when if we consider that as a castle, but Disneyland, the entire concept of Disneyland is in fairyland and illusion. That is the purpose of a Disneyland. So, in the context of Disneyland, it is not fake, because it is an illusory castle that they are trying to make, and is not trying to pose that it is a castle. So, we can't say that it is not authentic. In concept of Disneyland or in the context of Disneyland is absolutely fine. We can't compare that with another royal castle or the series of castle or the number of castles which are there, like here in the France we see a castle. So, that is a castle, and this is an illusion of a castle, and which is the purpose of Disneyland. So, we can't say it is not authentic. In the context of Disneyland, this is proper, genuine and authentic. This context we must remember when we are talking about authenticity. So, example we see here, there are these different aspects of the World Heritage Site: OUV, attributes, authenticity, protection, management. All these are very important, and we have to understand that what is the relation between outstanding universal value in case of World Heritage Site and the attributes, and how they are related to authenticity. So, these are the major thing. In case of World Heritage Site, it will be outstanding universal value. In case of other site, it will be the value or the significance. So, values, whether outstanding or not, attributes and authenticity, we have to understand the relationship between them. Let us see what is the authenticity. Authenticity means the wholeness. Are all the elements necessary to tell the full story of the site? Are they there? Is the property of sufficient size to hold all feature and processes necessary to convey the significance? And intactness, asking about the condition of the property in relation to the threats to its existence and any risk in the environment surrounding the property. So, this wholeness, or whether the size is enough to show all the necessary features, and the intactness, these are important things or parts of authenticity. For example, if you see here Konark Sun Temple in Orissa, we see that there is a very old picture of Konark, but when the major temple, the main temple has already collapsed, we know that Konark has crumbled. So, we see a part is standing there, and the Konark as we see today, it is a World Heritage Site, and there has been no sort of an attempt to rebuild the part which has been demolished. They are keeping it as it is, the main part, because it has collapsed, and the other parts are there either with roof or without the roof, whatever form it has been found, and it has been kept, and the relationship with the site and everything has been kept as it is. Konark is a very good example of authenticity and how it has been preserved by Archaeological Survey of India. We can go further into the detail. I have already explained that the significance and authenticity. I have explained the concept earlier of that the horse which is there and how the horse has been propped up. It hasn't been, his legs hasn't been rebuilt or replicated, but it has been propped up to brought to the height, so that it gives the concept or restores the original concept that it is the a horse driving the chariot of the sun god. So, it is reviving the concept. So, as I say, the Konark is that significance and authenticity is very important. So, let us see what it says. The ability to understand the value attributed to the heritage depends on the degree to which information sources about this value may be understood as credible and truthful. So, the horse has been taken up there. So, the value attributed can be understood properly. So, the information is there, and that much only has been kept like that. The knowledge and understanding of these sources of information in relation to the original and subsequent characteristics of the cultural heritage and their meaning and the requisite basis for assessing all aspects of authenticity. So, we must try to understand that how these are important relationship between the significance and authenticity. We will deliberate. So, basically if you try to see major points, the authenticity in creativity and form, I think the way the horse has been propped up, it shows the creativity, because there could have been many ways to keep that, there are ways. So, authenticity in creativity and form, authenticity in material and history, and authenticity in continuity of the social cultural concept, and that is also a very challenging, that how in creativity and form and materials and how the social cultural context, how the authenticity can be maintained. I will take an example which is not a World Heritage Site, but try to explain the relationship between the value, significance, authenticity and other. This is coast minar. Coast minars are there in India and Pakistan. They are there along the roads, this coast minar. What are they? They are actually isolated structures. In 1609, Emperor Jahangir ordered a small minaret like monuments to be built at every coast or every mile along the Grand Trunk Road. The coast was an ancient measure of the territory distance which varied from time to time. During the period of Emperor Jahangir, the conventional course was measured between 2 miles 3 furlongs to 2 miles 5 furlongs. So, this was a measurement along the thing. Independently, they are just structures, they do not have any religious significance or other. But when you see them in the context, that takes on a different meaning. So, let us see how we assess the coast minar. First of all, if you see that the first as it is a sign, it is just a pile of bricks put in a very specific form, and it signifies the location of that particular place or the distance over the road. And so, that should come from the research and other things, that how these independent or a series of them are important, and that establishes the definition, because that coast minar, it signifies a location, but the significance is that it is a road mark. And what is the value? Value is that it is essential to travelers, and that is how we have to assess that it is essential to travelers in that time. And in a continuity, a series of these coast minars actually tell us a very important part, technology or the travelers, how it was important to them, and the systematic placement of the things, the distance measurement and other things. So, that is why we see that even because these coast minars are all over, and there is a lot of pressure to if you widen the road and other things, people say what is this coast minar, they are not so beautiful, and what is there, we can sort of take them and keep them away or demolish them and other. But one must understand that what is this coast minar actually mean, and not in an isolation, but in totality. And if you can understand that from this relationship between the sign, signify, significance and value, then only we can sort of understand, if the assessment is proper, then only we can understand that what to do about it and how do we go about it. So, this assessment based on the research and the definition, particular context and the assessment is a very important process of this assessment and establishing the authenticity. So, assessing authenticity means for each cultural property, the attributes that have been identified as conveying the potential. In case of World Heritage Site, it will be the outstanding value. Outstanding universal value should be considered for the way they might be said truthfully convey or express that value. Truthfully convey or express that value. Authenticity is therefore a measure of how well the attributes convey potential outstanding universal value. Again and again I am saying, in case of World Heritage Site, it will be outstanding universal value, but it is also important for even if it is not a World Heritage Site, to understand that what is the value of that resource. Let us take a World Heritage Site, which is Rani Ki Vav in Gujarat 2014. It is been declared inscribed as a World Heritage Site. So, let us see what are the criterion for that. It is an example of the artistic and technological height of the staple tradition. It is a very important part of a traditional water storage system and accessing the water. It was a part of the Saraswati river, and for centuries it was under the silt, and very recently it has been discovered, and now it is a part of the World Heritage Site. Criterion 4, an outstanding example of a subterranean steep well construction and represents a prime example of an architectural type of water resource and storage system. So, under these two criteria, that steep well of Rani Ki Vav has been inscribed at the World Heritage Site. Now, let us see, while doing that, while preparing the nomination brochure and the justifying the case of Rani Ki Vav, how this value, significance and authenticity, which is a very important part of making a case for World Heritage Site, how it has been done. So, we must understand that the concept between value versus significance, identification of the meaning of an object, that is what is the heritage, and association of the value to object through a meaning. And we must understand that meaning and significance, it is also not an individual meaning and significance, it comes from the society, from the people and the various stakeholders, because this staple has been very important for this particular community in that type of context, and it was also a place for social gathering, people used to interact and other, and they had various forms of things. Now, when it was placed as the World Heritage Site, what is also important is the tangibly is the steep well, beautifully sculptures and other things are there. But it has to be, to prove that it is outstanding value, it had to be compared with other type of steep wells or other steep wells which also has the same meaning, and to show that it is the value and significance and how it is outstanding in this particular typology of the structure. So, there is a relationship, there is a comparative study of the properties of similar meaning. So, we have to understand the properties, we have to understand that how these properties or attributes contribute to the value and what is the significance of meaning that to the society as a whole. And that actually, so the conservation of steep well, or in this particular case Rani Ki Vav, is based on the recognized qualities, significance and authenticity of a property. Recognized quality, significance and authenticity of the property. So, that means there should be some sources of information which should be true and credible, and from that structure and between that information we have to find out that what are the qualities and characteristics and how they sort of show or how bring out the authenticity of the structure, and this is a process which is very important to understand. So, there is a document, because even over the years that how do we understand the authenticity, what are the characteristics or what are the attributes have been changing a lot. But NARA document is the one which actually talks a lot about this authenticity. Authenticity is a measure of the degree to which the values of a heritage property may be understood to be truthfully, genuinely and credibly. I have already mentioned that, expressed by the attributes carrying the value. So, I have explained that there is a relationship between the attributes, the value and the significance. Authenticity refers to the credibility or truthfulness of information related to the original and subsequent characteristics of cultural heritage property that comprise its OUV. So, depends on why, which attributes are important for making or putting it as a World Heritage Site or outstanding value, that are very important. What are the attributes of that and what it signifies and how much they are authentic, or what is the original, what to what degree. So, that actually is what is authenticity. That is what NARA document discusses. Now, initially there were 4 aspects which were generally considered to understand authenticity. They were design, material, setting and workmanship. But over the years, as more and more other type of structures from various other continents, Southeast Asian countries, India and other places came, there was an understanding or realization that these four aspects are not enough to explain the authenticity of a heritage resource. So it was updated, these attributes were updated, and now the attributes of authenticity include form and design, materials and substance, use and function, tradition, techniques and the management system, because depending on the tradition in a local context also things can change, location and setting, language and other forms of intangible heritage, spirit and the feeling, and other internal and external. So now the attributes, the aspects for considering the attributes for considering the authenticity has become much more broader, and there are more aspects which can be taken for consideration in the authenticity and attributes. But also we must understand that authenticity is not a value. We are not declaring a site as a World Heritage or of a heritage resource because of authenticity. We are ascribing it for its value. So authenticity is not a value. Properties do not merit inscription on the World Heritage Site simply because they are greatly authentic. I mean, just being a very authentic does not mean it can sort of qualify for to be described as a World Heritage Site. So the values are important. So it is a requirement. Rather, inscribed properties must demonstrate first their claim to outstanding universal value, and then demonstrate that the attributes carrying related value are authentic, that is genuine, real, truthful and credible. So I am quoting that. So this is very important to understand. The authenticity itself is not an essential prerequisite for to be declared as a World Heritage Site. So what is important is the values and the attributes, and the how the attributes explain the value, and then we have to see that how much that they are, how much of that original remains, and that is a measure. So these subtlety must be understood. I can explain or quote example of Elephant caves near Mumbai, and which are the cave architecture, very important one, is a World Heritage Site. There is a lot of controversies protected by Archaeological Survey of India. There is a lot of controversy about the early measures which are taken for restoring Elephant caves. Now let us see, and there is a doubt that whether many of the things were authentic. So there is a doubt about the authenticity, but later on things have improved better. If you see that, if you see the old pictures of Elephant caves, you can see that what was the situation. We can see the columns which are there were hardly there, and even now at this stage we can see that many of the sculptures, they haven't been rebuilt, they have been kept like that. Many of the columns have been sort of reconstructed or restored because they are important to carry the load and other thing. Now that was necessary, but what is not, there is a controversy about Elephant is that many of the way initially the restoration took place, because it was originally in stone, later on the concrete was used, and the concrete was given an effect that it looked like stone. And so that was probably nowadays nobody will do that, because that is not authentic. It is a falsification, that concrete is meant to look like a stone, and it giving a false impression. So there that authenticity is at stake. So that is what we call the compromised authenticity. The conjectural reconstruction, for example, in this case, the conjectural reconstruction that this could have been like that might compromise the authenticity. It can impact on the ability to truthfully convey the meaning. So as we can see that it is not important to sort of reconstruction for the sake of aesthetics and other things. Rather, it is better to keep the original wherever it is possible, and if there is an addition which is important, then to convey the truth and that it is done for a certain purpose. So, that distinction between what has been added and other is a very important part of the restoration. As we can see even in Elephanta, many of the sculptures which they are we have seen in Konark and other cases, but to reconstruct with concrete and give an impression of the stone, that is generally it is the compromise authenticity. Now, let us talk about the integrity, because we also talked about the authenticity, that what remains, and what is the also the integrity is another requirement one has to show, that how much of that the integrity. Let us take the integrity. Now, when we talk about integrity, we must understand that world heritage site, any world heritage sites, either a city, part of a city, or an independent structure of a group of structures, or combined with the natural heritage and other, whatever is that, it has a context, and that context is generally is given by the buffer zone. We'll in the management we'll talk more about the buffer zone, but and also it has a surrounding. It cannot be considered in isolation. So, when we talk about the integrity, this actually comes into the picture. So, there is a social and functional integrity, that means property includes all elements that justify the significance. Historical structural integrity, it does not suffer from adverse effects of development or neglect. And visual integrity, visual impact, and that if you remember the Vienna example which talked about that it is now put under the danger list, it is actually the visual integrity which was compromised in a heritage sites, and that is why it put under the under a danger list of World Heritage Site. So, when we talk about the integrity, we are talking about the context, and this context is not only the physical context, it is also the social functional context, the historical structural integrity, or the visual integrity. These three are the major important aspects of when we are talking about the integrity of a World Heritage property or any other property. And also, as I say, the relationship with the context and the setting is very important, and it has to be managed properly. Now, I will take again come back to the Rani Ki Vav example, that how which is the Queen's Temple on Patan and Gujarat. You can see that it has been discovered, it is the subterranean structure, and beautiful sculptures are there, and which has been preserved because it was covered with silt. It was a beautifully kept. So, here it was a part of a society, and a very important aspect or function was that it was a water storage and a source of water. It is no longer like that, because Saraswati river has shifted or it was gone into subterranean. So, there is a historical or archaeological aspect of that, but it shows that type of an outstanding example of a staple which is there in many other places of India. So, now just imagine, as I told you, that there has to be a World Heritage Site boundary, there has to be a buffer zone and other. Now, we will talk about later, there is a now in India a law, Amritsar Act, which talks about that within 100-meter radius of these World Heritage or the even ASI protected monuments, it is a nothing can be built within that, and further 200-meter is a regulated zone. So, protected zone, prohibited zone, and a regulated zone. Prohibited zone 100-meter, nothing can be done except very essential infrastructure requirements, because sometimes they are the living areas and something it has to be required. Now, very recently and within last few months, and this act is being amended to say that within that 100-meter or prohibited zone, that the government projects, public projects, but after certain sort of a impact analysis, it will be permitted. It was not there in the 2010 amendment, and there is a lot of anguish in the conservation fraternity and the people who are concerned about that, that this can really interfere with the integrity of the things, because there is a proposed railway line which is supposed to come within the 100-meter. Now, just imagine that this railway line is coming there, and when we are seeing this staple, it has not there will be pollution effect, there will be vibration effect, and there is also visual impact, and this will really interfere with or compromise with the integrity of the site, and this is what has to be understood, and this is probably it has passed in one of the partially passed, and this is under a great debate now, that if it passes, a lot of these type of things can happen. So this is what we talked about, and it can be put into a danger list because it will compromise this 100-meter area. So this is what is the aspect of integrity. We must understand that. So integrity and its components, what are that? Integrity refers to the physical intactness or completeness of the cultural or natural heritage properties and their attributes that comprise its OUV. To satisfy the condition of integrity, the property should include all elements necessary to express its outstanding universal value and be of adequate size to ensure the complete representation of the feature and the processes which convey the property's significance, and not suffer from adverse effects of development or neglect. If the trend line comes or the thing, it will really suffer of the adverse effects of development and neglect. Even there is a proposal for in Secondra in Agra that there is a flyover which is coming within the 100 meters. So these are the things which actually interfere with the integrity. If we don't understand this aspect, we probably cannot take a decision, neither we can sort of convince others that what it means. So that's aspects of integrity, I quote, the physical fabric of the property or a significant feature should be in a good condition and the impact of deterioration process controlled. A significant proportion of the elements necessary to convey the totality of the value conveyed by the property should be included. Relationship and the dynamic functions present in the cultural landscapes, historic towns, or other living properties essential to their distinctive character should also be maintained. For example, historic city of Ahmedabad is now a World Heritage City. So here not only the monuments, is the everyday houses, normal houses, the street, the movement pattern, the community who are living there, lifestyle, activities, all are part of the integrity. And if that is not maintained, then it will jeopardize the value for which it has been ascribed as the World Heritage Site. There is an internal and external spatiality. For example, in a painting, this is a built-in spatial quality of the work of art relation to the external piece, relation of the painted surface to the architecture, relation of a historic building within the context of the street movement, part of the streets and other things. So these are important part of the spatial things of integrity. So authenticity and integrity, if we try to summarize, is the ability of a property to convey the significance, ability of the site managers to secure or sustain the significance of the site, ability to convey the significance, and ability to secure or sustain significance. So these are the aspects which are reviewed while seeing a heritage site, World Heritage Site mainly, but also any other heritage site. We must try to understand that what it means by the authenticity and integrity. Now, we also say that the third pillar is the protection and management. It's not only the World Heritage Sites, there are different other types of properties which are of also of a value, either regional sites or network, sub-regional sites or national sites or local sites. We must understand these in a total context and the relationship in the other, and try to protect and manage that, and that is a part what we will discuss in our next lecture under the protection and management of World Heritage Sites in particular, but also in general the protection and management of the heritage sites. As I told you that I have these are the references which I am following, and one must also refer the UNESCO World Heritage Sites for all the documents of authenticity, integrity, NARA documents and other. Thank you.
Hi, I am Chitwan Lalji, a PhD student of Health Economics under the supervision of Dr. Debayan Pakrashi from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur. In one of my essays, I am interested in understanding the relationship between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. Health indicators, both subjective and objective health indicators like mental health, self-assessed health, various measures of blood pressure and various measures of cholesterol. Measures of blood pressure like systolic and diastolic BP. You have your incidence of high BP, MAP and incidence of high MAP. And as far as cholesterol is concerned, I have tried to concentrate more on total cholesterol, good cholesterol and incidence of high cholesterol. Now before I go on to what have been my major contributions and various policy implications, I would like to briefly tell you about the policy initiatives of WHO and various countries. The WHO, that is the World Health Organization, it started with a campaign of 5 a day. That is, you should have 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. That would be approximately, you could say, 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Now, a portion, before we go further, I'll just tell you what exactly is a portion. One portion is equivalent to a medium-sized apple, or one small glass of fruit juice, which is approximately 150 milliliters, and maybe 3 teaspoons of vegetables. So the WHO went with the 5 a day campaign, which was further taken up by various countries. Countries like UK, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, they adopted the 5 a day policy, while some went for expansionary dietary policies like France, Australia, Canada, Denmark. So for example, Australia, it went for 2+5 policy, in which it said that you should consume 2 portions of fruits and 5 portions of vegetables per day. And USA went for a policy of fruits and vegetables more matters. That is, you must consume more and more fruits and vegetables. Now, irrespective of these expansionary dietary policies and dietary propagations, it has been found that only 28% of women and 25% of men, they actually meet the recommended dietary norms of 5 a day portion. So the major contribution of my work is firstly to find an association between fruits and vegetables, whether there exists a relationship between fruits and vegetables and health indicators, and if they exist, whether due to heterogeneity in the data, so I will be doing it according to age, by gender and by your weight. So apart from that, I will go for policy recommendations, in which I am basically studying how much fruits and vegetables matter. Apart from that, which type matters more. So for that, I have taken data from the Health Survey of England. Health Survey of England is an annual survey which takes data, which conducts information regularly on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. You have your lifestyle behaviors like an individual smokes or doesn't smoke, alcohol consumption, you have your sedentary and physical activities, and you have various health indicators also which have been collected. Before I go on to what exactly is my research, I would like to concentrate more on fruits and vegetables, like what kind of questions were asked in the survey. Questions like, what kind of fresh fruit do you eat? Did you eat any dried fruit yesterday? Don't count dried fruits in cereals, cakes. Apart from that, for vegetables, they asked how many tablespoons of vegetables did you eat yesterday? So approximately after this whole survey was conducted, data was converted into portions of fruits, and like for example, 3 tablespoons of vegetables is equivalent to 1 portion. So data was converted and provided to the users, that is us, from the UK Data Health Survey. So the major contributions of my paper is that I found a strong negative association between intake of fruits and self-assessed health, then various measures of blood pressure like mean arterial pressure, high blood pressure, systolic and diastolic BP, and your total cholesterol. Apart from that, I have found a strong positive association between consumption of vegetables and good cholesterol. So it is recommended in a way that if you want to control your blood pressure, you must consume more and more fruits. And as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact your good cholesterol. Apart from that, I went in for a falsification test. A falsification test is basically conducted to know whether the model that you have adopted and the conclusions that you are drawing are not spurious. So if a falsification test is done to know, in a way it is tested by seeing an indicator, a health indicator, which is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables. And then we see whether there is significant result or not. If there is no significant result, that means your model is good and your results are non-spurious. So what we did is, for falsification test, we took ear complaints and infectious diseases. Now ear complaints, like if you are deaf since birth, or you have some kind of imbalance, body imbalance, that is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and we did find insignificant results. Apart from that, infectious diseases like HIV, AIDS, etc., we found similar insignificant results, indicating that our results are not non-spurious. Apart from that, we went, since there was a lot of heterogeneity in the data, like by gender, by age and by weight, we did the regression analysis. We found results which stated that as far as fruits are concerned, it impacts a male's health more than a female's health. So it is basically said a man should consume more fruits to impact his health, whereas as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact a woman's health more. But this has been only seen as far as cholesterol is concerned, the various measures of cholesterol like total cholesterol, good cholesterol and your incidence of getting high cholesterol. Now after this, we went in for a policy implication, and in the policy implication we tried to find two policy implications: what matters and exactly how much portion matters. So as far as how much portion matters, we have found that on an average, 5 or more portions of fruits impact your overall health, that is your self-assessed health, your MAP, your incidence of high MAP and incidence of high BP. But if you want to have a good mental health, so you can optimize your mental health by consuming 3 or 4 portions of fruits as well. And similarly, as far as self-assessed health and total cholesterol is concerned, an individual must consume 4 to 5 portions to optimally have the impact of consumption of fruits. Apart from that, vegetables have had a very little impact on your health. It only impacts your incidence of getting high MAP and high BP, and it's seen that only it impacts when you consume 5 or more portions of fruits. So an optimum consumption of 5 or more portions of fruits and vegetables are recommended, but fruits have a more impact on your overall health, on various measures like self-assessed health, mental health, your various measures of blood pressure and various cholesterol levels. Another thing that we find is which type of fruit matters. It has been seen that all size fruits, they impact your self-assessed health, your systolic and diastolic blood pressure, your mean arterial pressure, your high BP and incidence of getting high MAP and high cholesterol. But we find that as far as frozen fruits or canned fruits are concerned, they help in regulating your incidence of getting high MAP or high BP, but it has a trade-off. That means there is something negative happening. It reduces the good cholesterol in your body. Apart from this, if you have an incidence of getting high cholesterol, it is recommended that you must consume fruit juices because it has an impact in reducing your probability of getting high cholesterol. And dried fruits, they impact your self-assessed health. As far as vegetables are concerned, very little impact has been seen. It has only been seen in case of portion of salads and its association with self-assessed health. Another thing that they have seen is vegetables in composite, they have an association with good cholesterol. So overall, my research basically says that there is an association between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. And it is highly recommended that an individual, in order to be healthy, must consume 5 or more portions of fruits and 5 or more portions of vegetables per day. But fruits have a more impact on your overall health. Apart from that, all size fruits, they have a better impact on your overall health, your mental health, various measures of blood pressure and cholesterol. So, thank you.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. British humour doesn't have a very high standing in the world. When people talk about it, they usually do so with a certain degree of disparagement. Yet all this is, I think, rather unfortunate, because if I read out to you a certain section from Jerome K. Jerome's famous novel Three Men in a Boat, you will realize that not only is British humor genuinely funny, it is probably even better than some of the other samples of humorous writings that you might have read in the recent past. The story that I'm going to read out is told by Jerome, who thinks he is suffering from some kind of a malady. I remember going to the British Museum one day to read up the treatment for some slight ailment of which I had a touch. Hay fever, I fancy it was. I got down the book and read all I came to read. And then, in an unthinking moment, I idly turned the leaves and began to indolently study diseases generally. I forgot which was the first distemper I plunged into. Some fearful, devastating scourge, I know. And before I had glanced half down the list of premonitory symptoms, it was borne in upon me that I had fairly got it. I sat for a while, frozen with horror, and then in the listlessness of despair, I again turned over the pages. I came to typhoid fever, read the symptoms, discovered that I had typhoid fever. Must have had it for months without knowing it. Wondered what else I had got. Turned up St. Vitus's dance. Found, as I expected, that I had that too. Began to get interested in my case and determined to sift it to the bottom, and so started alphabetically. Read up ague and learned that I was sickening from it, and that the acute stage would commence in about another fortnight. Bright's disease, I was relieved to find I had only in a modified form. And so far as that was concerned, I might live for years. Cholera I had with severe complications, and diphtheria I seem to have been born with. I plodded conscientiously through the 26 letters, and the only malady I could conclude I had not got was housemaid's knee. I felt rather hurt about this at first. It seemed somehow to be a sort of slight. Why hadn't I got housemaid's knee? Why this invidious reservation? After a while, however, less grasping feelings prevailed. I reflected that I had every other known malady in the pharmacology, and I grew less selfish and determined to do without housemaid's knee. Gout, in its most malignant stage, it would appear, had seized me without my being aware of it. And zymosis. I had zymosis evidently from boyhood. There were no more diseases after zymosis, so I concluded there was nothing else the matter with me. I sat and pondered. I thought, what an interesting case I must be from a medical point of view. What an acquisition I should be to a class. Students would have no need to walk the hospitals if they had me. I was a hospital in myself. All they need to do would be to walk around me and after that take the diploma. Then I wondered how long I had to live. I tried to examine myself. I felt my pulse. I could not at first feel any pulse at all. Then all of a sudden it seemed to start off. I pulled out my watch and timed it. I made it 147 to a minute. I tried to feel my heart. I could not feel my heart. It had been beating, but now it had stopped beating. I have since been induced to come to the opinion that it must have been there all the time and must have been beating, but I cannot account for it. I patted myself all over my front, from what I call my waist up to my head, and I went a bit around each side and a little way up the back. But I could not feel or hear anything. I tried to look at my tongue. I stuck it out as far as ever it would go, and I shut one eye and tried to examine it with the other. I could only see the tip, and the only thing that I could gain from that was to feel more certain than before that I had scarlet fever. I had walked into the reading room a happy, healthy man. I crawled out a decrepit wreck. Our friend next visited a doctor, and there he got a prescription which said to eat well, to go for long walks, and not to worry his head over things he didn't understand. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippets. Hello and welcome to this piece of Literary Snippet. Today we are going to read a section from Virginia Woolf's novel, Orlando. And the section that we are going to listen to today is perhaps one of the finest descriptions of the winter season in English literature. It is also a very fine piece of what we call fantasy writing. I have made a few changes to the original to adapt it for the purpose of reading. The Great Frost was, historians tell us, the most severe that has ever visited these islands. Birds froze in mid-air and fell like stones to the ground. At Norwich, a young countrywoman started to cross the road in her usual robust health and was seen by the onlookers to turn visibly to powder and be blown in a puff of dust over the roofs. The mortality among sheep and cattle was enormous. Corpses froze and could not be drawn from the sheets. It was no uncommon sight to come upon a whole herd of swine frozen immovable upon the road. The fields were full of shepherds, ploughmen, teams of horses, and little bird-scaring boys, all struck stark in the act of the moment. One with his hand to his nose, another with a bottle to his lips, a third with a stone raised to throw at the ravens, who sat upon the hedge within a yard of him as if they were stuffed birds. The severity of the frost was so extraordinary that a kind of petrification sometimes ensued. It was commonly supposed that the great increase of rocks in some parts of Derbyshire was due to no eruption, for there was no eruptions. Rather, it was supposed that they were due to the solidification of unfortunate wayfarers who had been turned literally to stones where they stood. The church could give little help in the matter, and though some landowners had these relics blessed, the most part preferred to use them either as landmarks, scratching posts for sheep, or when the form of the stone allowed, drinking troughs for cattle, which purpose they serve admirably for the most part to this day. But while the country people suffered the extremity of want, and the trade of the country was at a standstill, London enjoyed a carnival of utmost brilliance. The new king directed that the river, which was frozen to a depth of 20 feet, should be swept, decorated, and given all the semblance of a park or pleasure ground, with arbors, mazes, alleys, drinking booths, all at his expense, of course. Frozen roses fell in showers when the queen and her ladies walked abroad. Colored balloons hovered motionless in the air. Here and there burnt vast bonfires of cedar and oak wood, lavishly salted so that the flame were of green, orange, and purple fire. But however fiercely they burnt, the heat was not enough to melt the ice, which, though of singular transparency, was yet of the hardness of steel. So clear, indeed, was the ice that there could be seen, congealed at a depth of several feet, here a porpoise, there a flounder. Shoals of eels lay motionless in a trance, but whether their state was one of death or merely of suspended animation which the warmth would revive, puzzled the philosophers. In short, nothing could exceed the brilliancy and gaiety of the scene by day. But it was at night that the carnival was at its merriest. The nights were of perfect stillness. The moon and stars blazed with the hard fixity of diamonds, and to the fine music of flute and trumpet the courtiers danced. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippet.
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Raghunandan Sengupta. So I'll just give you a very brief excitement area of finance, which is quantitative finance, and that has a huge market starting around about 10 years back, and it is exploding exponentially. So what do we mean by quantitative finance? Quantitative finance is actually the application of different mathematical and statistical techniques in the area of financial markets, be it say for example derivative pricing, be it in the area of say for example portfolio management, be it in the area of asset liability management, be it in the area of portfolio management. We see that the application has exploded in such a way that there is a huge opportunity for people who have a quantitative background in mathematics and statistics. They can utilize those in the area of finance, but obviously with some prior knowledge of finance as a subject. Now, when we say about quantitative finance, as I said, it is an area of applied mathematics and statistics applied in financial markets. Use of different areas, if somebody is interested to know, we have stochastic calculus, we have derivative pricing, we have operation research, we have quantitative techniques like differential equations, stochastic calculus, time series, and they are heavily used in the area of quantitative finance, as I mentioned. Now, we all know that in 1997, the Nobel Prize in Economics, so it is basically the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics, was given to the work of Merton and Scholz in the area of derivative pricing, and after that there has been an exponential increase in the area of quantitative techniques in quantitative finance and in the area of different type of derivative pricing. With the advent, moreover with the advent of high-ended and sophisticated computing data, big data has come in a very big way, where application areas starting from computing, from different type of algorithm design have been taken up in such a big way that nowadays at least we are able to understand that how high frequency data algorithm trading can be utilized using the concept of quantitative finance in the area of finance as such. But there is a flip side also. Obviously, when there is a huge amount of development, so obviously due to some regulation errors or something, there has been some pitfalls, which I think should be a bullet point for people who are really interested to take up quantitative finance. They should be aware. So consider the financial crisis in 2008 and later on, and we are seeing different banks are failing, different financial institutions are facing a problem. Countries are facing a problem like in Europe, in USA. So what should be done? So the main thing is that even if you know the technique is best for people who are investors, who are private players, organizations like banks, governments should use these techniques in a very somber manner such that the application areas of quantitative finance using the techniques which we learned can be utilized in the best possible way to garner the overall the in-depth knowledge a person has in trying to utilize these quantitative techniques in finance. And I am sure that people who have the background, who have the knowledge, who have the sophistication, who have the knowledge of the society can definitely use quantitative finance in a very big way in trying to make their mark in this exciting field which you are going to see in years to come. And I am sure it will be a very exciting learning tool for all the participants who will take quantitative finance as a subject in years to come. Thank you, and I wish all the participants all the best and best of luck for the programs they will take. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome to the first lecture of this week. This is the last lecture in the module 1, which was about understanding sustainability and sustainable development. So what we will do in this particular lecture is relationship between approaches to design for sustainability and the application context. So we will take an example and try to see how on diverse approaches can apply to a given problem context. So as we discussed in the last week, the system design for sustainability or design for sustainability can be approached at the 4 different levels, that is the product level, where product innovation level, where design approaches focus on improving existing or developing completely new products. In product service system innovation level, the focus is beyond individual products towards integrated combination of products and services. Spatio-social innovation level, here the context of innovation is on human settlements and the spatio-social conditions of their communities. This can be addressed on different scales from neighborhoods to cities. The 4th level is the socio-technical innovation level. Here design approaches are focusing on promoting radical changes on how societal needs such as nutrition and transport or mobility are fulfilled, and thus on supporting transitions to new socio-technical systems. I would suggest that when you are going through this particular lecture, if you also keep the last 2 lectures, that is lecture 2A and 2B, So, the lecture 2A and 2B, which was talking about diverse approaches to design for sustainability, if you keep that particular presentation also open in your laptop screen, it will be great. So, when I take you through one particular example, if you want to recall what that particular approach was, you can pause the video and go back to that particular slide, read about it, and then again restart the lecture on the example. So, the problem statement that we will be taking forward in today's lecture is, so you see this 200 milliliter water bottle. It's a plastic bottle. The body of the bottle, the transparent part, this part is made up of a plastic called polyethylene terephthalate PET, and the cap and the small ring at the cap, they are made up of another plastic called polypropylene PP. So, we can finish this water in almost one go and then the bottle is thrown away. It is used mostly during events like parties, conferences, meetings and so on. We might argue that why not give a bigger bottle, say a 1 liter bottle or say 500 ml bottle, because if this event is going to run for a couple of hours, you might need to have more water which you will keep on drinking after regular intervals of time. But usually it has been observed that if it is a 500 ml bottle, mostly the water goes wasted, because people usually do not like to carry a bottle around them, or they might just leave the bottle at some place and then forget about it, or they have no way to know which one is their bottle. So, usually it is observed that giving a 200 ml bottle is a more optimal size rather than giving a 500 ml bottle, and of course not a 100 ml bottle. So, now you can imagine the amount of waste that is being created because of these bottles during any event. You might also like to go for these bottles, say in an airport or such similar kind of context where you just want to have a drink of water and throw away the bottle. So, let us try to look at the different approaches and how each of these approaches will try to solve this particular problem. So, first we start with the product innovation level. So, the first approach in this product innovation level was the green design. I will not go through the details of these, but I have tried to incorporate one slide so that it helps you in recalling what the definition of that particular context was, and we can go to the example. So, in green design we are focusing on reduce, reuse or recycle. So, the many different approaches can be. So, one approach can be reduce the amount of material used in this product. So, I can add additional corrugations to it. As a result, my bottle becomes more strong. So, all these shapes that you can see on these bottle, the things which are coming in and going out on the form of the bottle, or say this particular, they are the corrugations and they are added to give strength. So, I can use lesser thickness of the material to get the same level of strength. So, by addition of corrugation I can add strength, and then I can reduce the wall thickness of the plastic material used. As a result, the volume of plastic used will reduced. Or say another concept of green design is reusing parts of the whole products in design of new products. So, say for example, the PET bottle that can be used for making the denim, either trousers or the jacket, and the bottle caps, they can be reused to make buttons. It does not solve the problem, but yes, if it is if the product can be collected back, then it can be converted into these products. There is lot of problem in the collection. A major part of it is nowadays collected, but still a big chunk of it ends into landfills or the oceans. Another trouble is, in order to make these alternate products, I need to spend in more energy for making the product, more energy for cleaning these bottles, crushing them, processing them and so on. Coming to the eco design concept, where we do a life cycle assessment. So, say for example, I can drink the same water which I can drink in a plastic bottle by using a glass bottle. So, these glass bottles after drinking water can be thrown in a trash can and they can be collected, they can be cleaned and again used for another cycle of providing drinking water. Or I can install a water dispenser, and I can keep some paper cups over there. So, these are paper cups with a thin lining of plastic on the inside surface. So, anybody who wants to drink water, they can fill a paper cup, drink the water and throw away the paper cups. In this case, the waste that is being generated is the paper cups, which are not recyclable because of the plastic layer inside it. Another option is I can have glasses made up of glass. So, one can drink water, then keep it in a tray or container on the side, and those glasses can be cleaned back and reused. In this case, the troubles might be like the impact which is caused due to the cleaning, which is soap and water. So, what the life cycle assessment approach or the eco design approach will try to emphasize is do a comparative between all these 4 approaches. You can also take up many more alternatives which offers you the same functionality, and then compare which one is the most eco-friendly under a given circumstances. The next 2 lectures of this week will deal with how to do this. Now comes the emotionally durable design, wherein you want to enable the person to get attached to the product and as a result elongate the life of the product, which can be done by enabling personalization or designing products that age with dignity or designing products that allow users to capture memories. Say for example, I call people for a party to my house for the birthday of my child, and I can give every guest who is coming in a glass with something etched on it which helps them to remember the event. So, we love with love from our sweet angel on her first birthday. So, this can be a personalized, this is just an example of one way of personalizing. You can also give away the glasses to the guests with a small etching machine and say, okay, personalize it here itself and start drinking water, and you can carry away the glass with you. So, in this case I am elongating the life of the glass, so my guests can carry away this glass along with them and keep it as a memory of the event. Next one, design for sustainable behavior change. So, in this case you try to make people adopt a desired sustainable behavior and abandon an unwanted sustainable behavior. So, say for example, what we can do is we can install a water dispenser. Again, because I am using a mineral water bottle or some kind of purified water, so I am ensuring it is safe drinking water. So, you install a water dispenser. You have another dispenser from which one can buy bottles. So, either you carry your own bottles or you can buy a bottle from that dispenser which can be carried along with you for your other upcoming trips. Along with a campaign statement. Do you know each year the per capita consumption of water bottled in plastic is more than 100 liters in our country? Take a step towards carrying your own bottle and save our planet. So, in this particular way you are trying to create certain kind of awareness in people and also enabling them to buy a bottle then and there if they are not carrying one and keep on using it thereafter. So, this can be a concept which is inspired by the design for sustainable behavior approach. Now, coming to the cradle to cradle design approach. So, a company called Dopper, they designed a reusable bottle which has been cradle to cradle certified. So, in cradle to cradle certification there are different levels of certification that you can get. So, for their bottle it is again a reusable bottle. For their bottle it has a silver certification, silver level certification. You can go to this website and read more about this bottle. There is another PET bottle which has been designed by a company called UAV Aquavita, and they have also got a cradle to cradle certification. Their certification is a basic level certification. So, it is again a disposable water bottle. So, one time use and then you dispose it off. It is made up of PET like the bottle that we started with, and it is cradle to cradle certified. Again, the problem is one has to take these bottles and put it into the recycling and reuse phase, and it does not help in changing behavior of people towards more sustainable consumption. Then comes the nature inspired design or biomimicry design, wherein you can mimic in terms of form, products and systems. So, like I told you in the first example, the green design example, that you can produce corrugations in your bottle, and as a result it will help you to strengthen the bottle, and that will and you can have thinner wall thickness for the plastic material used. So, you use lesser plastic material. So, in this particular bottle which has been developed, they took inspiration from a pine tree. So, they found that to protect the bottle from pressure under compression, so there are lots of bottles stacked together which will be under compression because of the weight of all other bottles on top of them. So, to protect the bottle from pressure under compression, impact, because it is moving in a truck, so there will be impact or shear forces. So, when you are trying to open the bottle, the inclination, angle, thickness and depth of the helical structures. So, there are helical structures over here. They keep on varying. They vary according to the amount of vertical and horizontal strength needed at certain surface curvature of the bottle. How was this developed? Based on a natural model of spiral growth, the team developed a new design for the structure of the bottle's main body, creating helical structures that make the bottle more durable without adding extra weight. So, by doing this, UNICEF estimates that the new design has reduced total raw material use by 7%, enabling savings of 250 tons of raw material per year. So, again it does not affect people from changing their consumption. They still will consume lot of bottles, but in this particular context, each bottle's weight is reduced by using biomimicry principles, and you can bring in a certain amount of impact. The last one, which is designed for the base of the pyramid. So, we spoke about it that there can be two approaches to it. Approach one is where I consider them as consumers. So, following that particular approach, I can sell them smaller pouches of water. These pouches are way much more less expensive than the bottles of the PET bottles of water, but again it does make clean drinking water accessible to the base of the pyramid, but it is also low cost, but these plastic films are a big time waste as well, and they cannot be recycled. Now, coming to the second approach of base of pyramid, where we try to understand what is their requirement and then try to fulfill through interesting product service solutions. So, now we go to the next level, which is the product service system innovation level. So, as we spoke about, in this particular level, we try to bring in a combination of product and service together, which are together able to satisfy a particular unit of satisfaction. And it says that you really do not need to encourage individual consumption and ownership of mass produced goods, but if you move towards satisfaction based, you can move towards low resource intensive products which are shared by the community. So, this was the example that I gave you in the previous class as well. So, this is a water dispenser. You can carry your own bottles. So, mostly the people will carry their own bottles or containers, and per use you can pay for the water. So, this is the approach which we can take for giving clean drinking water to people in the base of the pyramid, but not necessarily base of the pyramid. This approach is a very frugal and effective approach. This can be set up in many different locations. For example, in public places, in railway stations, in government offices, in institutions and so on. Now, coming to the third level. Before going to the third level, the benefit of this second of this solution is also that I do not have waste in terms of bottles of water, in terms of the bottle which is plastic, or in terms of the paper cups which is again paper plus plastic, which needs to go through a recycling phase or which needs to go into the landfills. Here everybody is carrying their own bottle because it's more economical to do that, and it gets into their behavior slowly that one has to carry their own bottle and then one can pay and drink water. And at the same time, the providers of this service, because they charge say 2 rupees per liter of water, they know that more efficiently they can run this machine with the least amount of wastages, with the least amount of impact on the environment, with the least amount of energy to be consumed. It is in their economical interest to go towards environmental sustainability as well as social sustainability, the socio-ethical sustainability. Coming to the third level, which is the spatio-social innovation level, what it talks about is assisting with conception, development and scaling up of social innovation. If you remember from the last lecture, what it was talking about is a major focus is on social innovation, and we use the existing assets in terms of technological assets, knowledge assets or physical assets like roads or conditions of that particular place. So, we use the existing assets to conceptualize, develop and scale up social innovation. Not much innovation happens in this particular context in terms of technology. There was also a we also saw that there are different interpretations and perspectives on social innovation and what roles design can play in these social innovations. So, social innovation can mean well-being of people, can mean providing people with their basic amenities like nutrition, drinking water, roads and so on. It can also imply harmony and so on. So, there can be many interpretations of what social innovation is, but wherever it is connected to the communities, it is about social innovation. So, I will show you one particular example. This example is how people are trying to revive the rain-fed rivers. So, not much technology is used, we are using our existing assets and knowledge, and by mobilizing people, mobilizing organizations and through them mobilizing economic resources, one is trying to revive the rivers. The model is also scalable. It has already been scaled to some 14 rivers in India. So, we will go through this lecture.
Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Adab. Today I am going to speak about one of the most important source of our existence next to oxygen, water. I see hundreds of people sitting here in the auditorium, or I can say 70% of this auditorium is filled with water. Yeah, because 70% of our body is water. Our bones, our skin, our muscles, everything is made of water. Isn't it amazing? Everything is what we see is dust of water. There is so much of water in the world. We see a waterfall, oceans, huge lakes, reservoir. But sometimes we just wonder that why there is scarcity of water. Have you ever thought about that? I tell you something very interesting. Let's say if we put all the water in the world in this bottle, how much do you think is a drinkable water? Any guess? Just this much. Nice. Though there is 70 to 75% water on the Earth's surface, only 1% is a drinkable water. And out of that, 90% is in Antarctica. So the other day, I was discussing with one of my friends. So he asked me a very powerful question. He said, Mr. Hathi, what is your point? Is it a scarcity of water or people's relationship with the water? So I really started thinking about that. And ladies and gentlemen, you are right. More important is our relationship with the water. Have you ever wondered what is your relationship with the water? Nearly 3,000 farmers are migrating from the rural areas to the urban areas every day in this India. For the livelihood and because of scarcity of water. My previous speaker spoke about open defecation. The government is trying hard to give a toilets in each and every home since last so many years, but they failed because of scarcity of water. Farmers are committing suicide, you must have heard about that. One of the reasons for farmer suicide is scarcity of water. Our government says the whole ratio between the urban and rural area has changed. It used to be 30 to 70%, now it is 45 to 55%, which is also creating a problem in the urban area. Understanding this, that why water is so important. The Art of Living, since last so many years, doing several projects on the conservation of water. We have made the check dams, rainwater harvesting, recharging the groundwater, which is very important. Regenerating the river, our traditional river. We used to have rivers in all over the countries, but which is not regenerated since so many years. Tree plantation also, which is very important aspect. But today I'm going to share a very beautiful story of transformation with you. This is a Reina river in the Latur district of Maharashtra, and a man behind the story, Makran Dave, or his other name is Makran Jadhav. He is a civil engineer by profession. He is from the farmer family. He is also an Art of Living trainer. And his area from where he is coming, the Latur district, since last so many years, that area is drought affected. So he has seen that scarcity and struggle for the water from the childhood. He used to share that when I used to see my mother going, walking kilometers together just to fetch a 2 bucket full of water. It was so painful, मेरी माँ को जाना पड़ रहा है और वहाँ से रोज बाल्टी उठा के पानी लाना पड़ रहा है. So he was always looking for a solution, that what is the solution, that why there is so much of scarcity of the water. And after he became a trainer, he started conducting the workshop in different areas in the villages, started interacting with the people. Slowly he could understand the gravity of the problem. And then he decided, I must do something about this. I need to create a model, sustainable model, which can inspire so many other people. So he took it as a challenge. He selected a river, a Reina river, which is in the Renapur village. And the population of that village is around 20,000. So initially he faced a lot of challenges. One of the biggest challenge was people were very apathetic to the issue. They were expecting the government, the local administration to take care of that issue. Why should I take the responsibility? It's not my responsibility, And alcoholism was one of the biggest issue in that. Laid back attitude of the youth. I don't want to do anything, I'm getting everything, I'm getting all the freebies from the government. Why should I do anything? And then there was a lot of groupism on the basis of caste and religion, political groups. So to overcome all these challenges, he targeted the youth. And he organized one workshop called Youth Leadership Training Program, which is the most powerful workshop of the Art of Living Foundation. It's an 8-day, very intense training program for the youth, which really helps them to transform their mindset, their behavior, their attitudes, their relationship with the people and, the society. So that made this youth, he trained 50 youth, a change agent for the society. And through them, he slowly started mobilizing the society, bringing people together. I tell you something very interesting. In villages, you have this Gram Sabha. Probably you have heard about it. The Gram Sabha is exactly a model of parliament in the village. So unless the Gram Sabha pass the resolution that they want to do something in that particular village, you can't do anything. And that was a village of 20,000 people. So it really took him some time to bring these people together and, take a decision, yes, we want to revive this river. And not only reviving, he inspired people through this youth to contribute for the same. You know, that changing the mindset, oh, the government, administration, no, it is my responsibility. So there was a lot of challenges, but I say that बादलों के दरमियां कुछ ऐसी साजिश हुई, मेरा घर मिट्टी का था और वहीं बारिश हुई, उन्हें भी जिद है वहीं बिजलियां गिराने की, हमें भी जिद है वहीं आशियाना बनाने की. So his constant, perseverance to do something has made a change. Let me tell you, take you through the journey of this transformation. This is the Reina River on the 8th of March 2015. Oh, whether I should really call it a river is a question, So on the 8th of March, it was like this. And it took almost 90 days of hard work, to deepen the river, widen the river, and clear the entire stretch. So it was a 4,000 meters long, 25 meter wide, and 7 meter deep. 90 days. And they removed 60,000 cubic meters of silt from that. Silt is like a black salt, a black soil, which you can use as a manure. It's very, very fertile. So the farmers, they took away all that soil and they put it into their farms. 60,000 cubic meters of soil. So once that entire patch was clear, they just had to wait for rainfall. And here you have. In the first rainfall itself, the entire river was filled with the fresh water. 126 crore liters of water was stored. And not only that, 4 times more got percolated in the ground. 4 times more. That is almost 500 crores. It takes some time, but over a period of next 3 months. And if I give you this figure, my earlier speaker was speaking about that, on an average, the urban people need about 135 liters of water, but they don't get it. In the village, it's very different. They need only 55 liters of water per day. They use or they consume. So, a village of 20,000 people, in a year, they consume only 40 crore liters of water. And we have stored 126 crore of liter in just 3 months' time. That is the number, if you decode that 126 crore liter. And 2,000 acres of land got irrigated. Yeah, I think we deserve the big round of applause from you, which will also help you to be a little more enthusiastic in this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, many times people ask, how do you measure the effectiveness of any project? So I often say the first thing is, people ask this question, is it a cost effective? Now, if I show you the figure, government estimate was 6.28 crores for that river regeneration. And we did that only in 150 crore, 2 crores. And out of that, 75% was contributed by the community. And rest of the money, 25% was given by the Art of Living Foundation. Sustainability. So when community is doing something, there is a sense of ownership. So I have done it and I have to maintain it. So it is the most sustainable model that we had. You don't have to worry about it. Why again next year we need to desil that thing and maintain it. They said, yeah, it is now our baby, we'll take care of it. Don't worry about that. Sustainability and replicable. So this is not the only river. In India, we have revived more than 14 rivers. In Karnataka, in Kerala, in Maharashtra, in Andhra Pradesh. Pamba, probably many of you know about Shabarimala. This river is connected to Shabarimala. It was very dirty. So our people went and revived the entire river. Is it inspiring? Yes? Are you able to define your relationship with the water? Yes, no? How can you help? कर्म भूमि की दुनिया में श्रम सभी को करना पड़ता है. भगवान सिर्फ लकीरें देता है, रंग हमी को भरना पड़ता है. रंग हमी को भरना. At the end, I would say, those who like to see the dream, for them the night is too short. But those who like to fulfill it, For them, the day is too short. And I feel that all of us need to be a dreamer. We need to see the big dream about our community, about our country, about our world. How can we make it a better place for our next generation to come? We got it. We have not inherited this. We have borrowed it from our next generation. So when we leave this planet, we need to make it a little more better than how we got it, right? Save water, save life.
So what kind of difference do you see in this approach? So when we were talking at the product innovation level, we were only thinking of the problem of delivering water to people, drinkable water to people during events. And how do I package that water? How do I package it more environmentally friendly or less environmentally damaging in a damaging manner? As soon as we went into the product service innovation level, we were trying to give it a different approach altogether. We were thinking it's not like I have to reach 200 ml of packaged water to people. It's like, what is the unit of satisfaction? The unit of